Hello, hello. Welcome to the event to end all events. We are in sunny Hurstville. I'm Dylan Brown.
And I'm Ian.
And yeah, we are out here with 310 players at last check, battling out for a Black Lotus for first prize.
Absolutely. The biggest Highlander event, I believe, we've ever had here in Australia, which is very exciting.
I genuinely think it's the biggest event we've ever had in Australia, full stop. Like, money-wise, this is by far the biggest event we've ever had since, I think, the Pro Tour back in, like, 2002, 2003. But look, November 15 is going to go down in history as one of the biggest events of all time. Now, I've done some research. We've looked up some other events that have happened November 15th throughout history. So I'm going to give you the top three, in my opinion. In 1920, the League of Nations met for the first time to make the Geneva Convention. That's probably like a close third to this Lotus event.
Yes.
We've got other ones, don't worry. In 1988, Milli Vanilli came out, November 15th, said, you're right, we didn't actually sing any of our lyrics. So that's probably on the leaderboard as well. But most importantly, and speaks to the demographic of the room and the watchers, the original Xbox came out 2001. So that's a pretty good one too. I think that's a number second, but we're going to go the Lotus event, the event to end all events. This is our number one.
It is. I mean, it's the event to end all events. Very exciting.
There's nothing more after this. We're done.
310 players here. We've got 8 rounds today. Then we're going to come back, take only the best players. Well, He went and got 5 wins. Comes back tomorrow
5
for
wins.
4 more rounds, and then a top 8. And at the top of it, well, there's a Lotus, really. So that's the big one.
That's the
course.
draw. That's kind of the card that everyone in the room is after. Now, from a quick check, I think there are 3 Lotuses in the room. 3 or 4. Out of the 310 players, 3 or 4 of them have registered the card Black Lotus. So maybe they don't need one. You know, maybe they want a second one.
I was going to say, maybe there's going to be a second one. Because come to that, Highlander in an interesting spot right now. A few different decks. Grixis is always around. We will see them later. Don't worry. We've got some more interesting things for the first couple of rounds.
Oh, yeah, we do.
I think the Grixis might be unavoidable. But the other deck that I think might be unavoidable is Storm.
There is a Storm coming. I tell you what. Yesterday we had the Invitational, and the finals was a Storm Mirror. And it ended with a win on turn 1 thanks to the Black Lotus card that we are giving away. So,
absolutely. Both Brendan Crawford and Richard Owens going undefeated through the Swiss. They met in round 5 and decided, you know what? Why should one of us lose? Let's just take an intentional draw now. Both beat our opponents after this, meet in the top 8 as the 1 and 2 seed. As you say, Brendan taking out on turn 1, which is very fitting end.
Yeah, Richard and Brennan, both Melbourne locals, both have played each other a lot over the last couple of months in the Storm Mirror. And I think, to be honest, they were just sick of coin flipping. That matchup is mostly just a coin flip of what's going to happen. And Brennan won heads twice yesterday. So
Good.
Walks away with a Volcanic Island. Pretty good. Pretty good prize. Not as good as Lotus. So see if Brennanos, the God of Storms, can take it down again over this weekend, or if someone else is going to claim the crown.
Absolutely.
But round 1, we have some spice. So we decided we're going to save some Grixis, some Storm, some boring stuff for later on. This round, we have Mono Black in the hands of Christopher Barton, I believe it is.
Christopher Burden on Mono Black, and then Shane Cunningham playing Jeskai. Paradoxical Outcome will be the opponent there.
I can't wait to see this deck. I heard it was some Jeskai Bomberman Time Vault pile, and those are 4 words I really like. So let's get into it and see what's going to be going on here.
So Shane on the left there, Christopher on the right, with those bright orange sleeves. Very nice. As the players draw their opening hands. You know, I played yesterday. I'm also a Melbourne local, so I've had to play Richard and Brennan a few times. Started off 5-0. Thought my day is going great. Guess I got paired into in round 5.
Some clouds
round 6. That'd be Brennan. Round 7, got Richard. They both beat me, by the way. And then the quarterfinals, Richard again, and I lost again. So 5 wins straight into lose to Storm 3 times.
And that's why he's on camera today.
Yeah, correct. I came back here. I said, I don't want to do that anymore.
Please, get me out of here.
Get me out of there.
All right, so looking at opening hands, looks like Shane's gone for a mulligan here. From Christopher's side, I see 2 Swamps and Inquisition. We have a future shifted border. I think it might be a Yixla Jailer? Is that what that is?
That'd be a
Or it could be one of the Mystery Booster 2 future shifted borders.
That's true. There are so many more future shifted borders now with Mystery Booster 2. So many cards that I didn't know existed in that border.
To be fair, hot take, future shifted borders, my favorite borders. I've always loved them ever since Future Sight came out, and the fact that there's more of them in the wild, big fan of this.
I also love them, just because they are one of the weirdest borders out there. As Shane takes another mulligan, down to 5. Not where you want to be, but these sort of powerful Highlander decks, they can have some pretty strong starts off 5 cards.
Yeah, and now, do we settle on this being an open decklist event?
This is an open decklist event, so both players know what's going on. Christopher knows what's up. He knows his opponent is trying to take him to turns, trying to do some busted things with artifacts. So I'm sure he saw that Inquisition in his opening hand and knew how valuable it would be.
And this is one of those matchups, and one of these cards specifically with discard spells, where when your opponent's mulliganing, you are getting a bigger and bigger smile on your face as it's going. And look, Christopher's loving this. He's like, yeah, go to 5, go to 4 even. How many cards do you want to start the game with? Because I'm going to make it 1 less.
You know what? I just admire that Christopher has resisted, chanting out loud 4, because I'm sure it's going on in his head.
Oh, for sure. Every now and then you do the subtle, like, I'll put my hand on the table and I'll hold up the number of fingers I want you to mulligan to. So I'll, like, just go 4 fingers down, 3 fingers down.
Yeah, beautiful.
Or you give, like, the OK symbol where you're holding up 3 fingers and it's a subtle, hey, go 1 more.
What? Well, just 1 more. What could it hurt,
What could it possibly go wrong? So it looks like Shane's deciding to keep this 5. We are bottoming that was a Mishra's Bauble and the One Ring, I believe was the other card. We have the Time Vault in hand, Windswept Heath, Meticulous Archive, Volcanic Island, and I think that might be Final Fantasy Brainstorm. But okay, Shane's on the play, so this is going to be really rough when Chris, we got to draw a card. That's the best part of Magic, drawing more cards. Come on.
Absolutely, you can't skip that. I mean, literally, you can't. The judges will get mad at you if you try and skip it.
Inquisition of Kozilek. Oh no, it is the Brainstorm. Oh no, and he decided to go for the Surveil Land on turn 1, so he couldn't hold up the Brainstorm to hide all of his juicy goodies.
That is heartbreaking, not having the brainstorm up to try and hide your time vault, because I think in Shane's seat now, you know you're not winning a fair back and forth game. Down
Yeah.
2 cards on the mulligan and on the play, so you are trying to look for a quick time vault combo, I imagine.
Yeah.
So getting this taken by an Inquisition will be heartbreaking for him. We can see now Shane explaining how time vault works, because this is a case, as with me, old Magic cards, reading the card does not explain the card.
No, this is a really weird one, and I don't know if you've played much Vintage in the past, but there have definitely been some cheeky Vintage gamers with Time Vault, which we're going to put up on the screen now, where I used to play a lot of Dredge. So I would have Bazaar at Baghdad's. I'd be trying to activate Bazaar in my opponent's end step. I don't want to get got by Graveyard Hate or some kind of interaction there. And my opponent would play a Time Vault, pass, and then they'd untap, immediately skip their turn. And be like, no, you take a turn. And you don't get a priority window to activate your Bazaar, to crack your fetch lands, to do anything. So, wow, that's a power move by Chris there, taking the Brainstorm.
Yep, so Chris basically saying, this Time Vault doesn't do anything by itself. And that's
No.
right. The fair use of Time Vault, as you say, skipping a turn to take a turn.
Not the best.
Not the best.
That's not what I'm signing up for. But to be fair, Chris, with only one card in hand, Shane with only one card unknown in hand, and it's just a land, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the Time Vault skip here. There's no pressure on board from Chris. He's already down so many resources. He could easily just go, all right, go again.
Absolutely.
Take another turn.
One thing to note, of course, Shane did keep on top of this Avail land on turn 1, so you have to assume the
That card's
unknown
gotta be
card.
good.
Yeah, that's a good card. And as you say, can't Thoughtseize, or in this case, Inquisition, the top of the deck.
Exactly. So Chris is thinking on what he's going to play here. We have the option for Ghost Quarter. It looks like we have the Black Manland.
That is a Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
There it is.
I love these borders. These are the sort of...
D&D book.
Yeah, the D&D book-looking borders.
Yeah.
Very cool. Obviously, that land, of course, only comes into play if it's the first or second land.
Correct.
Comes into play untapped, rather. So he's incentivized to play it, but instead looking like we're just going to get the swamps out there. There's a Barragolf in hand, so there is some pressure.
Is this a Mind Twist? Is that what the card is? Oh my god, it is. Oh, okay. We're going for the 50-50. Are we going to hit the Windswept Heath or the mystery card? Christopher definitely hitting the Vegas special here with the bet it all on black.
Yeah.
And more gambling has ensued. All right. Oh, it was the Tezzeret, which is the combo piece that we was missing as well. That would have been infinite turns. Next turn.
That's a hell of a card to keep on top. Yeah.
That's, you know what? Shane's mull, pretty good, actually, turns out.
I mean, this is sort of what we're talking about, though. Even as you mulligan to 5, you only need 2 cards.
Yeah. And
You only need 2 cards to combo off. And as you said, Shane here going to skip his turn.
go.
Say, I want to take 2 turns in a row. You can have another one. Because my card's bad anyway. Like, I've got a Windswept Heath in hand, so your discard spells don't do anything. So, yeah, you go ahead.
I'm fine. Go ahead. If I need to take an extra turn, I got it on lock. Here it is. And I think we're seeing a function of the way Shane's deck is built in the fact that they don't make them like they used to. They're not going to make another Time Vault effect.
No.
But they have made a lot of things that untap artifacts.
Yeah.
So,
It feels like every second set we get another way to untap an artifact.
CDH players in scrambles, as they're constantly trying to figure out what other artifact untapper they want to put in their 100-card singleton deck. We only have 60 to choose from, so you got to pick the best of the best. With this Time Vault not being taken, I don't know if Chris knows how many possible untappers there are, but we're looking at the Tezzeret that's already in the bin. We're probably going to expect Voltaic Key, Galvanic Key. There's a lot of different ways that we can hit A plus B, but there's only one A in this deck, which is the Time Vault.
Yes.
So we're going to pull up Shane's deck for us so we can have a look and do a little quick count to see. Maybe we're not. We'll see. It's round 1. We might not have all the deck lists fully loaded yet.
But there's usually a couple keys, maybe a Voltaic Servant, so different options, and then all the tutors. As you said, Tezzeret's a tutor for them. Probably some other tutors in these artifact decks.
For sure. Now, we also did get the slight hint from production that there's some Bomberman stuff going on in this list as well. So there's other A plus B combos that Shane is going for in this deck. And I love this. I love when Time Vault players do the cheeky, I'm going to skip my turn, go ahead. And the other player has, experienced this for the first time. This is probably Chris's first time having someone go, no, go ahead, go again.
Chris can't believe it. He didn't have to pay any points and he got to cast a Time Walk.
Yeah. And he's like, wait, that's still in play.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is weird, right? You're not used to this. You're not used to sort of the play patterns of taking 2 turns in a row. And so now we're having a bit of a judge call here to explain how Time Vault works.
Correct,
Because
correct.
It's not straightforward.
And to be honest, I'm not even 100% sure. Like, I don't know if Shane's supposed to untap his lands when he untaps the Time Vault, because I believe it skips your entire turn if you choose to untap it. So we'll see how this goes. I do believe we have Matt Anderson as the table judge for this feature match. So Matt, pretty competent. He knows what he's doing. He's gonna explain what's happening here.
As we bring up the Oracle text there of you can sort of see on the phone there, a more modern printing of Time Vault with wording that actually works in Magic.
Yeah, and this one is purely from online. And yeah, as I said, so pretty sure the lands don't untap when you decide to skip your entire turn with the Time Vault there. So yeah, Christopher it's now his third turn. He's now on the play, actually. We swapped it around a bit.
Welcome back. You're on the play. So he will have a chance to deploy this Barragoyf and start to have some amount of pressure.
Yeah, and we've got the Barragoyf at already, a 3-4. It's not anything to write home about, but it's still going to start clocking in, and it grows itself. That is one of the best parts about this Barragoyf card. Always going to get big. Bazar, as we like to call him in Australia here, is premier threat of the format that is not pointed. Don't know how long that's going to last for. We are constantly putting points on all the best creatures until people stop playing with them.
Just point every card in Grixis.
Yeah,
That's
honestly, that is. Don't mention that in the public points Discord, please. We get enough hate as the Grixis Cabal. There's only so many creatures that have a good power and toughness baseline that we can keep cutting from our deck before it gets worse and worse. I think we've looked at the Grixis list since 2023, and I think it's gained 9 points in that time.
That's a sign that you're playing the right deck, actually.
Yeah. Look, we'll get into Grixis later in the weekend. We don't want to harp on about it too much.
Chris is going to fire off a Ghost Quarter here, try and disrupt Shane's mana base a little bit. This is the classic check of, do you have a basic? Because not all Highlander decks do. Most of them do. We see mountain, snow-covered mountain there, snow-covered island.
I think I saw a second snow-covered island as well. Yeah. Shane opting for 2 different artworks of the snow-covered island, which is... That's a bold move. I'm playing 60 unique cards in my deck one way or another.
You know what I found yesterday? I borrowed, and I didn't know these existed, the Aether-Drift promo basics that are bright yellow.
Oh, yeah, the piss foils.
Yeah, heinous.
Yeah, they are. You know what? Most of the time when we're in coverage, we're supposed to be professional. We're supposed to, objective opinions. Those are the worst basic lands that ever exist. And I'm telling you now, if we find that you have them on coverage, you will not be on coverage anymore. I do not want to look at piss-colored basic lands while we have to play Magic.
Oh,
baby!
Ooh,
hello.
Tribute Mage.
Tribute Mage. Love this one. I love how they fixed the saga of this. They were like, we got one that gets 1 or less. We got one that gets 3 or more. We need one that gets 2.
No, it's more than that. There's 1 or less. There's 2. There's 3.
And then
there's 4 or 5. And there's 6 or greater. There's a whole family of these. And they all start with T. It's like Trinket Mage, Trophy Mage, Tribute Mage, Treasure Mage.
They're going to run out at one point, right? Like, they stretched the mark to make Tribute Mage. Now, what we didn't see there was Shane went and fetched Voltaic Servant, I believe is the name of the card there.
Yes.
Christopher has no answer for that in his hand. Decided that that's probably just going to be it because Shane can then skip his turn to take an extra turn with the Time Vault. He'll then untap, play the Servant, untap the Time Vault, take another turn, and Chris just didn't have the mana to interact at this point. So
so Shane there actually had the extra turn stacked up already from skipping a turn.
Exactly.
So gets another turn, plays Servant. In his end step, the Servant will untap the Vault, and you can tap it again to take another turn. And we're going to repeat that ad nauseum.
And I'm sure we can find a way to win with infinite turns. It's not hard.
Voltaic Servant is a 1/3, so that's enough.
Slow death.
Yeah, just a 1 peck at a time.
Now, did see Shane use that lay-by to take that extra turn. Also seeing Shane sideboard in a card that we're going to see a lot this weekend, I would expect, and I'm dubbing it the future of Magic the Gathering, Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, it's crazy how this card, so we started to see it, especially in Modern, alongside Ephemerate and Flicker effects, right?
Yep.
So that you could sort of cheat out this 5-drop as a 2-drop.
Exactly.
But the evolution of that now is that we're seeing the Boogeyman of the format, Grixis, but basically every fair blue deck just play it with no way to cheat it. They're like, yeah, I'm going to pay 2 mana to draw a card, maybe 2. Later on, I've got this 5-drop on layaway.
Worst case scenario, it is 2 mana, draw 1 card. Mid-case scenario.
Which is not a playable rate in Highlander or even close to it.
No, but it does put it away to the side.
And so it's really draw 2.
Exactly. It's a looming threat, right? It either is going to answer, it's going to eat a counterspell, which, despite how good Quantum Riddler is, this format is vintage legal cards. So we are expecting very high power from every deck in the field. And Riddler does actually stand up because it forces you to have that question of, are you going to interact with it now? Are you going to interact with it later? Do you think the game is going to get to a point where you get to cast it a second time? Because 7 mana, draw 2 cards, also not great. That's the floor of the card. But it's also a 4/6. It flies. It hits hard. Yep. I've been calling it beans with flying.
Beans with flying. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
And that's kind of how it feels.
The thing is, we think of Highlander as a very fast format, and most of the time it is. But sometimes these fair decks, they grind it out, they slug it out, and they pull these games out. And then a 4/6 flyer that draws a card or two, really good in that spot.
Exactly. I mean, we do have a few cops in the room, right? We've got Grixis. The Cabal is out, and they are the boogeyman of the format. They are the police. Grixis is trying to be the fun police, which is why we're not going to have it on camera for a couple of rounds at least, I assume. But yeah, Grixis wants to play those longer games.
Yes.
It wants to play these attrition-based. It's going to have those pivot points, and Riddler just fits against Grixis, but also for Grixis a lot. I've spoken to a few players over the last couple of days, the last week or so leading into the event, of what they think the format's going to look like, what they're expecting, what they want to bring. And most of the people I've spoken to have said, I don't have a plan for Storm. I tried. It didn't work. Everyone else is in mid-range hell, and I want to join them.
It's true. It is a lot of mid-range hell, and then 3 or 4 Storm pilots gleefully tearing their way through the field.
Yeah, that's basically what we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks in the format. And Riddler fits so perfectly in mid-range hell, not in a derogatory sense. We love mid-range hell. I want to be drawing cards. I want to play things on the board. I want to attack. I want to block. This is what I want to be doing. Storm is fun, but it's the same thing over and over again, and one person is having 100% of the fun in that match.
Absolutely. So with 310 players in the room, it's round 1. This is your chance, Dylan, to call your shot. Who do you think's walking home with the Lotus?
Okay, so hear me out. I'm not a superstitious girl by any stance, but I wanted to base my event on who made me smile first today, and I'm going to give my shout out for whoever's going to win the event to Alan, Polish last name. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Alan. I'm so sorry. There's a lot of J's and Z's in there. I'm going to butcher it. I'll try and ask you later on in the day how I'm going to do it.
Too many consonants for
I'm not going to get it.
White Australian brain to comprehend.
Yeah, mind if a white girl speak a little Polish for a second? But yeah, we went and had breakfast. Alan's a pro player from Poland. He's come over to, give Pat some some money. And he wanted to see what all this 7-point Highlander business was all about, try his hand at winning a Lotus. He's playing Storm.
Yes.
So as much as I don't want to, I'm going to give it to him. He came up to me at breakfast today. He was like, hey, nice to finally meet you in the flesh. I heard you liked Polish sweets. You had a Polish friend growing up. So here's a big bag full of Polish candy that I snuck through customs for you. So
Such a nice guy that we'll even excuse him playing Storm.
yeah, exactly. He gets a pass, okay? He gets the Storm pass.
Yeah, absolutely. So I came into this, and my pick was going to be Trent Clark, because it's been a while since we've seen him really knuckle down and take an event seriously, and I know he's worked his ass off for this.
Yeah,
and it's been a while since we've seen that, and I think people have maybe forgotten how good this man is. But I have to say, after yesterday, after getting beat up by Richard twice in a row, and seeing Storm, that's my pick now. That's Richard Owens, the kind of the progenitor of this version of Storm.
Yeah.
I think he's sort of the master. He's played it a lot, knows the deck inside and out, and we both think Storm is very good, so he's going to be my pick, I think.
I can't fault you for that.
Both of us on Storm players.
Yeah. Who would have thought? After how much we bemoan this deck, we're going to, unfortunately, try and give it the nod.
I appreciate that you've picked a Storm player despite working with a lot of the bus stop team on Grixis for weeks. You're like, despite all that, though, I don't think any of you are winning. I'm sorry.
To be fair, 2 of the 3 Storm players in the room, both on bus stop. Alan is honorary bus stop. He's currently wearing the beautiful burgundy t-shirts that we've got. I can see him from here. He looks quite pleased with himself, so I think we're up a game. So
yeah, a little sneak behind the curtain. Yeah. We're actually in the player hall this time.
We're in the room.
If you watched Mana Clash earlier this year, we were out in the foyer. So it's nice to feel like we're actually a bit part of the event.
I'm surrounded. It's great. I can make eye contact with at least 40 players from where I currently am.
Yep, absolutely. Everyone's currently deep in thought. No one's looking at us because they're all in the middle of very complicated games.
Oh, yeah. And it's one of those things that when an event is this prestigious, there is this much on the line, much like in 1975, the Sharks are coming out.
Absolutely. The Highlander community as a whole is lovely. It's very supportive. It's very friendly. A lot of people playing for the love of the game. But when there's a Lotus on the line, and it's round 1, right? So everyone's still in contention.
Exactly.
Give it a few rounds, and everyone at the the X3 table here to have a great time, having fun. That's slightly different. But right now, everyone has their eyes on that Lotus.
One of my favorite catchphrases for Magic players is there are no friends at the XO table. Currently, everyone's XO.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one's friends here, all right? There is a trend in Highlander where, as much as we've said, it is mostly mid-range hell out there. There is a lot of Grixis, a lot of Jund, a lot of White-Black, some Mardu. Most of these
pick
are,
2 to 3 colors, and you can build a deck out of it.
you're mostly good, right? Black is quite well represented in Highlander at the moment. It has a lot of good interaction. It has a lot of good threats that haven't been pointed, out of the format, essentially. There is definitely this nod that you want to be in black. You get the Thoughtseize effects, but there's still some spice out there, which is why obviously we've got this Time Vault deck on camera.
Yeah, and I mean, Christopher's a great example of the power of black, right? He said black is actually the only color I need. And those discard spells are a big part of it because they're such flexible interaction. Powerful, cheap. They're good into both the combo decks, like we see here with Shane on this paradoxical outcome artifact-based deck. But the Thoughtseize is totally fine in the mid-range mire, as you put it.
Exactly. And oh my god, is Shane getting to keep a 7 today?
I mean, he did pretty well off 5, so...
Not bad.
If he gets to keep 7, Chris has got no hope.
To be fair, it was a 5 that then got discard spelled twice and won the game on turn 4. So, we're
pretty good.
We're doing pretty well.
Doing pretty well. Some days it's just your day. You ever sit down for a Magic tournament? Yeah. I feel like if I was Shane and I'd sat down, day starts off quite well when you get called up to a feature match.
Yeah.
Get to come back and watch the recording later. Then goes downhill. 1 mulligan, 2 mulligans.
Noses against mono black.
Yeah, gets hit by a discard spell on turn 1. The game's really going downhill.
Opponent doesn't take your Time Vault. Go back up a little bit on the roller coaster.
Yeah. There's hope. There's hope. You've kept the Teferi on top as well. So you know there's Teferi coming. You think, this is going to be great. Next turn, 2 turns from now, I'm going to jam the Teferi, and that'll be it. Tezzeret, sorry, not Teferi. One of them
It's 3 mana. It's pretty good either way.
And your opponent has another discard spell. More than that, it's a mind twist. So you're 50-50 to keep the Tezzeret.
50-50 to win the game immediately.
And instead you miss. And you must be thinking, wow, this is going really poorly. My hand's so bad, I'm going to skip the turn.
Yeah, take a little bit more time to think about this one. Hang on. Go ahead.
Your opponent ghost quarters you off of 1 color. You're thinking, wow, this is going so poorly. Untap, draw. Oh, hey, I win. Great. This is my day, actually. Yeah. I might not lose again today. If this is what it takes to beat me, no one's beating me.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those things where he'll go and tell his friends, and I don't know Shane as a person, I haven't met him before, but sometimes you run the bit where you go and talk to your homies after the round, and everyone's, either, oh, yeah, I won, blah, blah, or they're starting to tell their bad beats, and you're like, yeah, I mulled a 5, I got hit by 2 discard spells, and then you're like, and then I kill him on turn 3, ah!
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chris has seen Shane's strategy and said, mulliganing to 5 seemed good, right? Well, I'll take a mulligan as well. And he's also going to go to 5.
I mean, Shane won off it. Maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe.
This is
Maybe.
it. He said, that seemed good. It was dubious to me, but it worked out all right.
And Chris is smiling. He's giggling as it's happening. So he's like, it works. He knows what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. So Chris here will be looking for, number 1, some interaction, some way to break up Shane's combo. We saw him side in quite a number of artifacts, actually. There was the Damning Sphere, a few other pieces. Mono Black, of course, a little bit narrow in the interaction it can play. Has those discard spells. They're very good. But after that, you're not going to see a Collector Oof or a Kataki or a Stony Stance, that kind of thing.
Once the combo's in play, or once the cards are in the battlefield, there's not much Black can do. We don't have much Black artifact or enchantment removal. They have started printing a few little bits and pieces here and there. There is Oubliette as a way to beat artifacts from Black. But I would expect things like potentially Null Rod would be the only thing.
Null Rod's the big one.
Would be, slam dunk, we want this. And if Chris is bringing in haymakers like this out of the board, then I'm not surprised to see a mull this aggressively to try and figure out what we're doing here.
Now, Chris here just remembering that they have changed the mulligan rules and you get to draw 7 and then put 2 back rather than just draw 5.
What a dream. I kind of missed the old mulligan rules.
Absolutely not.
This one, you feel happiness when you're mulliganing because you're like, I can now sculpt my plan from 7 cards down to 5. I want to see the light fade from your eyes as you have less choices of what's going to be in your opening hand. And I want that shame to set in earlier.
Can't believe you're trying to stir up nostalgia for just more non-games of Magic.
Okay, back in my day, Ian. Okay.
And this is a really nice one here. We see Dreams of Steel and Oil that Christopher is keeping. Discard spell that takes artifacts. Really nice. And exiles them as well. So if you get to take the Time Vault with that,
Gonskis.
It's gone.
We brought up Bomberman before. That's not happening.
Yep.
That's not happening at all.
Meanwhile, Shane's hand looks pretty land heavy. I think you can see at least 4 lands in there. One of them is an Odawara.
Yep.
A Sveen's Reclamation. Love that card. I think
that's pretty good against discard spells.
It is really nice, yeah.
Pretty good.
Get back whatever they discard, and it has flashback.
And sometimes you can get back 2 things.
Yeah.
2 for 1? I love a little 2 for 1 against Mono Black.
It's like 3 unearths.
Okay, I'm down for 3 unearths.
For 8 mana, but still.
It's a lot of digging, but it's pretty good.
Look, it's a lot, but when your opponent's just throwing discard spells at you, Pretty good.
But you know
Pretty
what's
good.
pretty good against reanimating things from your graveyard? Dreams of Steel and Oil, which I think we're going to see fight off immediately.
You know what I find really interesting? Chris has all his fetch lands in his mono black deck.
Yeah, got to get that equity.
Just
The
just
0.1%
deck
of shuffle-
thinning?
Yeah, deck thinning. Absolutely.
I think I'd be off it purely because I don't have to shuffle. If I'm playing mono black, it's so that I don't have to shuffle.
I mean, there actually is a very good point, and we should bring this up. Avatar is legal for today.
It is. Pre-release weekend. We had a big pre-release last night.
We had 90 players, I think it was, around there. Repurposing Bay. There we go.
The
Love that
birthing
one.
pod. Artifact birthing pod. Yeah, we're going to take that one. That one seems good, I reckon.
That one's a sweet one.
Rip Apart's a really nice, flexible, interactive spell that these decks get access to. Can take out a small creature, can take out an artifact, enchantment. It's just a really flexible thing to deal with pretty much all of the hateful permanents that will
Yeah,
slow
for
you
sure.
down.
And it's one of those things that when you are playing these combo decks, most of your sideboard is not ways to interact with other combo decks or other decks. It is anti-hate cards. So you're trying to stop the hate pieces that are coming in for you, and be more of an interactive kind of deck slightly. We still want to be doing our unfair thing as much as possible. But here's Repurposing Bay, which is why we think this is, this is the take. Dreams of Steel and Oil can only take artifacts or creatures, so the other two aren't even an option. But good card, like the Bay. It's pretty fun.
One of the things about Shane's hand, of course, no one-drop, no proactive plays at the moment. But you know what is sort of a proactive play? Finding a Surveil land.
God, I'm a fan of Surveil lands.
They're really nice.
Do you remember when they came out and everyone was like, I think I'll play one?
Yeah, turns out.
Maybe. It's like, I'll play as many as you'll let me.
I'd like 2, maybe 3, to be honest.
We're going to see a lot of surveilling this weekend. There is, my Avatar point, I'll get back to it. We are expecting a few cards from Avatar to maybe be on camera, but there is one that will be on camera very many times this weekend.
Yeah, there will.
We got a certain reader in the room. I'm going to call it the Mrs. Lathurus this weekend. My grade school librarian, her name was Mrs. Lathurus, and we are talking about One Shitong Librarian. There's a lot of shuffling in this format. One Shitong loves a little shuffling. Can we get One Shitong up on the screen? This is probably the best card from Avatar for 7 point. It is honestly not close. And there's a reason this card's price tag is also very, very high. This is a blue X legend with flash. It's not even on our database yet. Interesting. Oh no, here we go. We got it.
Go. There are...
The Librarian itself. God, I love this card. So, we're having a bit of an issue with the card image coming up, but I'll explain. It's an X blue, flash, flying, vigilance, 1/1. It is a bird spirit.
That doesn't seem that good, Dylan.
It's not that great, no. What's the X cost for? Well, when it enters, you put X +1/+1 counters on it, and you draw half X cards rounded down.
Okay, so it's like a Flash Hydroid Crisis.
Yeah, which is pretty good. A Flash Hydroid Crisis, not bad.
Okay.
You don't gain life, though.
But
Well,
Flash is nice.
Flash is
I don't have
nice.
to put green cards in my deck.
Yeah, and you can play it for just 2.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, it's got another ability. When your opponent shuffles their
Or
library...
when they search.
Yeah, when they search their library, sorry, you put a +1/+1 counter on One Shitong, gets bigger, and you draw a card.
Gee, I wonder if there's much searching in this format.
Yeah, every deck is going to be on a large number of fetch lands. Every deck has some form of tutoring. We see Worldly Tutor in the format. We see Mystical Tutor. We see things like Stoneforge Mystic. We even see the spicy Cataran Summons, which is going to come up a little bit in the future. But yeah, this card is going to be making some waves today.
Meanwhile, back down the game, Christopher has decided to go after Shane's lands. So he
Oh,
played
yeah.
that Wasteland, and Shane said, that's fine, I'm going to fetch a basic. That'll stop your Wasteland.
Playing around it.
And Shane said, bet. And Wastelanded the second land, and is now playing a small box.
Oh my god, that's a contamination. Christopher also clearly a fan of the Future Sight borders. We've got the Future Sight Contamination. We've got the Future Sight Mind Twist in hand as well.
So
Huge.
we're down to 1 land for Chris, no
One card
lands
in
for
hand.
Shane, 1 card in hand for Chris. Shane has 5 cards in hand due to the mulligan to 5 that we saw from
Yeah.
Christopher. Christopher said, I might be mulliganing down to not many resources, but you're also going to have no resources.
Just guns pointed at each other, just like, what are we going to do here?
There's a Dismember for turn, and there's another Future Sight. I believe that was the Mind
That's
Twist.
the Mind
we said.
Twist, yeah.
That one not so great with only 1 land in play.
No, but, we could draw more lands.
That's
We
true.
could- we
I
could
bet
get
there's a
there.
Dark Ritual in this deck.
Honestly, I would have loved to see Dark Ritual. Let's hit 2. I'm betting it on black again.
Maybe I'll take you as 2 spells.
Yeah.
Shane says, that's fine, I've got more lands.
Second Surveil land has entered the battlefield.
Yeah. I've got 2 more lands in my hand. We can keep doing this. That's all right.
A lot
Slow
of
and
thought on
steady.
this one. Another fetch land. Okay, he's like, how many more things can you possibly have that are going to ruin my
Great.
lands?
Shane's like, I got 2 more lands, but like,
Maybe do I want a fourth?
do I want the 4th land? Maybe.
Okay, we got
Voltaic Servant is back.
card B of the A plus B combo. One of
Volty, yeah, one of the many
B cards.
B cards.
So Shane's just looking for the A card, which honestly, I think that's going to be a lot of his weekend is going to be summed up with, where is my Time Vault, please?
That is sort of the name of the deck. And we haven't called it Time Vault because there is a PO in the deck. So Shane actually already had the 4th land. He was thinking about the 5th land.
That does flash back the Savines, so
That's true.
I'm not against it. And this is the worst part as well, when you thought seize and you see the Savines that I mean, you knew about the Savines, right? But you're like, I don't want to give it to your graveyard. Like,
It's coming back anyway.
it's coming back anyway. I see the lands you've got.
And now the beatdowns begin.
Boom. And you know what? Another combo in Shane's deck. Beginning of his end step. Okay, never mind.
Well, that was a fun game. Right up until Shane drew the busted card.
You know what you can't do? Thought seize the top of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll be Shane moving on to 1-0. As we come back to the booth, you can come look at our beautiful faces again.
Not gonna lie, I want to see more of this Time Vault deck over this weekend because that looked so sick.
That did look sick.
That was just miserable.
That was really cool. Yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed just the Voltaic Servant beatdowns.
I was about to bring up the fact that it's a combo in itself. You know, it attacks for 1 and then end step, untaps itself.
Absolutely.
Blocker as well.
Yeah,
I'm like, vigilance with way more words.
I just love the sort of scrappy games
Yeah.
that you get there. Like, this is not how either of these decks plan to go, but we're just going to sort of make do with what we've got.
Watching combo decks fail and being like,
Attack for 1, I guess? Like, 1? I mean, I guess, like...
Brennan was saying yesterday that he made the other combination that Storm is capable of attack you with my Baleful Strix, untap it with Tezzeret.
Ooh, yesterday
Broken.
I play against Richard, and I put a Dark Confidant in play on turn 1, and he put a Thunder Trap Trainer in play on turn 2, and started beating me down with it. 5 turns later, I had to block with my Dark Confidant and trade it, because otherwise I was going to die to the combination of this 1-2 beating me down and my own Bob.
I love that. I mean, I'm always going to be on the side of Thunder Trap Trainer in this situation. That is one of my favorite Magic cards of all time.
It's really sweet. Hey, you know what? We're both Otter enjoyers.
We are. I ruined Ian for this, by the way.
You absolutely did. You called me in on that. And they banned our card. They banned This Town Ain't Big Enough, and we couldn't play Otters. But you know what new card they printed in Avatar?
Boomerang Basics, yeah. The second this round is finished, I'm going to go buy my foils. I need to be playing some Boomerang Basics, and I'm getting my lesson on.
Yeah, I picked them up yesterday from MTG Bazaar. Came in and said, I need 4 of those.
Here we go.
We're going to play Otters. Otters is back on the menu.
Oh, I'll send you the list. Don't worry. I got you.
Excellent.
I got you.
Excellent. You catch me between rounds, just on my phone, on a random, just bounce. But yeah, great. Roping out. Excellent.
Bouncing on this Storm Chaser's talons.
Great. It's round 1. We're already getting banned from Twitch. Perfect. We're here alongside 310 players. That's round 1 down. Shane starting
Done and
off
dusted.
exactly as he would like. He's 1 down. 12 rounds, so probably looking about 9-10 wins, something like that needed.
I would assume around that 9 mark. Like a 9-1-2 or a 9-2-1 is probably going to be a nice safe spot for the top 8 here.
First step though, 5 wins to get into day 2. So he's 20% of the way there.
Yeah, we're most of the way there. You know, 20%. We can get there. I think given how well that went, on how many horrible interactions that happened for Shane, I'd be cheering. I'd be like, that's got to be most of my bad luck gone, and I'm still here.
100%.
Like,
after that game 1, you'd be thinking, if that couldn't beat me, no one's beating me.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is my day, actually.
Big fan. Well, look, we're going to have 155 happy players in the room after the end of this round, and 155 slightly sad players, but they'll bounce back.
You don't know. There might be some unintentional draws where both players are a bit unsatisfied.
You know what? True. So we're going to be at least 50% unhappy.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
kind of the benchmark here. But look, we've got a lot of content for you guys to come up. It's not just going to be blank screens after we finish rounds. So even if there are some rounds that finish quite early, I mean, I did Canberra 5 earlier this year, and we had a 6-minute round. That was pretty brutal. And it wasn't even like a burn or an insane combo deck. It was just white-black taxes versus Jund, and the Jund player just didn't get to put lands into play. That was just...
Awesome.
Yeah,
great. We love Highlander. Some really fun
amazing games. So yeah, we're going to wrap this up for round 1, throw to some extra coverage. So
yep, absolutely. That'll be all from us here. We'll be back soon.
All right, and welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by Scott 1, the Scottest of all Scots.
The very first Scott.
Yeah, so, not to be confused with Scott Dose, that we've also talked to today, but how you been going today?
Pretty good, yeah. I didn't get to play the event today, but I'm looking forward to playing a bit of Jund throughout the event. So, yeah, it should be fun.
Fantastic. All right, well, you as you said, you've registered Jund, so let's have a look at the deck.
Okay, so just a precursor. I was going to play Dimir Moons like 5 minutes ago. So I kind of made the switch because I felt like Dimir was too big-brained for me. I kind of played a bit of it and felt like you're kind of always looking for really tight edges all the time. And Jund doesn't play that way, in my opinion. Jund is you play to your hand and you play to the strength in your hand. And for me, with a long event, I get tired pretty easily. This deck kind of plays itself to a certain degree, at least by comparison to like Grixis or the other blue decks. So land suite's pretty standard. You've got your Boseiju in there for some, for artifact hate, or if you need to hit like a Saga or something like that. So I like the Boseiju in here. There's the Ice Till package, which I think is really good as well. I think some Jund lists aren't bothering with it. I think it's really good. It's kind of hitting all the nice utility lands as well. Yeah, like the Saga is really a pain for this deck, I've found, where you can't really deal with the material that is made by that card. So you want to try and deal with that as best you can. I feel like this package is really good for that. I've been really enjoying hymning people as well, because I don't think I've ever been able to do that in this format before.
Yeah, that's pretty hot. I do like a good hymn myself.
Yeah, it's quite nice, especially when you smash the 2 lands out of their hand and they can't continue to play Magic. That feels pretty good.
Do you think that's the musician in you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they just don't get to play. Yeah, only I get to perform. Okay, you're the mere audience in this spectacle. Grist has also been crazy good. I feel like there are a lot of decks at the moment that aren't going particularly wide. It feels like a lot of the threats are sort of single sticky threats, and to be honest, when the Grist lands, when the board is, well, let's say I've got like a Dork or something that I'm not really using, or some other kind of material, I find the Grist just gets rid of the things that the deck sometimes struggles with, especially if I'm not seeing any of the hard removal. So Grist has been absolutely insane for me. And I think just ripping people's hands apart with the 3, the Duress, the Inquisition, the Thoughtseize is always good. I think Duress is better at the moment, considering, or in comparison to, say, Dreams of Steel and Oil, because I think that there are a lot of degenerate kind of combo lists that are running, like your Storm and Grixis have a lot of decent spells you kind of want to take out of their hands, and then you've also got some of the fast mana in artifacts, which are good to get rid of. And again, like the thing that I found with this list is if artifacts gets ahead early, it's really hard to play catch up against them, because they just essentially go bigger than you. So having the Duress over the Dreams of Steel and Oil, I think, has been a good shift that I made sort of at the last minute. What else?
Well, you have a huge creature package here, right? So as we got it laid out, you can see that this is just the biggest category by far, maybe the exception of lands, but, when we're going through this, there are obviously some functional pieces like some Dorks and all the rest of it, but which of these creatures has impressed you the most in playtesting?
Ooh. Let me have a quick little squiz. I mean, I've always found Overlord to be insane just because of its utility. So you play it on turn 2 and you find the best creature out of your bin. That always feels good, especially when you've got cards like Morlock, and like even Deathrite is nice to get off of it, or an Emperor Bones, And then if it gets later into the game, you just hardcast it and find a Fury or a Shieldred or any of your bigger threats. So I feel like the Overlord has been really impressive. I've always loved Pyrogoyf, considering you've got the triple Goyf package. So sometimes you get the degenerate line of playing the Pyrogoyf first and then ripping into a Tarmogoyf, and that's disgusting. So I really like that. Fury, I find a little hit or miss in the format. I feel like sometimes it's insane if you're versing like Legends or something like that, but then it feels like sometimes it can be a bit of a dead card. And of course, Deadpool is just stupid. Stealing people's text boxes is not what Magic should be about.
Yeah, we've seen that card in a few deck lists already. So, yeah, it looks like a really good package. Obviously, you've got a Fable, and you've got your removal suite as usual. The one thing that really stands out to me is the Worldly Tutor. Now, that probably goes with the Metamorphosis Fanatic. Is that correct?
Yeah, it does. I feel like this sort of little 2-card combo is just, it's so effective in the late game. And sometimes, you might find that you play an Overlord and then the next turn you tutor into your Metamorphosis Fanatic to get another creature out of the bin straight into play. Like, there are ways to kind of get things into the bin effectively that will trigger this effect. I guess an insane corner case would be to discard something yourself and then get it back with Metamorphosis if you really want to do that. But I feel like at the moment 7 Point is filled with all of these little, 2-card, 3-card packages that all work really nicely together. And I think Jund does a really good job of having access to a lot of those in the single deck. So yeah, it's the combination of the Ice Stills and the Worldly Tutor and the Metamorphosis that I think is really cool.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Scott, thanks very much for the time and taking us through your voyage into Magic the Gathering. And that was a good fun. Yeah, not bad. Anyway, we'll see you guys back in a second.
I have designed this speaker to amplify my thoughts so people will quit asking me for sandwiches. That should work, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Space Ghost.
Go ahead,
My
Moltar.
show was...
Yeah, we poked you with sticks till you fell down. Remember?
You sure I didn't harness the power of the sun?
No, it's definitely sticks. Beaten with sticks.
All right, go get 'em. How's it going, man? Ow! No!
You cut him out. Just leave that stick.
Ow! Not there! Ow! Ow!
Are you still here?
Welcome to the program.
I'm sorry. I thought the show was over.
It started?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the event to end all events. I am Dylan Brown again, and this time I'm joined by
Matt Ensign.
And Matt is also judging this event. So this is a nice little sneak peek behind the curtain, figure out what's going on the other side.
Look, the other side is always going to be a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. Look, I get to yap all day. You have to deal with people yapping. It's a whole thing.
Look.
How many rulings have you had today about Deadpool?
Deadpool itself is about half of my rulings so far already.
I would expect that. Deadpool, very, very complicated card. Doesn't exactly do what it says on the card, and most players don't really understand how layers work, which is going to be a bit of a problem for you guys, having to constantly, how does my card work again? How does my card work?
Often it's, how does my opponent's card work? I need to read their text box and I don't understand it. Please help.
Yeah, this card is a bit of a nightmare. We haven't seen it on coverage yet, though, and I don't think we're going to see it today, or at least this round. We have Tyrone Phillips on Goblins versus Rowan Millers on Bant Jewel Shops. So it looks like players are ready to go, so we're going to throw straight down to the feature match here. And the Goblins combo deck we're looking at, it looks like we're going to mull to 6. We've done a quick check of Tyrone's list. There is a Mox Ruby, we've got City of Traders and Ancient Tomb as our fast mana kind of engine to power out things like Muxus, which is basically the headliner of this deck. But then we've also got the Kiki Jiki combo with Conspicuous Snoop.
Whole way, let's go.
Exactly. And then on Rowan's side, we have Bant Jewel Shops. So we're just going to have a quick look at the deck list here. Okay. So we've got blue for things like Stock Up. We have green for things like sowing Mycospawn. We've got Portable Hole as the white. We've got the Talisman of Unity and Curiosity to help pay for this. We have a card called Thunderhawk Gunship that I have honestly never seen in my life.
We'll see how that looks on
So
camera.
I might pull that
Let's
up.
pull that
and
one up.
See what Thunderhawk... It's got a name that honestly evokes some imagery. So let me have a look at Thunderhawk Gunship. There it is. Okay.
Like we've kept our 6-card hand here.
And we're starting on a Verdant Catacombs. So card should be showing up.
Oh, Workshop off the bat.
Oh.
Workshop
And
Talisman?
is this a 7 that we're keeping? No, this must have been a Mulder 6 because Rowan was on the draw. So turn 1 Workshop Talisman map.
Looks like Rowan kept his 7. Still got 5 cards in hand.
Okay, there we go. And we're going to go fetching from Tyrone. Now, we do have at least one Survey land in the list. We've got a Raucous Theatre, so we might be looking for that if we didn't have a turn 1 play. There it is.
Cold shot.
Cold shot. That's why they pay me the big bucks. So this is an interesting matchup. I've not seen these two decks ever play against each other, personally. So I'm keen to see how this goes. What is your gut feeling on this?
When I'm looking at these two deck lists, it seems to me like this Bant Jewel Shops deck is going to be able to build a pretty significant board presence pretty quickly, especially with all this fast mana from the Workshop start. So I'd be looking out for the Goblins combo deck to try and go full combo here.
Yeah, we want to be rushing on this. I think we wanted more pressure than we probably originally started with.
Moria Marauders.
That is Moria Marauders.
Classic Lord of the Rings cards.
Lord of the Rings galore. Matt, a known Universes Beyond hater, but unfortunately he's the one who knows exactly what this card is because you played at the Pro Tour that this card was in.
I did. I actually got soundly beaten by this card at the Pro Tour in my second draft.
Well, look, let's hope that that Tyrone is just as lucky as your opponent is, and this Moria Marauders gets to go all the way. But that is
Ballista
a
for 3.
huge Ballista on turn 2.
Sorry, little goblin.
And if Tyrone doesn't have a way to answer this Ballista, this is going to get out of hand really, really quickly. We're going to be able to constantly pump this thing up, and most of the Goblins have a pretty miserable stat line unless they are in clumps with Lords. But once again, the Lords also have pretty miserable stat lines.
Over here we have multiple bodies.
Mog War Marshal, love it, but small bodies. And it looks like Tyrone's running out of gas and has kind of gotten a bit flooded. I see 2 more lands in the hand, plus what looked like a Boggart Trawler.
It will make it quite difficult. Boggart Trawler, City of Traders, and another fetch land.
The good thing about this Goblins deck is we have access to 6 mana. So Muxus off the top is always going to be a good thing that we can be doing. So I'll pull up Muxus as well, because this is the whole reason, really, to be in Goblins in the 7-point format. Goblins is not exactly something that is going to naturally compete on power level with things like all these combo decks, all these Grixis decks, but Muxus gives you not only a massive burst of mana, it gives you so many Goblins that just come into play when I'm pretty sure almost every card in Tyrone's deck says the word Goblin in the name, definitely in the creature type.
Oh, the vast majority definitely say it in the name. This Tezzeret, Edge of Eternities. What are
This
we finding?
is Cruel Captain looking for a
Mana
Mana
Vault?
Vault. Very pretty Mana Vault too. Very, very pretty Mana Vault.
You a fan of the Masterpiece Mana Vaults?
Look, the masterpieces get me one way or another. There are some that I think are absolutely gorgeous, and others that are just too gaudy for me. But it also is one of those things, when you foil out a deck, or you go for like as pretty as possible, are you gonna get the same one? Because these masterworks are a lot of money too. Is this a kicked microspawn? No, it's just, okay, it's not kicked. This is a lot of mana that Rowan's been able to develop in just 3 turns. This is crazy. I love these shop decks when they have their good draws. And it looks like we're looking at an Urza's Saga here, playing more of a grindy game plan. We have a Tron land in hand.
Is that also a monolith?
It may be. It's hard to tell. Rowan is keeping his cards very close to the chest here. But yeah, very powerful board here already. Ballista very easily able to take out both the creatures in play if they wanted to.
I'd be looking to try and generate a few more points of mana there. Maybe possibly find something going for it.
Oh, here we go. We do have Academy being brought to the front. No, back to the Saga? Okay. There are a lot of unique lands in this shop's deck. We saw the Talon Gates of Madara as an option there as well. There's going to be Abstergo Entertainment, I'm almost certain of. And that is possibly one of the worst case scenarios for Tyrone here, is drawing an extra land. And this is Den of the Bugbear.
At least this one is also a goblin.
Yeah, you know what? It makes goblins. That's pretty good. Not going to have a shortage of creatures, to be fair. We don't pay the echo cost on the Mog War Marshal, so we're going to get another token here. And we're going to get the Bogart Troller, get rid of that.
Unfortunately, another
symmetry.
3-1.
Yeah, exactly.
This Ballista's doing a good job holding down this fort.
Yeah, Ballista is cleaning up house on this board. And honestly, if we had an advantage bar available to us, it would be so heavily in Rowan's favor. It might be off the screen, to be honest.
What, the hole off the top?
So there we go. We get to the Tezzeret to effectively be plus
It's
0.
Tower, Brushland, and a portable hole.
There we go. Brushland. Yeah, I think it was I think Volty was the one who started pioneering this, like the at least green-white shops, and then Rowan's taken it a step further, adding in blue for things like stock up, which, you know, when you've got such big bursts of mana and then you don't have anything to do with it, that's always the worst feeling, playing these big mana decks. But stock up's going to give you an option, and all these redundant shooters. We're going to get another one of our fancy lands. What are we looking for here?
In the Academy for sure, right?
Yes.
With the
Oh,
Ballista in
baby.
play, Academy just seems like the go-to land.
This feels like you're a chess coach, you know, by day. Would you say this is check or checkmate at this point in the game?
It does feel like a checkmate, but there is the seaming out of Muxus off the top.
Yeah, I
or
think
one of the matron-style tutors. Go and find it.
Yeah, exactly. And like, we're not completely out of the game, but it is looking really, really rough. I think Tyrone probably is going to get 2 more draw steps from here. And if neither of them are Muxus or a matron, we are gone.
I think this might be heading to sideboards pretty soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, and luckily, Tyrone does have some pretty good sideboard options for this matchup. We're looking at it now. We've got Blood Moon, we've got Collector
Collector
Oof,
Oof is looking pretty good.
we
yeah.
have Goblin Trashmaster,
And a Null Rod.
Magus of the Moon. We're not short on ways to beat up on the unfair big mana strategies. So, you know, Tyrone came prepared, and this might be just a case of sometimes you're going to get me game 1, you know? Maybe I'd rather have
there's
my
the
deck.
Mox.
Pretty. A lot of points invested in that, but, you know, Goblins is definitely at its best when it's able to get on the board quick and develop these overwhelming presences. But unfortunately, this Ballista is just absolutely saying no to a lot of this. So this is 3 mana. We're going to make a Construct. We're going to be looking at a 4/4 here. So likely going to see Construct in front of the Den, Ballista in front of the Goblins.
Hopefully there's no mistake here by taking counter off.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're just going to let the Tezzeret die. I think the power of the Ballista is more impactful than the actual, you know, saving the Tezzeret and maybe trying to get another tutor out of it, given how powerful our board is already.
It's definitely one of those lessons you only learn once.
Yeah, exactly. And as a judge, you see this very frequently.
Time in, time out. I've done it myself.
Okay, so looks like we are in Rowan's main phase with the probably
No,
the...
we're
no, we're in
untapping.
upkeep. Okay, so we're untapping the Mana Vault to not pay the life there with the 4 mana. And then
Lodestone Gold.
we're going to look at this Urza's Saga. We are
What
going
are
to
we
make another
finding?
Construct. Ooh, what are we going to find off this? I don't think we're short on any form of mana, so I would assume it's going to be something maybe like a I mean, he's pulling Candelabra to the
Candelabra
front here.
seems pretty good. Make
I
this
would think
Ballista
maybe even a Shadow Spear, just to really put yourself out of reach of anything that could possibly happen here.
going for the Shadow Spear. Well,
There we
well
go.
played.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, baby. Yeah, look, with this Shadow Spear being put onto the construct, we are looking at, what are we now, 6? 6 power plus the 1 from the Shadow Spear itself. So it's going to be plus, it'll be a 7/7 lifelink trampler. That's really going to feel like this game is going to be put out
The
of way.
Lodestone.
And this shuts off the answer for Muxus as well, because Lodestone's going to make the Muxus cost 7. So I think we're basically saying this is going to be the end of the game, unfortunately. Or fortunately if you're Rowan.
Look, it does lead more time for these sideboarding games where Tyrone should have far more interaction for this very unfair shop stack.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, and that's going to be the concession there. Yeah, okay, so let's get into these sideboards. What does Rowan have for this kind of matchup? Because there is definitely the possibility that Tyrone is able to, have a turn 1 or 2 hate piece in the form of like Magus of the Moon, Collector Roof, Null Rod to really, shut Rowan down. Does Rowan have any options for this? We're just going to have a look at the deck list in a second and see what we can figure out. Ah, here we go. We've got the deck list up on the screen. So I'm assuming this Get Lost has to come in here. The Witch Enchanter I wouldn't hate as well. Thief of Existence.
The Archon of Mirror could be an interesting option.
Yeah, I don't hate the
Bring
Archon
things
either.
come into play tapped. Shuts off the haste angles.
It's going to shut off Muxus as well really hard. Interesting to have the Khan the Great Creator in the sideboard. It does disincentivize you from having, your entire sideboard made up of artifacts. So maybe we can trim on some of the spicier artifacts in the main, bring the Khan in other matchups. I don't think this is going to be the matchup where you particularly care about it.
I do believe that has been the plan for most of these green-white shop stacks of late.
Interesting, okay.
I'd let you have more impactful colored sideboard cards that you can bring in for your matchups. Let you take out some of your main deck combo pieces, but you can still have access to them just with
for
your
sure.
single Khan.
And then we see the collection of incredible lands that this shop stack is all built around. We've got, Gaia's Cradle, City of Traders, Urza's Saga, Planar Nexus, recently pointed, Workshop, Academy. You've even got, Urza's Cave and Urza's Workshop. A lot of workshops and, a lot of construction going on.
Did we just type in Urza's in our land search and just said all in?
All in, all of them. Okay, and yeah, here we go. This is Tyrone's list popping up here.
Oh, our Collector Roof is looking like an all-star right now.
Instantly. I think we're bringing in Oof, Trashmaster, Magus, Blood Moon, Null Rod. So we've got a lot of really heavy impact cards here. And then some of these goblins that are not going to be, looking too crash hot are probably coming out as well. So
How do you feel about the Fury in this matchup?
I think Fury's got to go. I think, even though it's a free spell that's going to be able to kill, maybe a Construct token, maybe a Lodestone Golem, that kind of thing, I think a lot of the creatures are just going to quickly outscale this, especially the Saga tokens, that maybe the Fury doesn't even get to hit something. And I'd rather have more of a heavy impact card in that slot.
With Tyrone on the play, there may be the option of just going really wide really quickly and then having Fury to try and clear up any blocker that gets played.
True, I could see that as an angle as well.
It does feel like he's going to try and go more of the controlling route, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Try and put a lot of these shut your deck down style sideboard bullets in.
For sure, for sure. I mean, we could even see the Pick Your Poison was in Rowan's sideboard, not in Tyrone's. I was about to say, Pick Your Poison also another all-star into the shop's deck. But,
all-star into the Goblins matchup? Maybe
not so much.
Not so good. Hey, it is an answer to that Null Rod.
Look, sometimes goblins fly. Okay, we've had Goblin Catapult. There is definitely like a Goblin Kite Sailor or something like that. Basically, if you find like Goblin plus job title and you find search that, it's going to be a magic card.
What if I just throw my Goblins?
Yeah,
Does that count as flying?
We've got many of them. Goblins are notorious little shitters that run around and do silly things.
Sling Gang Lieutenant, that helps, right?
Exactly. You've got a catapult in the art.
That will get there. Shuffling up, getting ready for game 2.
Yeah, I think Tyrone being on the play here is going to help quite a lot. I mean, obviously it was on the play game 1, but now we have more impactful cards. We're actually going to be able to, fight as unfairly into Rowan as possible.
Hopefully we get to keep 7 this time.
Fingers crossed. And also, Rowan registers this deck knowing the game 1 is so good against so many matchups, and then knowing how many people have, 4 to 5 sideboard cards dedicated for anti-artifacts, anti-combo, and anti-land stuff. You're in for a rough game 2 and 3 a lot of the time, but you sign up for this, It's like when you play like Dredge in
I was
Vintage.
about to say it's the old Dredge prospect.
Exactly.
I win every game 1, I just have to squeak out a game 2 or 3 somewhere.
Exactly. Rowan loves a little bit of stressful gameplay. Okay,
A
so
little bit better.
we've got, looks like Draconautics Engineer in the hand, Blood Crypt. Oh
2 land hands.
yeah, we have
Is that
a...
sharpshooter?
It does look like a sharpshooter, yeah. Goblin Chieftain, I think, is at the very back there as well.
Yeah, it's a Goblin Chieftain.
And then on Rowan's side, from what I can see... Oh, this is the Mobilize Goblin as well in hand. So Skirt
Good
Prospector. Now, interestingly, Mobilize, you sack the token at end of turn, correct?
Yes.
And so you're going to be able to, utilize that. Oh, but they're soldiers, and Prospector only sacrifices goblins for mana. That could have been a nice little combo if, I actually knew how to play Magic. So looking at Rowan's hand, looks like I can see Tezzeret, Trinisphere, Beseiju. That looks like the Get Lost we were
And
talking
we've got
about.
the Lodestone Golem.
Planar Nexus, and then one of the lands that's from Edge of Eternities. I can't tell if it's like Gemstone. It wouldn't be a Gemstone Caverns because that would have already been put into play. It might be like Ancient Tomb or City of Traders, one of the two. And now Planar Nexus operating as all named lands means it is also Urza's Mine and Urza's Tower. So this power plant's going to tap for 2 mana on turn 2. Pretty nice. We get to lock out this Trinisphere early. But we're just going to play a 3-drop anyway. Shove. Look at that. Tyrone is ready.
Time-honored tradition, goblins go sideways.
Can't be mad. Here you go. Life total dropping all the way down to 10 off that attack. Yeah, look. Rowan.
I don't know if this Lodestone Golem's going to cut it.
I don't think so either. That is a workshop off the top, though, which is huge. That is a
Ooh.
very big pickup. But
No white source for this Get Lost, which means the Goblin Chieftain's going to stick around.
we can filter mana through the Planar Nexus, I believe. So we do potentially have the option for this Get Lost. But we're actually making our own Get Lost cost more mana because of our own Trinisphere. It is not a one-way effect. That is symmetrical. So yeah, Planar Nexus I'm going to put up on the screen here as well, if it lets me, which is every non-basic land type. It can filter into colored mana for, a bit of a cost. There's the Lodestone Golem. So it looks like that's an Eldrazi Temple was the Edge of Eternity's land. Interesting, okay.
Did we get the land off the top?
We
We've got the Lieutenant in hand, but we're one short.
not have the land. But I think once again, Tyrone is just going to turn everything 90 degrees and send a message.
Well, we've always got the option of sacking a Goblin for a red mana.
True. We can just get the Lieutenant down there. Oh, I love the finger math. When players start pulling out the finger math.
It's the post-combat Lieutenant, sack everything.
Yeah. Not the Prospector. Clever.
Not risking it.
Clever.
Take 6, drop to 4,
And then sack.
sack everything.
Prospector, baby. Pew, pew, pew. Bang, bang. All right.
Very quick, very smooth.
That's exactly what Tyrone needed, right? We needed a slightly slower start from Rowan. And even then, we say slower start. He has a turn 2 Trinisphere on the draw. He has a turn 3 Lodestone Golem. Your spells cost 100 mana, but not enough.
I guess we're looking for that turn 1 Trinisphere.
Yeah, exactly. Workshop off the top on turn 3 as well. Just
We did draw the workshop, just touch too late.
Them's the breaks. And Tyrone beating the brakes off Rowan right there. All right. Tyrone's got a bit more pep in their step. Let's see how game 3 is going to go.
With shops on the play, this could be a little bit more difficult for Tyrone. I think he may need to be finding some of those sideboard cards this time around.
I would expect a more aggressive mulligan pattern for sure. Because, yeah, these big mana decks, the more time they have, the advantage scales so aggressively. I'm pretty sure, from knowing you for close to 20 years now, these would be 2 of the decks you would hate to play against the most on any deck you would happily play in a tournament.
I will have you know, I have played Goblins at Nationals,
Once,
and I top 8 at that Nationals playing my Mono Ray Goblins. Let's go.
which is people who don't know you from that long ago. This was Nationals in 2010, I believe, maybe 2009.
It was 10, maybe 11.
Okay, around that
was around
time
that time.
period, yeah. No one would believe you if they hadn't met you in the last 10 years that you would have ever registered Goblin Guide in a Magic tournament.
Any new Magic player who's come from the Arena Age would never believe.
No.
You
would-
have to be there to experience.
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, Matt used to play Goblins at Nationals, and they'd be like, how did he fit Islands in the Goblins deck?
I will find a way.
Matt notoriously known in almost every circle in Australia as Esper Singlet Giga Chad, because there's 2 things known about this man, is that he always wears a singlet and he only plays Esper colors. The singlet's currently under the shirt he's wearing.
It's very unfortunate, but it's there.
The only time in 20 years I've seen you without a singlet on was at your own wedding. And at that point, what were you wearing?
I was wearing my formal singlet, also known as a vest. Ooh, very interesting. We're relying heavily on this lackey.
Oh my god. One land hand lackey, and yeah, Tyrone drumming the table, being like, don't do anything. I mean, turn one Spire of
He
Industries.
did draw the Muxus. Lackey into Muxus
Oh
could
my
be
god, that's
game
huge.
over. Let's see what we've got.
We have a very slow start from Tyrone. Like, we have turn one Spire of Industries, which doesn't, inspire anything. But we do have City of Traders. So do we have a blocker for 3 mana, or...
Tezzeret.
Okay. Okay. Does Tezzeret have a way to interrupt this lackey for 0? We're looking up the list now to see, but I really don't know if we have a way to stop this lackey. And if this hits and Muxus comes into play on turn 2, that just might be...
Turn 2 Muxus seems pretty insane.
Oh, yep, he's just getting Mana Vault here.
That is going to be real risky. Let's
Swing.
see this
You.
Muxus.
I love the point. Boom!
Oh, here we
Muxus.
go. Turn 2 Muxus.
All right. Flip it, baby. Here we go. How many goblins are coming into play? Oh, no, it's
3
only
lands.
3.
At least the munitions
Sorry,
expert.
no, sorry, it's 4. It's 4, because
The Ignoble Hierarch, yep.
also a goblin now. And
Yes.
Trash Master. I
Yeah.
believe that's a Trash Master at the top.
Munitions expert, Trash Master.
Huh, combination gaming. Bang, Tezzeret's gone.
Do we have enough mana to cast it on all his dust? This may be a little difficult.
Potentially. I mean, do we have the All Is Dust in hand? It looks like we have the Nugan.
We've got Nugan. All right. So here's an 8-drop, though.
And this is a massive board. This is huge. Trashmaster not only pumping other goblins, but having the ability to sack a goblin to destroy an artifact too, means this prison strategy that Rowan could try to assemble is going to be really hard to actually keep the mana flowing, especially with this Mana Vault. I don't know if Rowan expected the Tezzeret to die this turn. I mean, pretty lucky to hit the munitions expert, but you can see deep in the tank now.
Look, the lackey dropping in the Muxus is always going to feel rough.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to be a little bit short with the portable hole coming a bit too late.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the portable hole as well. And, I mean, we'd have to play the Mana Vault and then play the portable hole, taking a life off the Spire, because we don't have an artifact currently in play. But yeah, I think the damage is just done here. This is an crazy start from Tyrone. From how rough Game 1 looked to seeing how dominant Games 2 and 3 have been.
Look, this is the power of Goblin Lucky. It's been a menace for so long.
Tyrone just with the classic office look at the camera, smile, like, yep.
We did it. We did it.
Just how I drew it up, baby.
Rowan is going through the same finger math this time.
Yep. How did I get here? It's just wrong. Abstergo
Goodbye, City.
Entertainment. City of Traders gone. We're still floating 1 mana. We got a reader. Look, to be honest, I'm going to pull that one up too, because Abstergo Entertainment, very new card from Assassin's Creed, and sees almost no play anywhere else. But it is quite an interesting card that is graveyard hate, but also lets you rebuy historic permanents. So a lot of the times you'll see decks, with these shop strategies, they'll try and recycle some lands. So they'll
casting a Kozilek's Command?
No, this looks like an Eldrazi
Eldrazi
Confluence. Interesting choice. Okay. So we're going to sack the Muxus to blow up the Mana Vault, and we're going to lose the Trashmaster to the Confluence. So I believe Eldrazi Confluence gives -3/-3 to...
+3/-3.
+3/-3. Okay, so it's the same as the Eldrazi weird pump spell that used to be used as a removal spell in Modern at the same time as well. Hold up.
So we've cast a portable hole.
But we don't have an artifact to make the white mana. We might want to pause the game there for a second.
Did we float the white mana in response to the...
Yeah, the mana
Taskmaster
wasn't floated
sacrifice?
because he's tapped the Spire of Industry.
Yeah, we said we're tapping in response to the second. Yeah, we
Okay, sure. The players are saying, I verbally said it, which obviously we can't hear from the feature match, but then he's made the manual action after it's gone. So that's fine. If the players are understanding what's going on, this is one of the things that, unfortunately, for coverage, we're the eye in the sky. We can see all the hidden information as well. We can't hear anything. So we don't get to get that aspect from the players. So all is above board, that's fine. And seemingly, Rowan's able to dismantle a large part of the board there. The Lackey's gone, the Muxus is gone, the Trashmaster's gone.
It's a lot of power that's been removed.
A lot of power. Now, we still have 6 cards in hand, and they're all dudes. Every single card in Tyrone's hand is a creature. That's the Moria Marauder from last game as well.
You reckon we'll see the Walking Ballista off the top, just like game
I'd
1?
hope not. Ooh, okay.
So Matron?
Matron versus Arid Meter. Matron going into exile there.
What else can we see?
I can see a Deathrite Shaman, a Draconautics Engineer. There's the Conspicuous Snoop. And that looks like a Horde Master. And I think it's still that Mobilized Goblin, which is about to come into play. So there we go. Mobilized Goblin baby off the fetch land. All right, Rowan gets another turn, which did not look likely, given how powerful Tyrone's turn 2 was.
The Eldrazi command confluence off the top
Was huge.
was very, very,
That,
very crucial.
Is that Pick Your Poison? Rowan did bring it in. There you go, as a combo answer for...
Needed the answer to Null Rod.
Or Blood Moon as well, being a flexible option there. No Goblins with Flying in play at the moment, though.
Disappointing.
Ah, damn. And unfortunately, this is one of those things with cards like Pick Your Poison,
Oh,
as versatile
passed
and
back
power.
with no land drop.
Oh, that's rough. And the hand is powerful from Rowan, but there's just no way to get any of it done. The Pick Your Poison isn't going to do anything here. And yep, there's the Horde Master. And that's the game.
The power of goblins.
Muxus, Lackey.
Ah, Lackey. The
Lackey.
power of Lackey. Uncontested Lackey. I remember the days when it was the Skirk Prospectors. You're like, okay, that's fair enough. Then the Siege Gang Lieutenant came out. And they're like, all right, Muxus into Lieutenant, let's go.
That's pretty rough.
And then this Muxus card comes out.
I remember playing Legacy when Goblins was a real threat in that format. And you would be playing like, you know, Sultai Cascade or these decks, and you would specifically play more green fetch lands so you could fetch for Dryad Arbor to block, because back in the day, our cards sucked. We had no good cards back in Legacy.
If you had a way to block that Lackey there, that game,
100%. Your Lackey can turn into Strip Mine, and I'm more than happy for that, just because, please, God, don't put a Siege Gang Commander in. I cannot beat that card.
and now it's do not put the Muxus in.
Yeah, now, like, look, Magic is a very different game than it was back in, 2010. I think for the better in some aspects, for the worse in others, but it does mean that, the more powerful cards get, formats especially like 7 Point, where everything is legal. It has a point limit, so some things might not be legal together, but you do get access to every card. The fact that more cards are coming out that are more powerful means we get more diversity, we get more seeming rotation in a format that is eternal legal.
Well, there's just more synergies available, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, more cards printed means there's always going to be more combos found. There's going to be more of these niche little interactions that get picked up. I mean, you look at cards like Amulet of Vigor, that came out in World Wake, and nothing happened with that card for like 4 years until someone finally was psychotic enough to be like, oh, hey, Primeval Titan, and bounce lands.
These two cards, they might work well together.
Yeah,
See how we
right?
go.
So there's even these hidden interactions that we might not ever see, but Magic is a very big game now. People are constantly innovating on it. And we're going to start seeing more of these exciting strategies that incorporate some of these older cards, which is my personal favorite part of 7 Point. Is just getting to play with cards that have been forgotten by the land of time.
I will never forget that Goblin Lackey.
Yeah, I don't think Rowan is either. He's going to go and tell his mates and be like, fucking Lucky. Ah! But look, looks like we're all good for the end of round 2. We're going to throw it over to Sam Loy, and hope you guys enjoy, and we'll be back later on for round 3. So stay tuned.
To you guys today. We have been working really hard on the event to end all events and in running events in Australia in general. And one of the things that has happened recently is that we have All Interactive Distribution come on as our organised play partners to make these events happen more consistently at such a high level for all you guys. And with that in mind, we have an announcement trailer from them, and we'll like to run it now. Exciting stuff. Thanks so much for AID for their continued support. We love them as a company. We love supporting Australian Magic players and Magic events, and they're really helping us to do that. So anyone who's in the room today will see some of their banners up around here, but that's going to continue with us, and we're very happy to have them as our partners. Additionally, we're working with a new MTG and TCG play platform called Gerudo. Gerudo launched in Atlanta at MagicCon recently, so they're a newish sort of platform, but they allow you to play Magic the Gathering and things like that through your webcam if you can't be with the people you want to play with. Particularly good for an event like today. If you wanted to do testing for Highlander and cards like Deadpool aren't on Magic Online, it is a way for you to do that as well. So we have a quick trailer from them as well, and we'll throw to it now. We're so excited to have Gerudo on as our partners. Thanks to the lovely Ted, who you've seen in that ad. Lovely dude. And hey, sign up for your account today. Gerudo is growing quickly. It's a high utility and something that we can all use to get together and play the games that we love. Additionally, we'd like to announce a sponsorship that we have gotten from Gatherer's Tavern. So you may know Gatherer's Tavern as the home of these lovely fluffy deck boxes, as well as merch like these awesome Planeswalker keychains. Gatherer's Tavern have recently come on with us, and they're organising things for competitive players in Australia as well. So thanks so much to Gatherer's Tavern, and we look forward to doing more cool things with you guys in the future as well. That's it for the announcements for now. We'll talk more about this later. Thanks for being with us here at the Event to End All events, and we'll see you soon.
This is my first time. I'm sorry.
to really help, you know what I'm saying? That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing all this time period, working on our beats. That's been working on our
And welcome back to the booth. We are getting into round 3 of the Black Lotus event, sponsored by MTG Bazaar. Or actually ran by MTG Bazaar, not just sponsored. Yeah.
We're doing a good job for it. We're trying.
Yeah. My name's Isaac Lee, and this is Dylan Kakawa. We're going to be commentating this round. Kakawa, set us up. Who we got going on here?
Well, we've got Noelle, and she's playing Nadu.
Ooh.
And
bit of Nadu, actually.
Bit of Nadu. And on the other side, we've got Henry, who's playing Black-White, which I quite like this deck, to be honest.
Yeah, a bit of Black-White action. Black-White used to be super popular in Highlander with some life gain strategies as well as the ability to draw extra cards with things like Necropotence. But I haven't seen a lot of it running around recently.
No, but it's made a bit of a resurgence since Volti started doing well with like the mono-white deck and trying that kind of way to attack the metagame. Seems to be doing all right. And I think one of the benefits you get of being an Orzhov deck is that blasts, there's no blast for you. Like
no red elemental blast, no hydro blast, no pyroblast. Yep.
Whereas because those cards are very powerful, obviously, and very good against red and blue decks. So being able to have efficient threats that are dodging even more efficient removal, very, very strong.
How close are we to actually seeing some like main deck pyroblast action?
So I have heard some stories from the floor of people playing mainboard blasts, especially targeting Grixis.
Yep.
So it's a lot of things.
Yeah. Mental Misstep recently getting pointed as well. Means that the application of one-cost spells has gone up.
So it looks like we got a multi-6 from both players.
Yeah.
And
we're good to start.
All right.
Let's talk a little bit about Nadu Illusionist. Because Nadu was a bit of a menace in Modern for a while and has been a bit of a menace in Highlander. So 2 points. Ooh, hang on a second. Let's see what's in that hand with the turn 1 Grief. Got a couple of lands. That looks like Springheart Nantuku, a 1-drop mana producer, Stoneforge Mystic, which can go get Lightning Greaves. And then, is that a Brainstorm,
It is, in fact, a Brainstorm from the Strixhaven Mystical Archives.
Good eye.
Yeah, so taking the Brainstorm here to have more full information on Noelle's hand.
Yep.
I think very, very heads up.
And you might notice that there's no green source here.
Yeah.
So taking that Brainstorm also takes Noelle off the potential to even cast a draw spell to find the green source.
No.
But if a green source is off the top, then turn 1 Delighted Halfling will be delightful for Noelle.
Yeah, she does have the Stoneforge Mystic as well that she can play on too, so she's not fully out of action.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Drawing an Atraxa here, which is not really the card you want to be drawing for your first draw step, but...
Why an Atraxa? Why is Atraxa in this deck?
I don't know. I reckon
it's Natural Order.
Natural Order?
Yeah.
Natural Order is pretty good reason to play Atraxa.
Pretty good reason, yeah.
But Natural Order also finds the hallmark card of the deck, Nadu.
Yeah, so quite often you're actually just going to get Nadu with your Natural Order, but being able to find Atraxa, particularly when you're behind, turning that 1 mana dork into potentially 6 cards.
Sorry. All good.
All right. So Oscillate Pry getting in there.
We will go SFL.
So Noelle playing Stoneforge, gonna go fetch an equipment. Also being able to block the Ocelot Pride, very big game.
Yep. Do we miss a 1/1 token here at the end of turn from gaining that life, or is it just being represented by something else?
I think we might have missed the token here.
Yeah, okay.
That's all right.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
We move on. So Noelle's got 3 choices here. She can get Pre-War Formal Wear, Shuko, and Skull Clamp.
All right, Pre-War Formal Gear is the choice.
Have you played much with this card, Isaac?
Oh, I've played a little bit of it. It's surprisingly robust in how many different incredibly good cards you can get back.
Yeah, it's really powerful in a lot of these white decks with things like Flicker Wisp as well. Like, you do so much with that card.
And creates a situation like what's happened just now, where we see a snap-off Fatal Push, so that the Stoneforge Mystic goes to the graveyard. Oh... I was going to say that the Pre-War Formal Gear can get that Stoneforge Mystic back, and that's a great reason to get it.
Not when there's an Emperor of Bones in play.
Emperor of Bones saying, no fun for you, Noel.
Henry, unfortunately, does not have an equipment in his deck to make use of the Stoneforge if he so chooses to have one, but I imagine he's going to try and save that activation for maybe something a bit bigger.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so an island off the top. Still no green source here. We've got that Pre-War Formal Gear in hand. The Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, so Swords was the draw for turn, I believe. Island previous turn, and Henry's going to animate Dead of Grief. Noelle's already struggling a bit here with her hand, especially the lack of green mana in it. So this could be a bit problematic for her.
Yeah.
This Swords to Plowshares is going to have to carry a lot of weight, but she is under a lot of pressure. All right.
Grief coming into play, making sure that we've got all these targets and all these triggers on the stack.
Noelle's counting, see if City's Blessing is going to become part of this game soon.
Yep, makes sense. All right, so
fires off the swords.
Yep, no more cat tokens for you, Henry.
Well, if she swords a different creature, Henry wouldn't even have to attack with the Onslaught, right?
Yeah. So lucky that Noelle didn't.
Henry taking the Atraxa here, exiling it with the Emperor. I think next turn might get a bit spicy.
Yeah.
And I believe there's a Caracas as well on Henry's side of the field.
Isn't that? I mean, that's such a tight play by Henry. I think that if I had seen that hand, I would have been like, well, there's no way for you to take the Atraxa. Or, there's no way for you to cast the Atraxa. So I'm going to take the something else that you can play, like the pre-war Formal Gear or something like that.
So Noelle drawing Lush Portico for the turn, surveilling Nomad's Encore into the bin and getting it back with pre-war Formalware. So this gets her on board a bit and gives the ability to just top deck a Nadu and start going off, especially because she's got the Spring Heart in hand and Delighted Halfling. Probably one of those is coming down next turn. But
Yep.
This is about to take a bit of a beating from this Traxa.
Yeah. Well, this is this heads-up play by Henry, taking the card that Noelle actually couldn't play, but creating this immense amount of advantage by putting it into play and being able to then find a bunch of cards to fill up your hand and go, all right, well, now I can get things like that Ephemerate on my Grief.
So
just making sure that draw step doesn't include that Nadu.
Yep, instant draw step Thought Seize You, always very powerful, always disgusting. Henry's got a fair few things he can choose from here, so it looks like he's going for Rishon Port for the land, Ephemerate versus Swords to Plowshares. I think I like Swords here.
Yeah, I like Swords.
Just play around Nadu or something else.
Is that a Rishon Port to tap down that green source that you've been looking for the entire game?
Probably.
Yeah. That's rude.
And what creature do you reckon you take here? You can take the Witch Enchanter to kill the Formalware, which is maybe not the best use of it. You can take Dalthy, you can take Baragoyef, or you can take the Skyclave. I'm personally leaning towards the Skyclave.
Yep, Skyclave makes sense. Honestly, everything seems good. So I don't think you can go too wrong here. We're also going to see an attack for a bunch of damage.
Well, we're getting in for 13 here because presumably the cat token's not attacking. The Emperor's bigger than the Nomads and the Grief's got Menace. And Atraxa, of course, flies and is enormous.
Yep.
So it's 13 damage we're about to take.
That's a lot of damage.
I would like
Is that a Caracas as well? Is there?
Yeah, there's Caracas in play. There's a Strip Mine in hand as well. So why Rishon Port the green source when you can Strip Mine it?
Oh, rude mate dragon. Rude mate dragon.
And because of the removal spell, we get to get in with the cat token as well. But the life gain for the Nomads, gaining 3, a little bit of padding, but I think it's a large enough chunk of damage to basically give Noelle 1 draw here.
Yeah, 1 draw. And with the amount of mana that Noelle has available, the chances of coming back from this one are a little bit slim.
It does look a bit tight, but let's see if she can rip something really impressive here.
Yeah, and this Nadu deck is definitely known for bringing some wins out of nowhere with the namesake card Nadu, but not having the green source there is just really tightens up those options that are available.
Yeah, so she scoops it up, goes to sideboarding. What cards do you reckon we want to see out of the sideboards from these decks?
Yeah, so let's have a look at these 2 different decks. Maybe we can bring them up on the screen and see if we're able to do that. But straight away, I see that Veil of Summer coming in from that Nadu sideboard. That's going to be able to protect from things like Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Duress, Grief, in order to then be able to both counter the spell that targets you to try to disrupt your hand, and then also draw a card. So nice little Cryptic Command effect there. What else do you reckon is coming in?
I reckon...
Whoa.
There's a fair few things here.
This is great. I love the look of Highlander deck list because it's got 1 copy of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
takes up a lot of screen. I kind of like Parallax Wave here. I reckon you can do a lot of really niche and interesting stuff, especially against the deck that is creature-based.
Okay.
And just being able to buy yourself turns.
Yeah, and also be able to protect your own creatures in response to a lot of removal.
Yeah.
So having that out, you play your Nadu, and they're going to kill your Nadu. You got trigger. I'm going to like exile it so that my Nadu gets protected, or even just protecting my little creatures as well, and then bringing them all back. Seems quite good. But we see here like one of the advantages of black-white is that when I look at this sideboard, it doesn't seem to be constructed with black-white mid-range hand disruption aggressive strategies in mind.
No, it is a bit of a hard deck to dedicate sideboard slots to, and a lot of the sideboard slots you would be dedicating to it are really not that impactful, and they're pretty like linear in terms of just how many decks they hit.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas if we manage to go over to the black-white side of things, in terms of the sideboard that's available there, I'm going to guess that there's a lot more available in terms of like creature removal and being able to, well, I guess all that hand disruptions in the main deck already.
Yeah, black and white often have very powerful sideboard options in Highlander, which is some of the strength of like playing it. So like your game one deck is always going to be, you know, somewhat linear, somewhat trying to do its thing, but like your sideboarding options really push the deck a bit over the edge.
Yeah, yeah. Here we are. So, Gemstone Caverns. So being on the draw.
I think that's probably coming in.
Yep, yep. Then we've got
Force of Despair.
Force of Despair, very cool.
I really like Force of Despair. It was definitely an answer that you could play against Nadu at Pro Tour Nadu.
Yep, and then we've got Ashiok to prevent things like Green Sun Zenith,
Court of Calling,
Natural Order.
And even the fetches.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely some incidental fetches in there. And then Thoughtseize and Duress in the board. That's, so I could see the Thoughtseize definitely coming in.
Yeah, I could definitely see the Thoughtseize coming in. I think you want to try and play this slow resource game against Nadu, as long as you're being aggressive and like pressuring them. As we saw in game one, that kind of stumble can happen, and black-white is really good at punishing those sorts of things.
Yeah, for sure. If you're in this seat, one of these seats here,
yeah,
you want to be playing black-white or you want to be playing Nadu?
I want to be playing black-white because I never want to be playing Nadu.
Well, see, I want to be playing Nadu because I like taking all the game actions when the opportunity presents itself.
That's fair enough. I like it when my opponents take game actions and they still lose.
Yeah, well, fair enough. We got a lot of like free cards in that Solitude, in Grief, in the Force of Despair coming in, as well as just things like Caracas to be able to bounce the Nadu or any other legendary card, any other legendary creature.
Yeah.
So a lot of free stuff going on for this black-white deck, but I still want to be on the Nadu side. The ability to play turn 1/1-drop into like a 3-drop and being able to have like a lot of interaction in terms of creatures, like, sorry, not interaction, but resilience.
Yeah.
Like we saw like no green source that game, so we didn't really see a fair representation of Nadu, but I quite like the deck in terms of how it presents in the face of adversity.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of resilience that the deck can have, but black-white is particularly good at trying to break these things up.
Yeah.
It's historically been that way as well. Like my first Highlander deck back in 09, I think, was black-white because that was also one of the better decks at the time. Because the format was so rampant with combo, and you know, Tidal Skull is a great card.
Yeah, Tidal Skull, good card that one.
There is a part of me that keeps theorizing a black-white deck with a sideboard plan of just Kitetail Freebooter, Mesmeric Fiends, like Tidal Skull. There's enough of those effects now. I think there's 5. We've got Deep Cavern Bat and then Brain Maggot.
Brain Maggot, yep. The bat's real good. 1/1 flying lifelink. Great times. Yeah. So Mulch has been playing a lot of Nadu and came up with a bit of a niche sideboard plan against red-blue counterspell interaction specifically.
Yeah.
He decided he's going to sideboard Thrun the Last Troll, which I haven't seen in a while. Thrun the Last Troll is uncounterable and also has hexproof. So there's no way for like, red-blue to really kill that because they can't. They don't really have sweepers.
No, and the few sweepers they might have access to would be damage-based anyway, and it can just regenerate.
Exactly right, yeah. So Mulch sided that in, and his opponent cast Reverse Polarity, which if you win the flip, you don't counter the spell, you gain control of it.
Invert Polarity.
Invert Polarity, that's the card, yep.
Never forget the name of that one.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we have a Gemstone Caverns in Henry's hand at the start of the game. How lucky with the luck counter on there. Mulch's, for those that were listening, Mulch's opponent was very lucky, won the flip and took control of that Thrun.
Yeah.
And managed to win the game with that Thrun, so yeah. Henry, starting with that luck counter on that Gemstone Caverns, got to exile a card in order for you to use that ability. But the result is you have a land that taps for any mana.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like it's like weird, like you're now in the play because you got one less card.
Yep.
But you get to have the first land.
That is, I think, the intention of how the card was designed. So Henry here with a Mother of Runes that's getting Mental Misstep. He's got some backup cards with a Baragoyf, Archon of Emeria, Ephemerate, and a Caracas. So he's going to get to deploy a 3-drop next turn. Archon is probably very good against this sort of deck with few basics in it, especially one that is so reliant on fetch lands. Because the more colors you add in any kind of deck, the more reliant on fetch lands you're going to be, just because it's the best and most efficient way to smooth out your draws.
Yep. Speaking of smoothing out draws, these Surveil lands, they have done
so
some work in Highlander.
It's a fantastic printing of cards. They're impact in just every format as a useful utility piece, making these fetch lands slightly more interesting. I'm all about it. I'm all about even in formats like Legacy, where you're starting to cut your dual lands to play maybe a Surveil or two, just because the extra utility is so good.
Yeah.
It's fantastic because it also means that you don't have to buy as many dual lands maybe.
Yeah, certainly an upside there. So we see a Surveil land from Noelle. Left on top, past the turn. No green 1-drop this time.
No, so she's got a Solitude, Nomads and Core, Swords to Plowshares, Finale of Devastation, and a card that's moving very fast.
Yeah.
So Archon meets the Swords.
Yep.
It's a good use of the Swords. Doesn't have the Ephemerate open because 3 mana. And Nicole draws Springheart Nantuko. And Forest was the other card, so that's going to get a little token, little duck.
Quack, quack. So making 2 little 1/1s there and passing the turn. Springheart Nantuko does a lot of work when you start triggering things off with Nadu. And Baragoyf is the play for Henry.
Yes, so Baragoyf is a 3/4 at the moment. We've got instant creature and land. And Noelle has Solitude, has a white card, and Henry has an Ephemerate.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, we could see some shenanigans ahead. But Noelle might also just go, you know what, I can actually chump block a bunch of times with lands coming out.
Yeah.
And I don't actually need to kill this Baragoyf now. I can try and wait to get to 5 mana. We see a, what is that, green X?
Finale of Devastation.
Yep. So can find can find an Arbor Elf, not an Arbor Elf, a Dryad of...
Dryad Arbor?
Dryad Arbor.
Dryad
Thank you
Arbor.
very much. Yep.
Dryad Arbor Elf.
Yeah, Dryad Arbor Elf, which will trigger the Springheart Nantuko. Or we can go for something a little bit more like, maybe another blue source here if we wanted Birds of Paradise or something like that.
Yeah. So casting it for 0, so that says Dryad Arbor to me.
That definitely spells a Dryad Arbor, yeah.
We love Dryad Arbor.
Dryad Arbor.
And we have 2 ducks.
Yeah. Also, very much approve of Noelle's version of Dryad Arbor.
Yep.
Getting the Future Sight version, which clearly looks different to a regular land. There's a version of that card that looks very much like a regular forest.
Those forests used to be quite expensive because of Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
The people playing them in foil was a bit of a time.
Yeah. All right, so we see a 4/5 Baragoyf now. Instant.
So Henry's drawn Swords to Plowshares, so this is going to be able to deal with this Nantuko.
Yep.
But may not be the biggest of Henry's problems yet. So let's see if he chooses to fire it off and get through. But he's also leaving open Rishon Port. We're going to port the Archive, taking Noelle off blue.
Yep.
We can also later on Rishon Port the Dryad Arbor to get through with his Baragoyf.
Yep, totally.
So Noelle casting Malevolent Rumble, taking a Wooded Foothills and ditching Summoner's Pact, Ephemerate, and Prismatic Ending. So Noelle is going to be able to get 2 ducks.
Yep. 2 ducks, as well as an Eldrazi Scion token there, which can be used to sacrifice for mana. And fetch land coming into play. We'll see if it gets cracked, because that interaction with the Rishon and Port, maybe you want to keep it untapped, because you want to be able to keep something open, or at least represent that you have something. Then certainly some options available for Noelle. The downside to that is that Spring Heart Nantuko, if it gets killed in response to cracking the fetch, you miss that 1/1.
Yeah, and Henry's got quite a few things he's going to have to beat through here, so I'm not sure if I want to be using my removal on the Nantuko, but it is just going to eventually stop this Baragoi forever. So Henry's needing to draw another creature here, another threat, or preferably something that is good with Ephemerate.
Yep.
And so with a Murderous Cut in hand, with 1 card in graveyard, it's a very expensive removal spell that he can afford.
Okay.
And we're porting the blue source again.
I will fetch.
Fetch, and we see a fetch in response, and I think that this is the Solitude coming back in, but we're going to see a Source to Plowshares in response to the fetch land in order to kill that Spring Heart Nantuko and say, no more little 1/1s that can chump up this Baragoi.
Yep.
But I think we're going to see that Solitude come down in order to be able to kill that Baragoi, but
Going to be met with this Ephemerate, I reckon.
I don't know. I don't know if it will. I don't know if it won't. I actually don't know this matchup well enough. And I'm going to trust Henry to see how he responds. All right. He does see the value in saying, you know what? I would prefer a Baragoi over this Ephemerate.
Yeah, the Ephemerate's not really working with anything currently. And this Baragoi is getting in and at least taking away some of the creatures, even though Noel has a lot of them.
Yep.
So he's going to be relying a bit on this Murderous Cut, I feel, to maybe try and wiggle away out of a bad draw.
Yep. So we see that Ephemerate on the rebound went to exile.
Yep, because we want to be attacking with a Glyph.
Well, yeah, we want to be attacking, but you could also stop and go, do I want this? Do I want to have Summoning Sickness back on my Baragoi in order to have 1 more card in my graveyard to be able to cast this Murderous Cut? So it's not quite straightforward.
No. Henry has also drawn Force of Despair for the turn.
Okay.
So if a Nadu comes in...
You're going to have to remind me, what's the text on Force of Despair?
So Force of Despair is you can cast it during your opponent's turn by exiling a black card.
Yep.
And it destroys all creatures that entered play this turn.
Okay. So, weirdly kills a lot of creatures if you're coming off with Nadu. But I also think that it's one of those weird things that's yes, it does kill a lot of bunch of creatures that came into play this turn, but I'm still coming off with Nadu, so I'll just keep doing that.
Yeah. So Rishan Port tapping down the Dryad Arbor here. And Noel thinking for a bit what to do. Thinking Genomorph Imago?
Genomorph Imago?
Yes.
All right, we've got another reader here. And I'm on Team Henry here for the reading because I don't know that card. Yeah.
It's an interesting card that's popped up a bit. It also has a really funny misprint attached to it.
Yeah?
Especially in this printing. Can you tell me if you can see the misprint?
No, I can't see it.
So it's got the legendary creature border.
Oh, okay.
It is not a legendary creature.
Oh, there you go. So we see a Murderous Cut on that Solitude. I want to get that Wife-Looking card out of there in order to be able to just come in with my Baragoi, and then we see the Nomads coming down.
Yep, so Henry is slowly chipping away at all these creatures. Looks like we have 1 duck left.
Yep.
And then Henry has drawn a Leonin Arbiter. So Noel does have a lot of mana, so the Arbiter's maybe not too much of a problem. But it might be enough tax. We'll see.
So the Arbiter says that if you were to go searching your library, you've got to pay a tax of 2 first. Otherwise, no searching for you.
Yeah. Have you ever played with Leonin Arbiter on MTGO? Or
yes.
against it? Yeah.
It's a bit of a headache.
Yeah, because you think that if you crack your fetch land, you get the option to pay 2, but you don't. You actually have to click on the Arbiter to pay the 2 first before you fetch. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
So, Genomorph Imago. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, target creature has base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. If you control 6 or more lands, then it becomes 6/6 instead. So the real interaction with this card is with Nadu. Lands coming into play allows you to target more things.
And Henry's draw for the turn, Sir Vondam, Sunstar Exemplar. This card has impressed me quite a bit. There is a fair amount of text on it, and it is an efficient 2-drop.
All right, black and white for a 2/2. Vigilance, Menace. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Sir Vondam, and you gain 1 life. When Servondum dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. So it starts as a 2-mana 2/2 Vigilance Menace, which isn't too bad. And then whenever another creature control dies, it gets bigger. And if it's big enough when it dies, you also get a Vindicate.
So Noel drawing the Ottawara for the turn, which is going to make the Genomorph Imago make the Nomads a bit bigger to get in for 3, but Henry's life total is so padded with the Barrowgrowth that's been happening. Nicole also has in hand an Endurance.
Yep. So we might see a surprise little block on that Lean and Arbiter.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Oh, grief.
Oh. Well, I guess the Endurance is no longer going to be a surprise.
Yeah, no surprises here. Will we see an activation on this?
I imagine she's going to shuffle her graveyard into the bottom of her library because, you know, there's a Barrowgrowth in play. Let's make it smaller.
Yeah, let's make it small. That was actually going to be pretty sneaky, wasn't it? That was going to be eat your Barrowgrowth. Wow, trade with your Barrowgrowth because of Death Touch.
Yeah, but Grief saw it. I mean, there is a Nomad. You can prevent the damage.
No, you can prevent the damage from Nomads Encore to something else.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I guess if you have a big Nomads Encore, it might be a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
If you're redirecting the damage, it's also redirected Death Touch damage.
We've seen a lot of attacking in this game, like a lot of attacking, and yet Noel still on 18 life.
Yeah, this Barrowgrowth came down on turn 2, and then it ate a lot of ducks.
Ate a lot of ducks. Quack, quack.
Duck is delicious. You a fan of duck?
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I feel like more people need to eat duck.
I don't think so. I think we're right. I think the world is fine with the amount of duck consumption.
All right, and the 1/2 Goyf getting in. And we have Barrowgrowth connecting.
Right.
Mills
and,
Animate Dead, which makes the Goyf a 2/3.
Yep, enchantment into the graveyard. Untap here. Interesting that didn't want to trade with the Endurance there.
Brainstorm the draw.
Force of Will.
Keen-Eyed Curator and Savannah.
Right, so we see Keen-Eyed Curator wants to go on into hand. And then we'll see 2 other cards put on top in some order. And that Keen-Eyed Curator is going to say, you know what? That Barrowgrowth is an 0-1.
Yeah, that Barrowgrowth is not going to be big for long.
Yep.
And
get one in.
I think the Keen-Eyed Curator is also going to get big pretty soon.
Yeah. Maybe this is the plan all along. I'm going to let you hit with that Barrowgrowth so that I can put enchantment in the graveyard so that I can then grow my Keen-Eyed Curator.
Well,
look, just how Noel drew it up.
We've decided that Keen-Eyed Curator is worth this Force of Despair, eating the Servondum as well.
Yep.
Noel choosing to eat the graveyards in response, so only thing that's going to be in the graveyard is the Keen-Eyed Curator and the Force of Despair, making Goya for 2/3.
Yep, you know what? Fair enough.
I'm kind of tempted here to block with Endurance and just trade with this Goya.
Yeah, especially because you know the Force of Will is on top of your library. You know you're not going to be able to kill it anytime soon.
And we have a land after that, and we need to be able to do something about this Goya.
We could also see a Gangblock here on the Grave.
Yeah. And then, that's actually pretty good because you can redirect the damage from the Nomads to the Genomorph.
Just eat all of them.
Depends how Henry chooses to divide his damage, and I think the...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All the damage here is going to the Endurance.
Yes.
Grief dies and nothing dies there.
Yep, so we see a trigger on that Barrowgrowth. We see a gaining of 2 life, losing of 2 life here. We see 2 cards go to the graveyard.
Deathrite and... I can't remember the name of this card. It finds 1-drops.
Finds 1-drops or planes.
Yeah. It's got Warp as well, so you can do it twice.
Yep. So let's see how this goes. All right.
Guide of Souls on. We can go get Ocelot Pride here.
Ooh, gain a life. That's going to also trigger get an energy. Then we're going to... I don't know what's happened.
It's paying 2 for the Arbiter.
Oh,
yeah.
See, this is why I just lose a bunch of cards whilst playing Models. I keep forgetting about it. Yeah.
The sneaky Arbiter.
Yep. All right, so
we
it's
get
the
Pride.
Pride, but we won't see it actually come out this turn.
No. Noelle has Force on top, so she's planning ahead if she's going to force this Ocelot Pride.
Yep, which makes sense, right? That's exactly what I'd be doing.
And she knows she's got to land after it. She is a bit in a poor situation.
Yep.
Currently. Baragoyf is still a 2-3. There's a bit more creatures in the bin. And an instant, so it doesn't look like it's necessarily getting bigger anytime soon. Genomorph attacking. Probably because there's not much doing much else.
Sense. All right, so it looks like a Canopy Land.
It's a Bleachbone Verge.
Bleachbone Verge, okay.
No, it is a Canopy Land. The Bleachbone Verge was exiled earlier. Silent Clearing. My apologies.
Okay. So that can certainly be sacrificed to get a redraw?
Yep.
Or it might go, you know what? Like, I actually want to play this this creature out of warp. All right, Force of Negation coming down. I don't think I could have played that faster.
Yeah, didn't have much else to do, and she knew it was coming.
And then we've got Creature, Land, Instant. So I think we see
Silent Clearing's still in play, so I think it's still just 2-3 Goyf. But we have the ability to make the Goyf a 3-4 at instant speed.
Instant creature, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which means this Endurance maybe no longer able to trade with the Baragoyf. You can double block with the Nomads as well.
Do the same trick?
Yeah. Kill the Endurance. Just redirect all the damage to the Endurance, or...
Yeah, well, I mean, you can just gang block with the Endurance and the Nomads and just redirect all the damage to the Endurance. And
Henry's going to choose to cast the thing from Warp. Can't search because of the Arbiter.
Yeah. Had the option to just attack with the Arbiter, sneaky little attack with the Arbiter, just alone. So
just to lose it, yeah.
yeah.
And this Baragoyf is trading with the Endurance. So not putting the land in the bin, losing the Endurance. But now he's got a flyer.
Now it's a flyer. Noel's still on 15, but we're in top deck mode. Henry has access to one more redraw with that Silent Clearing. But both players have the potential to draw some pretty powerful bangers. But it's yet to be seen which powerful bangers come out.
Yeah. Both decks kind of limping a little bit here. Henry's draw, Concealed Courtyard. Entering tapped.
Okay.
Most definitely. So we're going to go for the redraw with the Silent Clearing. And an Emperor of Bones. Ooh, that's a spicy one.
Yeah, that can definitely do some stuff.
What can we get back? We could get back a Baragoyf. We could get back a Keen-Eyed Curator. We could get back an Endurance.
Yep.
We could get back an Ocelot Pride.
Ocelot Pride might be...
Well, it's not going to stick around, so...
Could be Grief.
Could get Grief. See the Savannah in Noel's hand.
Yep, or we could do it in draw step.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Henry looking through his graveyard, seeing what his options are. I think he's spotted your Grief line.
I really like that. Like a little bit of a draw step action on the Thoughtseize or Grief effect. Just meaning, you know what? Like if you happen to just draw the nuts, that Nadu off the top. No
Nadu.
No Nadu. No,
don't.
No, don't. All right. I like it, Henry. Very good play.
Yep.
So you see that Grief underneath that Emperor of Bones.
Choosing to use it now to get a look at Noel's hand and attack for 3.
Look, I think that's defensible.
It's a very aggressive play, but it's definitely defensible, especially that we know Noel has the Savannah, but Henry doesn't, obviously.
Yeah. But it also gives you the ability to attack with more things. And
so this Genomorph does have flying, I believe.
Yep.
So it can block the Angel.
Can block the Angel, but then that means the Arbiter would be getting through as well. But we see 2 counters, +1/+1 counters, and a flying counter put on the Leon and Arbiter. So, interesting spot to be in here.
Guide of Souls is such a card sometimes.
Yep.
Pulls so much weight for a 1-drop.
All right, bunch of damage. Noel going down to 5 life, and a tapped land there, exiling that Grief.
All right, giving Noel basically 1 draw, and she has drawn... What printing is that? Skull Clamp.
Skull Clamp, and all right.
Skull Clamping the Nomads. We've found a Ponder and a Cradle. All right, maybe we can go somewhere with this. Cast in the Ponder.
Yep.
Sees land, Veil of Summer. I think we're shuffling that away.
Yep. Unfortunately, with that William and Arbiter here, drawing into something like Natural Order, sacrificing the 1/3 to search for a Traxxer, not on the table.
Yeah, because we can't use the Cradle even for the creatures, because we've only got the one creature.
Yep.
Can't lose the Genomorph Imago to the Skull Clamp, and we've drawn Veil of Summer for the turn.
Yep. All right, so hoping for a potential like pre-attacks Thoughtseize or something like that in order to be able to redraw.
Yep,
with the Veil of Summer.
hopefully something.
Yep, and then into something like Path to Exile to then be able to block, draw 2 cards, not lose the game. Good times, great classic hits.
Yep, but no dice here as a Clarion Conqueror has been drawn, shutting off the Skull Clamp.
Shutting off the Skull Clamp. Yep. Also just... wow.
And look, even the Emperor of Bones as well would have been shut off.
Yep. And
in with the team.
And that Veil of Summer just no longer does the thing, so we might just see it played out.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, pretty good game there. Look, an amazing game. Look at that, 38-5. But that entire time, I was like, one card off. Like, if a Nadu comes off the top, like, there's so many different cards that Noel could draw there in order to just not only just get back into the game, but potentially just straight up win with that Nomad Zenkor out.
Yeah, you definitely can win out of nowhere with Nadu, and just like having that top deck opportunity, very powerful.
Yeah.
Of course, we didn't see a Nadu in any of those matches, which
no,
definitely the scoreboard reflects that.
Yep. We did see that Baragov coming in for a lot of life gain.
Oh, yeah.
But the life gain really wasn't relevant because at that point, like the amount of damage that would have been pumped out by that Nadu deck would have really just gone over the top. So if I was in Henry's position, I'd be like, I want to get this game over with nice and quick, which makes sense as to why we see the Grief in the main phase in order to attack, get the extra damage in, get the extra energy token, which then allows you to put the counters on your Arbiter and get in there for the damage, and then in order to have...
You're wanting to end the game as quickly as possible because the more turns you give them, the more turns they have to draw Nadu or something that finds Nadu.
Yep.
Or anything really to just run away with the game. Like, nearly saw that Skull Clamp. Like, that could have started a chain that would have been very powerful.
Yeah. We could say, like, all right, cool, play a Dryad Arbor, clamp that up, draw some more cards. But we would have had to see, like, a fair bit of removal, like, just coming off the top, so Path to Exile and some other things in order to come back from that, like, fair position. With that Arbiter taking off some of that unfair options available to that deck.
Yeah. The
weird spot.
The black-white deck having a lot of different hate bears and stuff is one of the appeals of the deck. You just kind of, if your cards line up really well, your opponent can't do a lot. And just sometimes they just don't do anything ever.
Yeah, well, it was really good commentating with you, Dylan. Thanks very much for being in the booth. What's the plan now, Dylan?
Plan now is we're going to have an interview with Pat. Sam's going to interview Pat. And then there's going to have a lunch break.
Yeah, oh, excellent. All right, well, we're going to throw it over to Pat and Sam then for an interview. The man, the myth, the legend, the person behind all of these strings that is making this event happen. So shout out to Pat. Thank you very much for everything that you do for the event. And also thank you to Sam as well. Sam is our coverage genius and has also got his fingers in a whole bunch of different pies and getting a bunch of things happening.
None of this would be possible without Sam or Pat, really. We need them both for it.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you to the both of them. And we're going to throw it over to them so you can hear what they have to say.
Feeling like duck for lunch, I think.
Thanks for that, Isaac and Dylan. I'm sitting here with the man, the myth, the legend, our prize pig indeed. It is Patrick Hawkins Jr. How are you doing, Pat?
Not doing too bad. How are you, Sam?
I'm great. So we just found out at the start of this event that this is the biggest Magic event run in Australia since COVID happened and the GPs left. Pretty fantastic, and the biggest 7-point Highlander event ever, I think. How's that going?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest constructed event. So, I mean, like 60 card. But, yeah, this is the biggest event. Look, it's pretty exciting. I had this idea. This idea was actually supposed to be like a next year thing or a year after maybe when other parts of the business were functional. But I guess I began the beginning of this year going, we're going to do this, and we're just going to put it on and see what happens. And 312 people showed up, which is really fucking amazing. So, yeah, it's been great. So, yeah, very excited.
Yeah, so the structure for today, just to let you guys know at home in case you are unaware, we have 5-3, 15 match points or better, making all the way to day 2.
Or 4-1-3 for those slow players.
So if you are a very slow player, we might have to see you tomorrow anyway, but that's fine, I guess. It's just what it's going to be. So 15 match points, gets to day 2. Day 2 is 4 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. So it's a total of 15 rounds in this tournament. It's intense in here. Everyone's having a great time, though. How do you felt the vibes have been in the room?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the vibes are pretty good. I've been told by a lot of people that, like, I guess the room will react to how the TO is. And if you saw my speech earlier, if it gets loaded up, I swore a lot, almost got brought to tears, and just ran my mouth like I usually do. So I think like as much as it is competitive in here, I think like the vibe is pretty like good too. Like, and I get told like that's kind of like the TO's job. Like you set the tone, and the tone is again, are we playing for a Black Lotus this weekend? We absolutely are. But we're here for the gathering. We're here to have fun. Like yes, there's a big prize at the end of the tunnel, but let's have a good time.
Yeah, big ups to the players as well for being part of that. I think there is that big prize at the end of this event, but people know it's a long event and they're waiting to get there to get a bit sweatier about it, and I think I like that a lot. Now, we had some exciting announcements we made earlier today. You're the man behind all these announcements and about, with working with these companies and representing MTG Bazaar as a brand. So let's talk about All Interactive Distribution first. So what do they mean to have them on as our organized play partner?
Yeah, so All Interactive is the distributor I use for Magic in this region. There are 3 of them. They've been my choice. I've worked with them since 2020 when they got the contract. I'm a big believer in what they do. I love the team there. I think they're very solid. They look after my account. They believe in Magic. So, one of the pitches I had to them was talking to them was like, hey, guys, like organized play I think is super important to the region. Magic as a card game exists because of our ability to play. And so I pitched them, hey, let's partner up. And it didn't take much convincing. In fact, it took none. It was like, okay, where do we start? So yeah, like having them on board is really great. Like it helps us, help them grow their brands, they merchandise and things they do, which is like my goal. Like I am, as people know, within my team or even outside of it, I'm a loyalty guy. I'm a believer in doing things with people I believe in. I'm not very mercenary in any of my attitudes or things. So, like, again, they've looked after my account for years. I've been close with all my reps through the years. Amy and I currently, like, we get along great, and she does a great job looking after my account. So, happy to, I guess, help them position themselves in the organized play space.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, All Interactive. They're fun to work with. They've got great branding as well. I did a little bit of work with their marketing department this week, and I can say that they were responsive and good. They're a lot of fun. If you guys are watching, thank you for being involved with this, and we love you guys very much. Stay on board. The next one we were talking about was Gerudo. So we showed the ad for Gerudo. Now, Ted, who is the owner-operator of that platform, is a friend of yours. How did you meet Ted?
I met Ted through a MTG finance Discord, and Ted is I know him as sort of a collector. He collects a lot of artist proofs. I see him at all the Magic cons. He and I through the years struck up a friendship, just I don't know, talking shop. He buys and sells a lot of high-end cards, not professionally, but just as he's a collector. So I'll see him at all the Magic cons. We got to talking, and I talk about what I'm working on events-wise, and he's like, hey, let's partner up on something. And I'm like, sure, bro, that's easy. Which is easy. I think he's a really good person. I quite like the project he's working on. I think it's very exciting. I think there's a lot of space for creating platforms that allow you to play Magic with people across the world, making that gathering easier through a social web setting. So yeah, I've been happy to work with him on it. It's been very exciting. Again, I just catch up with the guy. He's one of those people that again, business-wise, I don't know if I always make the right choices. I like working with people who I'll go have a beer with. Yeah. And he is I will go have a beer with this guy, and infinitely, our talk around partnerships, much like with AIE, happens for all of 2 minutes, and then it's yo, what are you doing this weekend? What's up in life? How are things? Again, Ted and I will spend more of our time talking about, what artist proofs, are down under that he needs me to collect for him than anything business. The business talk is very small, so, but these are the people I like working with, so.
Yeah, Ted's a great guy. I've got to know him a little bit recently. I can't wait to meet him. Hopefully I can catch him in America when I'm there next year, but who knows? Hi to Ted as well. The Gerudo platform, if you guys haven't signed up, it's still free to sign up. Go sign up now. If you want to test Magic the Gathering online via a client that isn't something like Magic the Gathering Online, I would highly suggest this. It has all the cards because it's your cards. So you can have stuff like Deadpool.
We might very well try running an MTG, a 7-point event on it at some point. It's probably in our pipeline. It is webcam style Magic, if you know what I mean, where it's not official, but we might try to run an event on it just to give it a crack in terms of I know there's a lot of people testing and playing webcam Magic, and I think this is an upgrade on that significantly.
Yeah, it's way better, guys. So just go and sign up to that, Gerudo.com. We'll run the ads a few more times, so make sure that you sign up for your account today and get going on it. Now, we had a third one. We didn't have a media asset for it, but it's still very exciting. We've got a lot of the products in the room. A lot of the players are loving these products, which is Gatherer's Tavern. So Gatherer's Tavern, can you explain them more as a brand for everyone at home?
Yeah, sure. So Gatherer's Tavern, they're out of Singapore. They make a lot of, like, I guess what I would call high-end Magic accessories. They make keychains. They make the fuzzy deck boxes you see. They make a lot of, like, I think Magic as a hobby is something we love, and, like, actually accessories and merchandise for it are kind of hard to come by. So I didn't even realize, I've been buying goods from Gatherer's Tavern without realizing it. Like, at all the Magic cons, when you go into the merch line, they always have these loot deck boxes, these cute, adorable things. I never even knew that was them creating them, and I was, like, literally buying extra suitcases to bring home to stuff it with, like, to buy infinite of this stuff. So, like, I got to meet them, like, they knew of me. I met them in Atlanta, and, like, they already knew who I was because of this event. And we got to talking, and then I saw them again in Shanghai, and we got to talking. And, like, again, they just went, we want to be involved in what you're doing. Again, like, I'm very bad at business. I'll tell anyone, I'm a failed academic who happens to have stumbled into this all. Like, I suck at business. I'm fucking awful. But these people are like, we like you. We like what you do. We believe in you. And I was like, sure. And when they went, let's do a partnership, I went, yeah, it's cool. Can you guys bring over your product line to AAE to distribute through there? Because, like, again, I really believe what they're doing. I like them. But anyway, I've met them a few times. They're lovely people. They have a lot of cool things. They're trying to move into more, like, the sleeve and binder space moving forward is, like, one of their plans. But right now they have, like, again, I think it's the deck boxes are excellent. I think the keychains are, like, one of the most beautiful little cool things. Like, I don't know. Like, when you have, like, Magic friends and family in your life and you want to buy them gifts, these are the kind of things I think work. So, like I said, I've got to talk to them a bunch. They really like what we're doing. I really like their product. I was shilling their product before they knew it. Like I said, it fills our prize walls. It sells out pretty much every time we run out of it. So, yeah, I love their stuff and, like, super excited to work with them. And they're very lovely, very awesome people. I was in meetings with them, like, the other week again. Lovely. But, yeah, their media asset we couldn't get made in time is fucking beautiful.
It is really good, guys. I'm sorry if we couldn't get it up for this, but it is really nice.
But we'll have it at our next events and stuff. And like I said, I think it's, look, I am, with all three of these companies, I am, like, honored and humbled that they see the work we're doing and believe in being a part of it. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just some country town kid from America. I never thought I'd be doing what I'm doing. I am infinitely fucking grateful that everyone who believed in me. So these sponsorships for some people look at this business. These people have talked to me. They know I'm not about business because I'm bad at it. But, like, it feels really, really validating that these people see what we're doing and they want to get behind it. And I am lost at words sometimes when people believe in me like that. So.
Well, I think I can say this for everyone, that Pat's doing a fucking awesome job. This event's going great, and competitive play in Australia is just getting better and better here. And, the only problem I have with it is I'm not allowed to play because I'm talking to you guys instead, but I like doing that as well. So make sure you come on to the next event. Make sure you support all our sponsors and have a look through, Gerudo, AID, and, Gatherer's Tavern for all the best deck boxes and all the rest of the stuff. Get yourself something cute. Why not? And those keychains are really good. I really do like those keychains. I might have to get a set. Okay, so for us, we're going to go for a little break, and we'll be back with a metagame breakdown. The players are at lunch, so luckily for them, they get to eat some nice food that we have here at the center and come back and play another 5 rounds of Magic. It's going to be a long day. Please stick with us, and we'll see you again soon. Welcome back to the event to end all events. I am Sam. I'm joined here by Ian. You've seen him earlier on commentary, doing a great job. Now we're here to bring you a metagame breakdown. And Ian, did I do any work on this?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, I did no work on this. So we're going to go through it. Ian's done a lot of good work here, breaking down the meta, seeing what's in the room. We got 312 players, I think, signed up to the main event here. So a lot of decks, a lot of deck diversity, because it is Highlander and it's always like that. But what have you noticed? What has jumped out to be the most common stuff in the room?
We've said it so many times already, but Grixis, that's the big deck. You say there's a low deck diversity, and there is. We've got 45 Grixis players in the room, so about 15% of the room, which is pretty good for deck diversity. Below that, Jund, Mardu, both pretty popular. And the big thing we've seen is a resurgence of Blue Moon. So these blue-red sort of control decks that play Blood Moon, Harbinger of the Seas, Back to Basics, Magus of the Moon, really trying to attack the mid-range piles that I just mentioned, the 3-color decks. So those are the big decks. We've got 6 Storm decks and 9 Time Walk decks as well, which is interesting.
That's a lot of those, which is good. I think there was a lot of talk coming into this event that maybe Storm was the best deck, or Grixis, and there's been a little bit of, let's say, friendly banter and claims to gamble about it made in the Discord and all the rest of it. But what is your perception there? Is Storm only 6 people just because people don't own Lotuses, or do you think that people are starting to play around it?
I think it's a bit of both. Jordan and I both picked Storm players to win the event earlier this morning, so we definitely think the power's there. At the same time, it is a complicated deck to play, and of course, there are only so many Lotuses in Australia. I think we had a look to jump ahead a little bit. There's 9 Lotuses in the room today, so it is a limiting factor, and that's why the prize today is such a big deal.
Absolutely, it's a great prize. I think 2 of them are also owned by people who are on commentary, and we wouldn't lend them to people. So anyway. So that's the breakdown is we've got essentially those mid-range piles, which is the 3-color decks. They do work a little bit differently from each other, to be fair. We have some of the deck text coming through to you guys in a bit, so you'll be able to see some of those breakdowns and what the difference is between a Jund and a Grixis or a Mardu even. What are the decks that are a little bit below that but are really notable to you?
So there's a few different ones. I think that the Walks and Storm is sort of the next tier down. There's a few other decks there. There's a couple really fun of decks in the sort of 1 and 2 of category. So there are 2 Time Vault players here. We saw one of them on round 1. We saw him get the win, which was very exciting. Sort of an old, different card. Sort of a staple of Highlander in years gone by, which is always cool to see it come back. There's 2 Bomberman players here. So that's Oriox Salvages and Black Lotus. So those are 2 of the other Lotus players. And then that 9th Lotus player, I have to shout them out. An Orzhov player, they're playing Black Lotus, Demonic Tutor and Strip Mine, and then a bunch of Black-White Taxes cards. Sometimes you just want to ramp out your 3 drops early, And finally, there's a Mono Blue Merfolk player, which shout out to the person registering Lord of Atlantis in 2025.
Oh, mate, you got to get swimmy with it sometimes. You really do. I had a look at that Black Lotus in the Orzhov deck, and I'm like, that's an absolute killer right there. That's someone who's like, I'm going to play my Black Lotus, but I'm going to play it my way. And I think that's pretty great. Now, I think you've had a look through the pointed cards and what's getting represented most in the room. So what have you been able to find in terms of insights there?
So the top few cards will not surprise anyone who's familiar with Highlander. We've got 113 Force of Wills, 104 Tamios, and 102 Deathrite Shamans. So that sort of core of blue, black, good cards. And right behind them, we've got Ragavan, Bowmasters, and Mental Misstep as well, which is interesting to see that card still be played. There's 73 of those right after it got pointed, which is interesting. Psychic Frog as well is the other one. That's the first 2-point card. There are 68 of those, so slightly less, but at 2 points still, a lot of the point share in the room.
Yeah, so that ends up being 136 points worth of Psychic Frog in the room. I mean, I think I speak for a lot of people that if my opponent casts a turn 2 Psychic Frog, I feel like I'm probably going to the next game pretty consistently. That card is really good in this format. Those decks trade on resources. If they have that down, they can just regas their hand continually. So a really good choice, a really powerful card, and it certainly seems like it's worth the 2 points. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. That card is super powerful. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, what do we have in terms of unpointed cards that are showing up a lot alongside these?
So there's a couple. Deadpool, I know, is the talk of the town at the moment. There are 118 of them. So the card's really powerful, but it is a 2-color card. So there are a limit to how many decks can play it. You got your old staples, Brainstorm, Thoughtseize, Lightning Bolt, all up there with more than 150 copies each. And a couple newer cards as well starting to show up. So there's 77 Ice-Sill Explorers, which is something we've started to see more in Lands decks and Jund decks. And a couple new cards from Avatar, so only came out this week that we're keeping an eye on. There are 82 Wan Shi Tongs, so there's a few owls going around. and only 11 Badger Moles, which is the card I know I was excited about.
I thought that number was going to be way higher. I was really excited between Badger Mole and Strip Mine being an interaction, going with those Ice Teals you mentioned earlier. I mean, I guess it's fine. I mean, these cards are not even released yet, technically. We get them earlier now thanks to Wizards changing that policy, which I think is great. But you've only been able to play them since midday yesterday. So 82 copies of Wen Shi Tong, even despite that, that seems like a lot. Are you seeing that as an indication of blue being good, or maybe people just thinking that shuffling hate is where to be?
I mean, blue is good in this format. We know that. The Grixis decks, the Dimir decks, the Izzet decks, there are a lot of homes for that card, and it doesn't ask a lot of you. It asks you to have islands in your deck, and that's about it. And as we know, there is a lot of searching in this format. Everyone's playing fetch lands, so there's a lot of opportunity to slip that card in. And I think it's going to be a player in the format.
Fantastic. Well, that's a great meta breakdown. Thank you very much, Ian. We're going to follow up with this a little later on, see how things go as they convert into the 5 wins necessary to make day 2. Thanks for staying with us, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by Volty, a.k.a. Aunt Volty, a.k.a. the goose who is loose. How are you doing today, Volty?
I'm well, thanks. I'm well. I've decided to become the goose auntie after, I haven't quite made as many food tokens as I need to, but I'm enjoying the weekend. It's looking up to be a very good time.
Now, I have to ask, why the goose costume?
I don't understand the question.
Moving on. Now, you're playing a very cool shop deck today, green-white shop. Now, this deck list has gone through some iterations over the years, and obviously we are all familiar with the Card Mishra's Workshop and its power level, but let's have a look at the deck list, and you can take us through some of the decisions you've made in its construction.
So, realistically, there are a couple of different options when it comes to putting Mishra's Workshop in your deck. You can decide between adding colors, not adding colors, being full-on colorless, being blue, and playing Tinker, etc. The reasons that we've gone for the Selesnya build realistically are a couple-fold. One, if you're going to play a second color, assuming colorless is a color, then the third color is kind of easy to splash. You can't really have 6 basics in your deck, and you kind of want to play whatever the pain land is so that it makes colorless. So the second color becomes really easy to justify. We've chosen white because I think it gives you access to a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't, but the primary choice is either playing lots of colors or not. We've settled on green and white. I think that colorless is defensible. I think that mono blue is defensible, but I think there are a lot of really powerful cards that you get access to by playing the extra colors. So starting in the middle here, there is an acknowledgement that the deck still needs to make a lot of mana and still needs to be very, very powerful and explosive. So the vast majority of the lands are soul lands and will make more mana than they should. However, there are also several lands that only make mana and only make it one at a time, but specifically make multiple colors or are very, very applicable, and then some utility lands up here. But the reason that I've stressed the mana base in the middle of the screen here is that 6 of your 7 points are spent on your mana base, and it is the primary reason that this deck can function. You need to be able to do more than your opponent is doing with their mana in order to justify the deck building costs that are associated with playing shops. On the right hand side here we have our mana pile, so we have a couple of mana rocks and mana vault, our 7th point, and these are the additional ways to generate lots of mana. We then have a couple of utility artifacts to get with Tezzeret and with Saga, and then our filler cards down in the bottom right here. So these, make the deck hum and get you to the later stages. On the left-hand side, we have our threat package. Now, there are several non-creature threats which do function as creatures, mostly the vehicles that make other creatures. But there are also 2 planeswalkers that are dedicated walkers to go over the top. So we have Tezzeret and Ugin. And then we have a reasonable number of creatures. So we have some cheaper creatures, Ballista, Patchwork, Glaring Fleshraker, Crawler, and Thran Spider. And then some slightly more expensive ones, going from Lodestone Golem to Devourer. The thing with the threat base is that you have to be very mindful of the strengths and weaknesses of playing a deck like this. So being able to spend mana efficiently is very important. However, you do also need to be getting the most out of your mana at these different points in the game. So if your deck is too low to the ground, then you're going to be wasting mana, and if your deck is too top heavy, you're going to get run over. I think we've struck a nice balance with some of the late game threats being able to take over the game by themselves, while a lot of our early game threats having some form of utility or being able to stabilize the board or having mana sinks attached to them. Up top is the sideboard. This is where most of the green and white cards live, but realistically, most of these cards have been present within shop sideboards whenever they've splashed a color. And in our instance, we have simply picked all of the best options available in Selesnya, and then a lot of the colorless artifacts and culprits that you would expect.
Well, it looks fantastic. And Volty, you're a great content creator, great person. Check her out at Aunt Volty. Now, before I let you go, I do have a final question for you. Can you give us a big honk? Fantastic. Back to you guys.
these men writing songs to me. And then I go home and I listen to them alone. What is it with you rock and rollers? You can perform for 1,000 people and you can't be honest with one.
Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm Ian. We've got Ethan here in the booth for the first time today.
Yes, sir.
And we're about to jump down to round number 4. We've got a couple exciting decks as we head down to the feature match area. So, on one side, on the left there, I believe, we've got Andrew Vance. He's playing Jund aggro, so something a bit different. Seen a lot of Jund in the room today, but this is a more aggro leaning. And on the right, another Nadu. So we had one in round 3. We had Noel playing Nadu, but didn't actually get to see a Nadu in play. So we've decided we'll bring back another player and see if we can actually get the bird in play this time.
Yeah, very important to get the bird in play, of course. Nadu being the name of the deck. If you don't have it out, you're probably not going to win the game.
Absolutely. Alex's list a little bit different from some of the other Nadu lists. He's also got the old Cephalid Illusionist combo in there as well, and a Thassa's Oracle just to finish off.
Yep, very clean.
So a few different cards in there. For Andrew, though, he's going to be looking to come out fast, put some pressure on. He's got some really aggressive creatures trying to end the game quickly. Former committee member Andrew Vance as well, so he's very experienced in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Andrew, very much well known for playing Zoo. And look, Jund aggro is probably a cleaner version of Zoo in 2025. You get to play the better threats. You get to play, you still got the Baragorf, you still got the threats that you see in the other black, blue-based mid-range decks. And yeah, he's really looking for that, turn 1 drop into interaction. I think if he doesn't have pressure before the interaction, might be in trouble for Vance, but we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. And you mentioned he's played a lot of this style of deck, those Zoo decks. Highlander is a format that I feel really rewards a lot of the reps you put in on the similar type of decks, building up that skill, that muscle memory, because when you have to look at your opponent's deck list, we're playing open deck list here today, so players get 2 minutes to review their opponent's deck list. That's 60 cards you have to look at once.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't know one, then that's going to take time away from looking at their deck as well. So, but I think most players in the room, they play a lot of Highlander, and so they see most of the cards. But at the same time, there could be a sneaky couple of unknowns in there. But
and especially today, this is of course pre-release weekend for Avatar. Hope everyone out there is enjoying their pre-releases. For the players here, though, that means that there's roughly 300 new cards that are legal today, and I had one pre-release last night to try and find their cards, learn these new cards, and I know there are a couple of those in Vance's deck. Looks like we're going to start off, though. Alex on the play. Vance after mulliganing to 5, it looks like. Alex is going to find a very nice-looking Tundra.
Yeah, tremendous-looking Tundra. Absolutely great altar there.
And, of course, we'll be looking to get to the board as fast as Vance to try and set up very much a creature-based combo deck. Looks like a Preordain will be the first play, though, to try and sculpt that hand. It is a combo deck, so these cantrips are very powerful to set that up.
Yep, right on cue, as you said, Ian. Preordain coming up. Looks like, is that a Combat Courier?
That is a Combat Courier, yeah. Bit of a niche one there.
Yeah.
Good eye there from Ethan to recognize that one. Very niche player in the format, but has its place here.
Looks like both on the bottom. So putting the stock up on the bottom, drawing a Verdant Catacombs. His hand looks very threat light, which is not too great. That's very powerful stuff from Andrew. That's exactly what he's after. And then I believe that's a new card from Avatar.
That is
just saying.
That is Mai. So that is one of the new cards in this format. A very powerful, aggressive creature.
That card is going to be punishing Alex every single time he plays a non-creature spell, I believe. I believe they take 2 life.
I believe that's correct. We'll bring that one up in a second for you all. There's a few new cards in this deck, which is always exciting to see new cards in these Highlander formats to make a splash,
Absolutely.
And obviously, Moxjet, the old and the new, really encapsulates the spirit of Highlander here. We've got a dual land and a Mox from way at the start of Magic, paired with this new card from Avatar.
Yep.
For Alex, it looks like just going to play the second land and pass back for now.
Does look like I believe that's a Fatal Push.
Yeah, it has to have something. I can see there's a Baleful Strix in hand there, so that's also a nice one that you would play, but got some other options. Another 2-drop here for Vance.
I believe that's another Avatar card as well, except I'm not familiar with this red one. This might be the new Magus of the Moon type effect that punishes non-basic lands coming into play.
Oh, yes, I believe that is right.
And yeah, as we see, Alex fires off the Fatal Push onto the
Just going to try and keep the board as clear as possible for Alex. Try and just get some space. Buy some time to set up the more powerful creature combos.
Yeah, looks like Alex does have a Teferi in his hand, so definitely looking to slam that one next turn. By removing the black creature threat that's going to punish the non-creature spells, he's really minimizing the amount of damage he's taking in these early turns, which is ideal. As the game goes on, it just gives Alex more time to find that Nadu and find the tools he needs to begin comboing off and generating more value than Vance's deck can.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's not a huge amount of reach in Vance's deck. It is mostly creature-based, as we see Grim Lavamancer come down as well. Grim Lavamancer are quite good in this matchup, I imagine. The 2 damage, just very good at controlling the board. We can see a Baleful Strix on the other side from Alex, but just in general, a lot of small creatures in these Nadu decks that Grim Lavamancer will be more than happy to take out.
Yep. Yeah, and as we see, kind of awkward to play the Baleful Strix on the board here just because of that Grim Lavamancer, as you mentioned. I'm sort of surprised he didn't play it on the previous turn, just for his mana efficiency. But yeah, if Andrew is able to follow up this turn with another threat plus removing the Strix, it's going to put him in a really commanding position on the board.
And that red card there is actually Spider-Punk, so also a very new card.
Yes.
It is a 2/1.
Not Avatar.
No, not Avatar, but
Different
close.
universe.
Different universe, yeah, different universes beyond. So it's a 2/1, has Riot, so Vance choosing to give haste there. It's going to give his other spiders Riot. We'll see if there are any of those in the deck. And it's also going to stop spells and abilities from being countered and damage from being prevented, which mostly won't come up unless we see Alex trying to get tricky with a Nomad Zone Core.
Yeah.
Although I don't know that in that case, preventing the damage prevention will be the worst of Andrew's worries.
Yeah, often a line of text that's not too relevant. However, when it comes up, it can be quite devastating. But yeah, this is exactly what Andrew wants, especially if he's holding some form of interaction. If Andrew doesn't have a way to deal with a Nadu or a high toughness creature, we could see Alex start to take over the board. But again, another follow-up creature plus removing that Strix is just exactly what Andrew needs.
And Keen-Eyed Curator, one that gets big very, very fast. Sort of a variant on Scavenging Ooze.
Yep.
But
and this is really like, we're seeing the power of the Mox here, especially being able to turbo out those 2 drops early. But now you're seeing the scalability of just that extra mana. So this Keen-Eyed Curator is probably going to be able to get the buff as early as next turn, which really is just kind of unfair.
It is. It's funny, you think about it and it's like, well, it's a 6-mana 7/7 trample. That's good, but you know, that wouldn't see play in Highlander. But the way you get to split up the mana costs over multiple investments makes it very powerful.
Yeah, really, really efficient.
As you say, the Mox just really powerful. No secret there. Moxes are very powerful magic cards, but it put Vance back on the play in a way.
Yep, exactly. Yep. All of a sudden, you kind of don't really lose the die roll, which, look, the die roll in these formats now, just absolutely crucial.
And of course, if you did actually win the die roll and then also have the Mox, it's like you're going first twice.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's just, you just get on the front foot and you're already so far ahead of your opponent.
And we can see in the construction of Vance's deck as well, you mentioned it, the Keen-Eyed Curator, the Grim Lavamancer, there are these mana sinks so that even as, Vance has 4 mana sources in play now, still going to use all of his mana each turn. Long think on the Surveil there from Alex. In a tricky spot, so you can understand thinking, is this going to get me out of it? The hand at the moment is a little bit slow, it feels like. A Rakshas's Bargain, I can see an Eladamri's Call, I believe, and that card at the front there is a Teferi Time Raveler. It's one of the old rules text versions of those Planeswalkers that are written out in a giant chunk of text.
Yeah, with a big essay on the card. You love to see it. I think Alex topped the Recruiter of the Guard with the Surveil, which is quite interesting.
So we're getting close to assembling then. If that is a Recruiter of the Guard, and I think there might be an Eladamri's Call in the back of the hand, that's 2 tutors to try and put together 2 of our combo pieces. So for Alex, although the board is quite dire at the moment, he's getting closer and closer to flipping on a dime and winning the game.
Yep. I think Alex might have to be pushed into playing this Teferi here to get rid of the Keen-Eyed Curator. Giving Trample with the Curator is just extremely powerful in this board state. The Recruiter obviously would be a tremendous chump block, but trampling over damage is just going to end up killing Alex in 2 turns.
Absolutely. And the combination of the Curator and the Grim Lavamancer really getting in the way of Alex's combo plans. So Alex has two main combo plans. The first is Nadu with Nomads and Core, which we've seen that song and dance before.
Absolutely.
Draw a lot of your deck, keep going off. The problem with that, going to get a couple targets off, but you can imagine that Lavamancer will take out the 1/1 pretty quickly.
Yeah, and exactly. And without any more creatures to generate, you're kind of restricted on mana here, where even if Alex is able to find the Nadu next turn, there's still a lot of board presence from Andrew, and he just doesn't have enough time, it seems. But I do like this play of the Recruiter. I think this is a play that's more winning than simply playing the Teferi.
And then the flip side of this, the other combination is Cephalid Illusionist alongside Nomads and Core. So that, Cephalid Illusionist, an old card. This is a really old combo that we saw in Legacy many moons ago.
Yeah, Cephalid Breakfast.
Absolutely.
Tremendous name.
So the way this combo works is we're going to target this repeatedly with the Nomads and Core, and Alex is going to mill his deck, and you might say, well, that doesn't seem very good. That seems like you're going to die. But he's got Thassa's Oracle and Dread Return in there. Sounds great. Easy way to win the game. Not as good when your opponent has a Keen-Eyed Curator in play.
Yes.
So the combination of pressure from Andrew as well as a bit of disruption is currently the recipe he's got going.
And the disruption's really versatile. Like, obviously, Keen-Eyed Curator, you can activate it as many times as you like. It's instant speed, you don't have to tap it. So it really just gives Vance a lot of flexibility in when he wants to decide to interact with the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure, though, Alex is no stranger to playing through interaction. These combo decks, if you're a combo player, if you're a combo aficionado, you learn to play through the various types of interaction, how you play around it, what the timing windows are, the spots where you can get a little bit tricky and respond to your opponent's activations, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's really, really true, as you just said, and it really does separate the good from the great combo players. How they're able to play around the opponent's interaction is pretty much how they get that extra 5-10% onto their win rates.
Yeah, and that adds up over, 12 rounds, over multiple tournaments. That 5-10% really, really does add up. We're going to see Baleful Strix eaten by this Keen-Eyed Curator. That's a nice one. Gets 2 types under there.
Yeah, really nice one there.
And now Andrew's going to go in the tank. He's trying to work out how quickly can I reduce Alex's life total to 0? What's the most efficient way to spend my turn, to spend my mana?
It's really interesting. I think Andrew's definitely have to be thinking about something like Swords of Plowshares. If you try and go all in on this Curator, you do get kind of blown out. And with Alex still at 12, if the Curator is not able to get through this turn, he does have a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. It sort of does hinge on that. So this 7/7 trample now, going to come in.
But it looks like, yeah, he's going in.
Looks like we'll see a block with the Recruiter, so that'll trade. 7 damage will come across. And Alex definitely does have an Eladari's Call in hand. So he's got the cards to assemble various combos, but it's whether he'll have the time.
I think this just comes back to the mocks. Like, as annoying it is to keep bringing it up, it is really as you said, puts Vance on the play, basically. And I think if without the mocks, Alex kind of has that extra half turn or 1 turn and gets to set up with this Eladari's Call into a Nadu. But at the moment, he's just under so much pressure with this Curator.
And we see the Teferi there. Could reset the Keynote Curator, but it's got its 1 hit in, and that's kind of all you need from your 7-powered 2-drop.
Yeah.
1 hit in, reduces your opponent's life total down, and now the Ragavan and the Grim Lavamancer can finish the job, you'd think.
And just the consistent pressure has made this Teferi play just quite awkward. I mean, dropping the Ragavan, you're going to be able to get in with Alex at 4. Without another piece of interaction, it looks like Andrew could easily just take the game in the next turn.
Yeah, really feels like Alex needs to do something big and possibly game-winning this turn, because even the Lavamancer by itself at the moment, without getting involved in combat, is threatening 2 and then 2 more.
Voice of Victory here, though, very, very nice. It's a tremendous blocker into this board state. It can't die the Lavamancer. But yeah, as you said, the Lavamancer can just go face. We'll see here if Alex is able to draw something off of the Teferi that he can cast next turn to deal with more the other things on the board. The Ragavan stopped, though, and that's really, really important.
Yep, that is nice. Going to bounce the Keen-Eyed Curator. But this Grim Lavamancer there, ominously sitting above that Badlands.
Not too sure what Alex just drew. That looks like a Mystery Booster print of some card.
Yeah, some sort of Future Sight border.
Yeah.
There are so many of them now with Mystery Booster. I believe that one might be a demonic consultation.
And it looks like Alex miscounted how many cards would go into the graveyard, but he can't feel too bad. I think he was dead either way. Without, if he didn't block, he would take 2 from Ragavan, Grim Lava Mancer. Was able to deal damage in the previous turn. So look, the numbers just didn't add up for Alex, and as look, the mocks into continuous threats just got the John Dagro deck the victory there.
Because it is really that one turn. One more turn, we think, and Alex probably has a way to assemble a combo, but instead Vance with just enough pressure there. As we take a look at the deck lists for these players, sort of interesting. Starting with Vance's list, this Jund list, already pretty well positioned, you have to think. By going to the sideboard, there will be some good cards.
Yeah, so it looks like we have...
Yeah, just Red Blast. Yeah.
So there's definitely Ghost Vacuum, can be a bit clean. I don't think you don't really want the Toxic Deluge. You could think about maybe bringing in some Blast, depending on the amount of blue cards in Alex's list. I think you definitely want to bring in your Red Blast if they're going to bring in their blue Blast. So
Yes. An interesting sort of game of cat and mouse there. Carpenter Flower is probably quite good. And then if we take a look at some of the other cards in the sideboard there, I'm interested to see whether something like a Price of Progress comes in. Because, of course, it is all dual lands, basically, for Alex. So potentially, that's some reach. Alex not really putting Andrew under very much pressure. So it could potentially be well, I'm going to take 8 from this, but you're going to take 10.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think the most important thing for Vance here is to not dilute himself too much on his threats. Don't go too overboard with the interaction. I think Price is really the kind of a perfect card for that. If you're able to play 2 or 3 creatures and then end with the Price, that's pretty solid game plan.
Absolutely. For Alex, though, again, it's a similar sort of thing. Doesn't want to dilute his deck too much. So he's got... And it's a bit tricky, again, against these Jund aggro decks. They're sort of generic good cards. There's no, 10 out of 10 sideboard cards against something like we just saw from Andrew.
Yeah, I think without... Is there any board wipes or sweepers in Alex's list? Any way to sort of 2-for-1 the board?
Doesn't look like it. The best card you're going to see is a Submerge, is a really nice one from Alex. So that's obviously really powerful. Anytime you have islands and they have forests, Submerge is going to be really good. And just to buy time with that free card as well. Beyond that, though, there's just not a whole lot to come in from this side, you have to say.
Yeah, I think from either side, it seems to be... But again, I think it's one of those matchups where both decks don't want to board in too many cards in general. Both of their game plans have to be quite linear in order for them to win. Without the Nadu deck comboing off, it's kind of doing nothing. But again, without Andrew casting creatures and trying to cast multiple threats on a turn, he's not going to win the game either. So,
absolutely. And it's interesting to look at Alex's deck. We've seen a few different variants of these Nadu shells, right? We saw Noelle last round with almost a more mid-rangey version. She had Atraxis, things going on. She had Solitude. She had a bit more of a fair game plan. And I'm sure we'll be winning games today with that fair game plan. Not the case here for Alex.
Yeah, I think I would much rather this fair game plan against the Jund aggro deck. Having a natural order into Atraxa will be very powerful into pretty much any threat that Andrew presents. The interaction that Andrew is playing can line up quite awkwardly with what the Nadu deck is trying to do, but you still have Dismember, you still have Fatal Push, and I think what will be really interesting to see is if Andrew decides to hold off on those interaction spells for Alex's combo, or whether or not he chooses to play to the board a lot more. If Alex casts a Dork, is he going to use his interaction on that and kind of maybe hope that he can outrace the combo?
Yeah, it's an interesting fork in the road. Or, of course, you can draw a Mox and just cast both spells.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's the other option that I'm sure Andrew will be hoping for. For Alex, though, we saw there, looking into the deck list, Nadu's the largest creature by power and toughness in the whole list. There's no mid-range plan here where we're going all in and we're putting together some cards. I mean, there's a Narcomoeba in the opening hand, for example. That's not a fair card.
Not a fair card, but it's looks very, very fair and bland when it's in your opening hand.
Yeah, it's not the place you want that one at all. So Alex will go back to the well, take a look at another opening hand. Andrew's having to think about his hand. Looks like going to keep us. So there was an Inquisition of Kozilek there, so certainly some early interaction, which is important. And then plenty of creatures in the deck, so I have to assume there'll be some pressure as well to follow up.
Yeah, I think Alex here really is looking for a dork. He needs to get that mana acceleration going in order to get ahead of the pressure that Andrew is going to play to the board. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Andrew decides to play the Inquisition on turn 1 over a threat or a potential removal spell on a mana dork.
I can see there's a Once Upon a Time there, which is a card that you do want in your opening hand.
That is tremendous. Pretty much the opposite style of card to Narcomoeba in your opening hand.
Looks like Alex also has found his Once Upon a Time. So we're going to see a bunch of stories told.
Yeah, a lot of fairy tales in the feature match at the moment.
Dryad Arbor, one that is a bit more awkward early.
Yes.
Effectively, it comes into play tap land that has the double weakness of being weak to your removal.
Yeah, would not be surprised to see Alex mulligan the Dryad Arbor here. But
Step through a really nice one there. A flexible tutor with Wizard Cycling. I don't think you're ever casting it for 5 mana, but Wizard Cycling finds both Thassa's Oracle and Nadu, both wizards.
It looks like he decides to bottom it, which is really interesting.
Bit of a slow tutor potentially has, it looks like Eladamri's Call.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Interesting to see, though, Andrew play his Once Upon a Time in response.
You know, I'm not sure that that's maybe the most optimal play for like technical Magic, but it is the most funny play.
Yeah, very flavorful.
Very
yeah,
flavorful.
yeah,
I really
very
enjoy
funny.
it. So we appreciate that.
Does maybe hit the morale of Alex a little bit. Think, whatever you do, I will do slightly better in first.
Exactly. Playing the mental game already. Taking a look at the top 5 here for both players. So a Tarmogoyf from Andrew. Very nice. Looks like a original printing Future Sight Chinese Tarmogoyf.
An absolute classic.
Beautiful card. And Misty Rainforest for Alex.
Yep. I think that's exactly what Alex needed. Looks like his hand is quite... it looks like it was land light, just a Tundra to Dryad Arbor. So yeah, getting that green source that's not just the Dryad Arbor is really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely, because it does need the mana. And I can see there are Nomads already. Nomads on hand. So the hand, a few lands, Nomads, and then Eladamri's Call to go find the Nadu potentially.
Yeah, yeah, really linear hand, and honestly, it's pretty much exactly kind of what Alex wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would probably like some interaction, but you can't have it all, especially when you're mulliganing. You're sort of restricted on the amount of different cards you want.
Yeah, and on the play at least, there's maybe more hope that if you just go fast, you can outrace your opponent and not necessarily need to slow them down quite as much. Deathrite Shaman is a really powerful 1 mana play. The 1 mana Planeswalker, as it's
very,
sometimes
very
called.
powerful, especially with 2 fetch lands now in the graveyards.
Yeah, no problems tapping that for mana. Also a little bit of graveyard interaction. One of the most played pointed cards here today.
Yep.
Over 100 copies.
Wow. That's interesting. Is it the most Deathrite Shamans in a Highlander tournament?
It must be. I think 310 players here. Previous largest Highlander event was about 240, I believe, or roughly 200. So I imagine this is the most Deathrite Shamans we've ever had in a room for a Highlander event. Hedge Maze here for Alex in the end step, going to Surveil. Really powerful, these Surveil lands, especially in combo decks.
Yeah, extremely powerful. I mean, it's sort of leans into that mana efficiency sort of theory where you're doing stuff with your cards that you're not just untapping and making no critical game actions, but yeah, being able to surveil in your end step. You know, you're binning a land. If you see a combo piece, you keep it on top. I think if Alex sees a piece of interaction for this Deathrite, he probably wants to keep that on top as well, based on the Nomads and Eladamri's in his hand already. Looks like we've got a bit of a judge call here, potentially.
Yeah, just a dexterity error, always the joy of paper magic, or potentially a sleeve that's split slightly. Yeah, just going to replace that easy fix. Big shout out, as always, to the judge staff here. They work tirelessly to make sure these events run smoothly.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it seems to be it's a really busy event. Look, 310 players is a lot of players. And we're seeing, especially with the open deck list, I've noticed a lot of Oracle text calls at the start. And the poor judges are after running around trying to make sure that they can show each player each card they don't know, as well as give them enough time to actually review the deck list during that 2 minutes.
Yeah, those first 2 minutes at the start of each round are hectic as a judge, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah, especially for the players too. I mean, you're trying to focus on what specific cards your opponent's playing. Is there any weird stuff that they're doing? What's good against my deck? Do I look at the sideboard before before game one.
Absolutely not. I
You
don't
don't
need
leave
more
the
things.
sideboard?
I don't need more things to think about. It's enough to look at this main deck 60. I don't need 15 more cards to think
Yeah,
about.
very fair. I think I like to glance at it, but try not to put too much mental energy into it.
Yep, fair enough. But it is...
I can't help but glance.
I bet you look at the top card of your deck after you mulligan as well.
Absolutely. Always look at the top card, but you never let it affect your future decisions.
No, I don't have the mental strength to do that. I'd be tilting off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And after all that, so Ponder will go to the graveyard. The Serial Ponder. I do love that one.
It's a very good looking Ponder.
But not what Alex wants in this case. Instead, 2 mana up. So now could see the Eladamri's call.
Looks like just passing the turn. Yep, so yeah. Aladamri's here.
Interesting if Vance does fire off this Inquisition, whether you are meant to cash in the Eladamri's call or not.
Yeah, I think you don't. I always like to give my opponent more decisions. So we will see here if Alex decides to cast it. Definitely thinking about it a little bit.
And no fear from Vance here. When you're playing these black decks into a green deck, in the back of my mind, there's always the thought that they might have Veil of Summer.
Yes.
But in this case, fires it off anyway. And we are going to see Eladamri's call in response.
This produce green? This produces green.
Anyway, just double checking the lands there. So many different arts. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
So many different arts, so many altars.
Yeah. Cephalid Illusionist.
Yeah,
The
very
card that Alex will find. So that does combo with the Nomads Encore that's in hand. And the Deathrite Shaman's tapped. So this is, not only is it 1 cheaper than Nadu, it's a 2-drop. It is also deterministic in a way that Nadu isn't. Nadu only draws 4 cards. Only. And then 4 more in your opponent's upkeep.
Yes.
But Illusionist is just mill your deck, and that's deterministic. So that is actually better. And Alex is going to show both combo cards and say, well...
Which one do you want?
Yeah, which one do you want? I'm going to keep this preordained, though. So, yes, that Eladamri's call will go to the graveyard. And now we see as well the power of Deathrite Shaman. Because we've gotten to fire off this Inquisition of Kozilek, and then still have 2 mana left over to hopefully develop a threat.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly what Andrew needs.
It's like a Mox that he had to pay 1 mana for.
Yes. Look, without the threats, the interaction is not as good, but with the hand hate here, as well as hopefully a follow-up 2-drop from Andrew, he's putting himself in a pretty commanding position.
We know he has the Tarmogoyf at minimum from the Once Upon a Time. Looks like a Morlock in hand as well, so definitely a 2-drop. Morlock's a really interesting one. Very good at fighting the small creatures on Alex's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I really like Morlock here in this matchup, especially on the draw. Sorry, especially on the play. If Alex is able to play one of those 1-drop mana dorks, being able to just develop the board and then kill it with 1 card, I mean, that's the absolute dream.
Morlock, of course, from one of the first Universes Beyond sets.
Yes, one of the first Universes Beyond sets, one of the most played Universes Beyond card in Highlander history.
I think so, yeah. A lot of Morlocks around, just fits really well into all of the red-green decks.
Yeah, seems to have faded a little bit, but at the same time, still very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially powerful, as you say, against other green decks. Because the real thing you want to do is eat your opponent's mana dork with it. Instead, it'll be the Tarmogoyf. Currently, we've got sorcery, instant, creature, land.
Yeah, big 4.
4/5. Not bad for 2 mana. And now Alex, there's pressure in play. He's been interacted with. It's time to find a way out of this. Unearth obviously would be ideal for him, of course. Just put it back in play, go off.
Got Limdor's Vault. Okay.
Ooh, that's a powerful one. Dread Return in the hand as well.
Sure.
That's not quite where we want that
No.
one usually.
Another Narcomoeba type card in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, this one is at least castable. I'm sure
Absolutely.
Alex has cast it for 4 mana.
Yeah.
Cavern of Souls a little bit awkward with Limdor's Vault. Looks like the lands are Cavern of Souls and this Dryad Arbor, which is not ideal.
Yeah, and this is a real big window here for Andrew to swing the game, especially if he can remove this Dryad Arbor.
Absolutely. Just the slightest of stumbles from Alex creates this opening for Andrew to try and slam the door shut.
Looks like Andrew, though, has a few lands in hand. Looks like a Tersa, a Grim Lavamancer, Beseiju, Overgrown Tomb, and the Morlock, as you mentioned. So yeah, it looks like we're going to be jamming the Morlock here, I would assume.
It's pretty appealing to basically have a 2 mana Avalanche Riders.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much mana he puts into it, though. He does have the Grim, so he can play the Grim Lavamancer as well as the Morlock.
Yep. It's a nice one for any future creatures. We saw it be very effective last game.
Wow, it looks like he's not electing to cast the Morlock, which is really interesting.
So Tersa gets a little bit more immediate pressure and does get to try and fix the hand a little bit, getting rid of the Overgrown Tomb, and then an attack for 7.
Yeah. Interesting that Tersa, whilst getting 7 cards into your graveyard and casting one of those spells is tremendous, it doesn't really pair too well into the Grim Lavamancer, where you want to take all those cards out of your graveyard to interact with the board or throw some shocks at the opponent's face. So it seems like Andrew will lean more in towards putting mana into that Grim Lavamancer and not worry about the Tersa. Tersa seems to have already done her job.
And it's not just the Grim Lavamancer, right? The Tarmogoyf cares about the graveyard. The Deathrite Shaman needs some graveyard. And that's a common theme in a lot of Highlander decks, especially the more fair decks, I would say, is there's a lot of incidental graveyard use.
Absolutely, yeah.
We see this not only with Jund, but also Grixis is really common. Mardu as well tends to have a little bit of a graveyard lean. So the incidental graveyard hate in this format, we saw Keynote Curator. That's in the main deck for Andrew.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's a big creature quite quickly, but also basically every deck has some amount of graveyard use.
Yeah, and we're seeing things like Cling the Dust making their way basically in every main board of Grixis now. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's just always something incremental going on in the graveyard with pretty much every Highlander deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is not great for Alex, just land and pass. However, thankfully he's not forced into playing the Cavern of Souls just yet. But there is a lot of damage and a lot of pressure currently on Andrew's side of the board.
Yep, and the Grim Lavamancer is especially problematic, you have to say, because it prevents Alex from developing gradually, and instead he has to try and find a line that overwhelms the Lavamancer by comboing all in one turn, put it all in play at once, and end the game often from almost no board.
There we have it, end step Limdor's Vault.
This is a very powerful old card. Not quite a tutor, but it approaches it.
Kind of a tutor. Was it pointed at one point?
I believe at one point, yes, it was a single point.
Very interesting.
So we're taking a look at the top 5, and then you can rearrange them. You can put them back in any order, and then we can pay a life and we can do it again. And you can just keep doing that. Go all the way through your deck until you find the card you want. It's going to cost you some life, but eventually you'll get there.
Yeah, and I think, look, Alex is in this unfortunate spot where he has to be quite aggressive and somewhat greedy with this Limdor's Vault. Andrew just has too much pressure on his side of the board.
Yes, so this is really Alex saying, this is the turn I have to win.
Yep.
It's now or never, really. And interesting that Andrew's passed with all his mana up. So he's got the Lavamancer open. He's got an activation of Deathrite Shaman open. Potentially more in the hand. Alex has no way of knowing, but also just may not have a way of playing around it. Okay, so we found the 5 that we wanted to keep.
Yep, we have stopped.
The rest will get shuffled. So we're shuffling the rest of the library. Those 5 are staying on top. And now we see if there's some fireworks.
We need fireworks here. If we don't have fireworks, unfortunately, yeah, this Deathrite Shaman and Grim Lavamancer by themselves is just going to take over the game and win. But at the same time, if Alex is able to find a Nadu and an untapped land, which he already has with the Cavern of Souls, he could do a little bit of work here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Nomads is currently in the graveyard. So we need to find a way to get that back. What is the draw? It is the Thoracle.
Oh.
So that's a really interesting one. Have we got a way? Oh, Demonic Consultation in hand.
Yes.
Nice.
That is very clean. Very, very, very great draw for Alex there.
Yeah, and
that was a Demonic Consultation. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
This is the power of Thassa's Oracle decks.
And Alex just puts his hands in the air and says, yeah, well, what you got? What are you going to do?
I've got an important question for you, Ethan.
Yes.
Demonic Consultation.
Love questions.
It asks you to name a card. Now, in this case, the way this works, Alex is going to name a card that's not in his deck. And he's going to exile his whole deck, and then the Thassa's Oracle will resolve, and he's got no deck, so he wins the game. So my question for you is, what card are you naming?
I always love to name a card that's in my opponent's deck.
Nice.
I think like cop-out answers like Hot Soup or What's the one? Not Dead After All.
I
or
love
something like those.
I love You're Already Dead.
You're Already Dead. That's right. Yes,
That's a good one.
That's a really good one. But I think looking at your opponent and naming, so let's go Morlock. it's just a very powerful play.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a good one. I also really like this artwork of Demonic Consultation with the rabbit.
Yeah, it's really.
What are we doing to that rabbit?
It looks like just like a Magic Online exclusive sort of card.
I think this is
with
the
that sort of artwork.
Mystery Booster 2, yeah. Really cool. So Alex
Very
there,
cool.
despite all of the pressure, and this is...
Just top decked it.
This is
Like,
the
really.
worry for Andrew, is that Alex's deck is full of tutors. It's full of A plus B combos. And we saw him try and set up one early with the Eladamri's call. Got disrupted by the Inquisition of Kozilek. But there's enough redundancy that you can very quickly draw into another A plus B combo, and in this case it was just in time, and through multiple pieces of interaction as well with the Lavamancer on board, the Deathrat Shaman. Really good showing.
Yeah, and that's his Oracle line with Demonic Consultation is by far the hardest line for Andrew to interact with.
Yep, doesn't use the graveyard.
Doesn't use graveyard.
Not a creature that...
Creatures are irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, and it's a 1/3 anyway, so it doesn't die to Lavamancer, but even if it does die, it doesn't matter.
Yep, we're not playing Laboratory Maniac anymore.
No, thank goodness.
The years have passed.
Whoa.
If you kill the creature, it doesn't matter, which I don't like, personally. I think that's very, very unfair.
It is. It does feel slightly anticlimactic.
Yeah,
To leave open all this interaction and have your opponent go, I'll put this in play. And you go, well, I can remove it. And they're like, that doesn't matter at all. It doesn't work. You got a stifle or a counterspell. That's about it. Which we won't see out of Andrew.
No, I don't think we'll see any stifles.
Not much stifle in the format anymore.
No, there's not really. There's always that Phyrexian. Is it Phyrexian Dreadnought? The 1 mana, like
The 1
12,
mana, yeah, 12/12.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I've heard a few people trying to brew that lately or trying to make it work.
Ooh.
But
spicy.
Unfortunately, the format is quite bullish in the sense that you have to be able to do something against Grixis.
You do.
And just casting a 1 mana 12/12, as cool as it sounds and as powerful as it sounds, isn't actually that great.
The problem
Into
now
the
is
powerful
that
mid-range decks.
you work really hard to get your 1 mana 12/12 in play with a Stifle or a Vision Charm or something. Your opponent shrugs and points a Fatal Push at it.
Yeah, exactly right. Fatal Push or Prismatic Ending. Just every efficient removal spell pretty much deals with something that's 1 mana.
At least Swords to Plowshares gives you 12 life on the way back.
That's true.
But yeah, it's not a great world. And the other problem is it's a Highlander format. Really hard to build your entire deck around Phyrexian Dreadnought and only have one of them in the deck.
And look, Mental Misstep just got pointed somewhat recently, right? So Mental Misstep, your Dreadnought is pretty brutal. Oh, sorry, Mental Misstep, your Stifle, so you still lose your Dreadnought.
Yeah. It did get pointed. Still 73 Mental Missteps in the room after the point.
Yeah, which is really, really interesting. I think that truly just shows how purely powerful the card was, especially at 0 points.
And now I feel like when my opponent missteps me, I actually feel less bitter about it, I think, because at least they spend a point on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel less bitter. I think in general, don't really play around it.
No.
Just
I wasn't
jam.
playing around it before,
If
so...
they got it, yeah. Sometimes play around days, but oftentimes, look, I'm all in favor of just jamming.
Yeah. I think that's generally the way in this format. Alex here mulliganing to 5, which is not the start he would want to see. But on the other hand, 3 lands, Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation is 5 cards.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, with the new mulligan rules that was implemented a few years ago, you're looking at 7 new cards. So the chances of you hitting that A plus B combo plus lands is just higher. So you're definitely not out of the game. Look, you are disadvantaged to some degree, but you know, you still have to play a game of Magic.
Looks like a 1-lander here for Alex, which is awkward, and it's not a green land.
Not a green land, yep.
Got this Noble Hierarch, but can't actually cast it. We'll be hoping to draw a land. He's on the draw, though, so we'll get a couple looks.
Once again, once upon a time.
Andrew's going to tell this story once more time and hope that it ends better this time. 5 cards off the top. Few options, maybe? No, I can see a lot of instants and sorceries there. Okay, we found one. Nethergoyf. Powerful. We saw Tarmogoyf last game. What if it costs half as much mana? That's Modern Horizons for you.
Although still a bit of a number with Grim Lavamancer and a few
It is.
a few of those other cards that Andrew's playing in his deck.
And I believe we saw the Lavamancer in Andrew's hand as well,
Very
and Tarmogoyf.
interesting.
So
Yeah.
a lot of graveyard tensions going on.
Yep. Looks like though too, Andrew's lands maybe not lining up super well for him. Although no, the Sars Chocobo, I believe, is maybe not the pronunciation of that card, but
I have never played any Final Fantasy, so I can't actually tell you.
This is a very interesting card. It does a little bit of work in Standard. It's pretty much a newer style step links.
Yeah, very reminiscent of that.
Where, look, the power stays on the creature in the form of the counters. Although starting at 0 power, often not great. Without the pairing of a fetch land on turn 2 or turn 3, can be quite slow. Doesn't scale too well into other 2-drops in the format.
It's a low floor.
A very low floor for sure. But the ceiling, quite high. I mean, if you have 2 fetch lands as your follow-ups on turn 2 and 3, all of a sudden you've got a 4 power creature attacking in.
Speaking of high ceiling, Alex very powerfully draws the fetch land on turn 1, so
Very
now
powerful.
gets to deploy Noble Hierarch, and now the hand looks much more powerful. If that
Absolutely.
Noble Hierarch lives, he's got a lot of 3-drops to play, and because of the Besage on turn 1, no Lavamancer on turn 1, it looks like we do have a fetch land.
Do have the fetch land.
Very important there. But even if Andrew wants to deploy the Lavamancer this turn, we're going to get a mana out of the Noble Hierarch, get to play a 3-drop ahead of curve, and then that is going to continue to restrict Vance's mana. Because I don't think there was a third land we could see there.
I don't believe so either, and I think I'm kind of liking Alex's position here.
Which is amazing to say. And you have to think, it's really interesting. Obviously, you want to play the Chocobo first. Because with only 2 lands in hand, you really want to get it rolling, start getting the counters on it. But now the Grim Lavamancer starts to look really awkward. Doesn't get to take out the Dork, it's a bit slow. On the other hand, you have a 2-3.
Yeah, exactly. The 2-3 is just not going to be fast enough. Like, whilst if Andrew's able to top deck a fetch land, the clock gets a lot faster.
That's a nice one.
Yeah,
Dreams of Steel and
Dreams
Oil.
is very good here. Spellseeker is probably the best card in Alex's hand, at the moment. So very nice to be able to get that one out of there.
And Exiled as well, which is relevant. There's Unearth. There's ways to reanimate creatures in Alex's deck. This Teferi looks pretty nice, though.
Teferi does look pretty nice, especially when Andrew's got no more lands in hand.
And no other pressure, no follow-up. So Alex is going to get to play the Teferi, bounce the only creature in play, and then protect it.
And there it is, the Unearth off the top for Alex. So that Exile effect, absolutely massive for Andrew.
Yeah, you love to Unearth Spellseeker. 2 mana discount off your Spellseeker? Hell yeah. Go find Ephemerate, go find something else. Off to the races. But as it is, the Teferi very powerful here. Just going to slow Andrew down, buy a lot of time for Alex, both by reducing Andrew's board, but also just keeping the Noble Hierarch in play. Is going to jump him ahead. Forest, not the best draw here. 2 mono green lands is a bit awkward potentially.
Not the best draw, but it is a land, so it does enable Andrew to play both threats and somewhat get the Chocobo starting back up.
Yeah, it's really important. Submerge drawn by Alex.
Submerge is a tremendous draw. Alex drawing really well.
That's really powerful. Submerge not only removal spell, of course, but the really powerful thing about this is it just feels like Time Walk.
Yeah, although it's hard. The question now becomes, does Alex have the read on Andrew having no other land in his hand? And I think based on the Besage on turn 1, you have to assume that Andrew drew the Forest in the later turns.
Yep.
So, but again, it's quite easy for us to sit here and say to jam the Submerge here, and looks like, he almost did it.
Magic's much easier when you can see your opponent's hand. It turns
So
out.
easy. Gitaxian Probe, very, very good card in the
Gitaxian
format.
Probes.
Tremendous
But also
card.
just discard spells, right?
Yep.
That's part of the power of them is just the information you get. Bauble. Well, that's not immediately impactful.
Not immediately impactful, but quite nice because it does get that extra type into the graveyard for the Goy.
And also lets you draw through the Submerge potentially, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Also interesting to see we didn't get Ponder fired off by Alex.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Just trying to get a little bit more information. Sometimes it is actually better to hold on to your cantrips.
Yep.
To know which card you're searching for, what type of card. Especially in this A plus B combo deck. If you just fire off the Ponder immediately, sometimes you don't actually know what you're looking for.
Yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
As soon as you draw a Cephalid Illusionist, you know what you're looking for.
Spot on. Yeah, if you draw a Tassel Oracle or something or a Demonic Consultation,
Yeah,
you see
clears
one
it up.
part, you want the other.
Clears it up. Lavamancer is going to come down here. A couple 1/1s on the other side.
But, oh, that's right. We forgot about Teferi.
Yep. I forgot that card has other text.
I forgot that card has text. That card has too much text at the moment. But yeah, very, very powerful. End step Ponder. Probably would be the best cantrip of all time. Maybe Brainstorm's still better, but an instant speed Ponder could be released in like 2029 or something.
Yeah, give it a couple years.
Yeah.
Wizards will get to it. Can't wait for 2029 Highlander. We're gonna get
So awkward here though for Andrew because I believe it's a Dowdy in his hand. And that paired with the Nethergoyf means that at the moment, he can only really do one thing a turn.
Yeah, and that has been the problem here, and we know. So he's going to draw the Tarmogoyf on Alex's turn, so we'll get a fresh look at potentially a black land to unlock the hand a little bit. And as well, the only black source being also the only red source means it's hard to activate the Lavamancer while casting spells.
Yep.
Could see Tarmogoyf plus Lavamancer activation potentially. But there's no Hierarchist tap for mana 3 times now. So it kind of got its money.
It's basically a Mox, right?
Yeah. Turns out, Moxes are really powerful even when you have to pay for them.
Yeah.
Ooh, unfortunately, we've tapped the only black source here, so won't get to end step.
Still the end step. Yeah,
still the end step.
Still very
You know what
powerful.
else we can do, though, with this Thoughtseize now, with Teferi in play?
Yep.
Draw,
We can draw
step,
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. The only one still in hand could cycle that one, potentially, if we really want to dig deeper. Or alternatively, one of our creatures is probably going to die this Lavamancer soon.
Yeah, Andrew really just looking for a fetch land here. Looks like, as you mentioned, Alex straight away is going to cycle this Unearth, try and get some more action going. Whilst he does have probably the better board pressure, and the Teferi is slowly ticking up and becoming a potential issue, he's got nothing else really going on.
Would love to somehow get through the turn with the Teferi still on 3 to get one more repulse out of it.
Yeah, and I think that was something Alex was thinking about. Do I attack with my Dryad Arbor, but recognizes that he does need to keep the loyalty counters on the Teferi as high as possible.
Vance there, unfortunately, I think missed his Bauble trigger, which is why we see him draw the Tarmogoyf for turn.
Oh, goodness.
With the trickiness of the Ponder in the end step afterwards, hard to remember sometimes. So that's a little bit painful, I'm sure, for him.
A little
But
bit painful, look, but
still a pretty good turn, though. Activate
still a good
Lavamancer.
turn.
We're going to respond to the Lavamancer activation with Thoughtseize because we know the Tarmogoyf is in hand.
Yep.
Which has worked out really well here.
Very well, very well.
Going to strand those 2 black cards in Vance's hand.
I really like that play from Alex. That was really heads up.
It's really heads up as well to realize, okay, I have priority now. If I just pass here, Andrew is immediately going to get priority, and he can put another spell on the stack. So
Yep.
I should just fire this off now. Really nice.
Interesting, though, he does elect to take the Dowdy, which I think just says a lot about potentially the preparation that Alex has done and recognizes that Dowdy is just incredibly good against his deck to the point where he's willing to sacrifice board presence and pressure in order to get the card off the table.
I mean, it does really shut off the combo, all of the combo lines from Alex to say you have no graveyard. All of this Cephalus Illusionist stuff doesn't work anymore. Swords is a nice draw there. Did sacrifice the Noble Hierarch in a chump block there just to get another turn with the Teferi, get another redraw. Daze the draw, which potential little bit. We might see it get the Tarmogoyf there, though. Oh, he's going to fire.
Although you do get to cast both your spells here.
You do.
I think you definitely want to be dazing.
Might not cast the daze, it seems like.
I
Fire
guess
off the swords, get it out of there.
Oh, I guess we shouldn't cast the daze so that Andrew takes 2.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want to shock here?
Although I kind of don't like the timing there. I think if you daze before and you still have that 1 card in hand, you do incline Andrew to pay the 1.
Yeah, see if Andrew wants to pay or not. But either way, now no cards for Alex. Has to draw something, you have to think.
Has to draw something, but does have some pretty live draws. I mean, something like a Nadu off the top, or is that a Green Sun Zenith?
And still has a fair bit of time as well. The Chocobo only coming in for 1. That Goyf is probably a bit bigger now with the Baubles. It is a Green Sun Zenith.
That's great. That's a tremendous draw from Alex.
Guess which green creature we're going to find?
Only doing it for 2. Hermit Druid.
So Hermit Druid's a really nice one. That will end the game.
That's a very nice one.
There's no basics in Alex's deck. You'll be shocked to learn. I do love the idea of this card. I love that Wizards were like, yeah, it's a really cool card. It searches for basics, so you can draw basic. A little bit of self-mill in there as well. That's not what's going on here.
Yeah, obviously at the time of Hermit Druid being printed, there wasn't a card that won the game without cards in your library, I believe. I might be wrong on that.
No, this card's from many years ago. I don't believe so.
I think before my time.
So if Alex untaps with the Hermit Druid, we'll see what happens. But the short answer is he's going to be taking the game.
This is where you just have to always come back to that bauble. I think if you're 1 card deeper, you never know. Like, was there a bolt on top? Was there something that could have affected the game?
And it's so hard.
It is so hard. I mean, you're under the lights. There's a lot of pressure. You're 3-0. And when you're making other game actions too on the same turn, sometimes your mind just slips a little bit. It happens to everybody.
Now finally we see the fetch land, slightly too late. Surveilling is nice, gets another 2 counters on the Chocobo. So now there's real pressure in play. In fact, a 2-turn clock for Andrew, which is really powerful. Going to get to play the Nethergoyf as another large creature this turn.
He hasn't surveilled yet.
And we're going to count it up, looks like 4, maybe 5 times?
So it's the full 6.
So 6 even. That's a big Goyf.
That is a really big
Pretty much
Goyf.
all the types. We've got Planeswalker and Artifact, we've got the rare ones.
Yep.
And then we see a fist pump there from Alex as the last card comes out of Vance's hand, and he knows this Hermit Druid. Activate.
Seems to have done this dance a few times.
That's crazy, no basics. That's wild.
Instead of flipping, I'm just going to pick up my entire deck and show you what I'm going to do.
Yep, so the Narcomoeba will come into play for free. The Dread Return will go into the graveyard. Thassaroka will go into the graveyard. And Combat Courier.
Combat Courier can come back with the Unearth.
Exactly.
Very interesting. And then, yep, we see the Thoracle and the handshake from Andrew.
And that'll be Alex taking the match. Game number 3 and the match came back from, that was a mulligan to 5.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive. I think there was that spot there in the mid-game where Alex just had nothing going on, and his Teferi had to be completely sacrificed in order to maintain pressure on or get the pressure off the board. But yeah, really, really impressive. A nice couple of draws. The Green Suns obviously was great, but
yep. And some smart plays there as well. Sacrifice the Noble Hierarch on a chump block to get the Teferi still in play, get one more draw out, and that is kind of what these combo decks often need, right? One draw can swing the whole game, and you have to play to those outs, which really impressive by Alex. Vance as well doing well. He's now 3-1, so still in a good spot.
Yeah, still very live. I mean, we know the 5-3 record to make day 2, so not out of it yet by any means. But at the same time, got to keep battling. Got to get some more wins on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 4 more rounds to come today, so it's a long day.
It's a long day.
It's a long day on day 1.
Especially when I think the format there's so many decisions, there's so much shuffling. Things are going to go to time, and I think even then we had like 2 minutes on the clock, and it doesn't feel like it's that long.
No,
like the games do feel somewhat quick. There's not a lot of turns, but there's just so much actions and so many decisions to make.
There's so much going on, and there's so many different decks as well. We've seen, I think, 8 different decks now.
Yeah,
through
really,
4 rounds, which is awesome. There's so much diversity out there, which is really good. If you were playing today, you know what you'd be playing today?
I do, and it's a very boring answer. I'll be playing Grixis.
Yeah. The good cards. Put all the good cards in one deck.
I mean, look, I need to up my game on other archetypes that aren't just aggressive decks, and so it's a good excuse for me to use to jam Grixis.
Yeah, you are a sort of known aggro player, so that Jund aggro doesn't appeal to you, you reckon?
I would say no, but deep down, oh yeah, it appeals to me. Yeah.
like your heart says yes, Jund aggro, and your head saying just put all the good cards in the same deck.
It's like the crying face with the happy mask in front of that sort of situation where it's like, yeah, I don't want to play Jund aggro, but I really do,
Yeah, I would actually love to do that.
And look, yeah, like you play Mox on turn 1. I mean, you can beat any deck. Like that's the explosiveness with the aggro decks, and that's sort of why like you see so many different archetypes because every deck just has those types of draws that can't beat anything else.
Yeah, we say that every time someone mulligans, we've seen a couple of mulligans to 5 and a couple of wins off mulligans to 5 because the decks are so powerful, your good cards are so good that you can come back, you can turn these games on a dime, which is really exciting Magic to watch.
Super exciting. Yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking of watching Magic, we will have more of that coming up soon. Round 5, not too far away.
major run. Maraschino cherries, major run. No one had a run like Worms. No one.
Their work complete, are headed back to the lab.
Testing. 1, 2.
Diane, it is 4:28 a.m. You should have something for us now.
Hello and welcome back to MTG Bazaar coverage. I'm Dylan Kakawa here with Isaac Lee, and we're about to bring you round 5. What can you tell us we have in store for round 5, Isaac?
We got a juicy one. We got a juicy one. We're going to see some Tolarian Academy action as well as Workshop from our Shops player, but it's a little bit of a spicy, like not just like playing Workshop and some big guys, although there are some big guys in there. It's also the ability to generate a whole bunch of mana with things like Forsaken Monument and some other cards in order to maybe play some big walking ballistas or just the beatdown play. Yeah, we'll see how it goes in regards to what cards get drawn. I'm definitely looking forward to a Mana Vault coming out, like turn 1 Mana Vault into a Tezzeret, untap that, or maybe search down to get a Voltaic Key or something like that. Some pretty cool stuff there. And then on the other side, we've got Liam Warren Whelan on Rakdos.
I'm more excited for this deck.
Oh.
I love me some Rakdos. I love
do
me
you
some
have any
aggro.
stories about playing Rakdos decks and beating fine people that were just trying to do fair things with Flash in the finals of?
Yeah, absolutely fair.
Yeah.
I was a good player, like you said, and kept the strip mine on top of my deck.
Yeah, look, that was a good play. That was a good play. For context, Kakawa has beaten me in many a tournament, but the one that stings quite badly was this Rakdos into Flash when we were playing in the top 8 of a Nationals Championship. Which,
That deck was 14 points by the next update.
My deck was.
Yeah, and then mine lost a point.
Yeah, my deck was very unfair.
if you go and like look at all the older results of like my deck from back then, it's actually most of the time less than 7 points now.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not how I try to play Highlander.
No, you should always be playing the cards that should be pointed or next to be pointed or just anything. It's like same as constructed Magic. Play what should be banned. Like if it should be banned, you should be playing it if it's legal.
Yeah. So we got both players taking a mulligan here. One of my favorite cards there, a Jewel Amulet in Connor's hand, as well as a Grim Monolith. And
the
Urza Saga as well.
Planetarium of Wan Shin Tong as well, by the looks of it. And the nice extended
bring this card up. Do you want to read that one out for our viewers?
So it's a 6-mana legendary artifact with 1 tap scry 2. And whenever you scry or surveil, look at the top card of your library. You may cast it this turn without paying its mana cost. Do this only once each turn. It's a shame that they put that line of text on there. They just don't want you to have fun.
Yeah. So 6-cost artifact that's basically like 1 tap scry 2, play something for free.
Yeah, which is pretty powerful, especially when you have a deck full of expensive cards.
Yep.
So Liam leading us off with a Marsh Flats. Imagine he's going to try and get on board as early as possible. He does have some of the more mid-rangey cards in his deck, some of the more expensive cards. So he is looking to get to things like 4 mana, 5 mana, things like Chaos Defiler, Deadpool, just any sort of haymaker, really.
Yeah. I also imagine just early on, the idea is I want to disrupt my opponent. Maybe play some Thoughtseize Inquisition, Duress, that kind of thing, or maybe we see a Deathrite Shaman if there's one floating around.
Yeah, Liam has in his deck City of Traders and Ancient Tomb, so he is going to be able to have that fast mana access if he needs it. So he's got a Magus of the Moon in hand and a Thoughtseize as well, leading with an Inquisition, Arena of Glory, and Overlord of the Baelmerk. And that's an Edge of Eternity's variant land by the looks of it. Or it's just a swamp. Actually, I think it's just a swamp.
Okay. So that Inquisition taking the Grim Monolith, which definitely sets back the mana available. Then Connor's going to have the option to either play the Urza Saga and do some things there, or play out this Jeweled Amulet and just get charging. A little bit of charge count on this one.
So Liam looks like his hand is a bit reliant on maybe this Magus coming into play and just wrecking him, but Connor's a bit insulated against that already by having the Jeweled Amulet as well as the Talisman of Curiosity in his hand. And the other thing is that this Urza Saga, depending on when it is played, the Magus can be really awkward to play into. Because if you play it into when the Urza Saga is on 2, it's got all those abilities still and gets to keep making constructs.
Yeah, it doesn't go straight to the bin like it used to.
Yeah.
So Thoughtsea's coming down, and we see, yep, all right, I'm going to take that Talisman out of your hand. And Connor's going to charge up this Jeweled Amulet. For those that don't know how Jeweled Amulet works, it's kind of like a weird Lotus Petal that you have to charge mana into. So you see Connor has put mana into that and represented that with that dice. And now he has the ability to tap to remove the counters from Jeweled Amulet and then add 1 mana of the mana that was put into it. So if you pay blue to put into it, you've got to actually keep track that it is blue because it's actually going to spit out blue when you tap it.
Oh, that's going to be confusing. But in this case, colorless was put into it, and we can remember that one pretty easily.
Yep.
Jeweled Amulet's kind of like a fair mox almost. It was kind of designed like to be a fair mox, something that's, still like ramping you, but in a much more fair way of not being able to do all this nonsense on turn 1.
Yep.
So we see the Magus hit the battlefield here, which means this Saga is not going to tick up, is going to stay on 1, which also does mean it can tap for colorless even through the Magus.
Yep. So we can see that Thought-Knot Seer come down here, which we'll be able to look at William's hand, take a card out of there as well as be able to either block that Magus of the Moon, so stopping attacks, or create its own beatdown plan.
Yeah, despite the Magus sort of cutting off any of the fast mana Connor has access to, he can just cast his spells eventually if he hits enough land drops.
Yeah.
And
definitely a big difference with the update to the way that Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon work.
Yeah, so Thought-Knot taking the gut, True Zealot. That seems rather reasonable. I don't think this Bowmaster is going to be too impactful. The Overlord's a bit slow.
So we see that Overlord come down. We're going to mill some cards and then going to return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. Milling a Barragloif, a Headliner Scarlet, and a couple of other cards that we can't take.
Yeah,
here.
Sundering Eruption and a Bloodstained Maya. So the Headliner Scarlet is an interesting one because it's going to let him, get through this Thought-Knot Seer or any other like big creatures that may come to block.
Speaking of big creatures, Barragloif, quite big.
Barragloif is usually very big, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Artifact in the bin, we've got Creature, we've got Sorcery, we've got Land. So definitely some action there.
Oh, Black Cleaves should be tapped. No, there's Magus in play, never mind.
You mean Mountain.
Yeah,
Mountain actually comes into play untapped.
Yeah, there's got the basic swamp, so he does have access to black mana.
And we see a Mana Vault off the top for Connor here.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Giving access to 5 mana, but not quite enough.
Do you see the other card? It's a Forsaken Monument.
Ooh.
And as a long-time red-black player, I hate Forsaken Monument.
Let's bring up Forsaken Monument so that we can have a look and tell people about how this is going to interact. So Forsaken Monument, 5-cost artifact, legendary. Colorless creatures you control get +2/+2. Whenever you tap a permanent for colorless, add an additional colorless. And the part that you love the most, whenever you cast a colorless spell, you gain 2 life.
This makes my lightning bolt sad, like real sad. So interestingly enough, because the Blood Moon, the Magus of the Moon is in play with the Urza Saga still being able to tap for colors, meaning it will actually add an additional colorless mana with the Forsaken Monument in play.
Yep, totally.
So
and then you can also tap that Candelabra to untap the Urza Saga, and that actually doesn't produce... It produces 1 more mana.
Yeah, it's a neat little play. It's not common that you get to see mana ramp through a Magus of the Moon with a Candelabra, but...
Yep.
So Connor opting as well to not play the Forsaken Monument that turn. He's going to play the Planetarium, and I like this play a lot.
Yep.
Taps all 3. Planetarium. Can't activate it this turn. Oh no, he's got the Jeweled Amulet.
Got the Jeweled Amulet.
So we are going to activate this turn probably. Oh, we can do it instant speed.
Oh, you can just play it off the top. Just old Scry 2. Don't play anything. This card's sweet. Really cool to see this. Liam's got this Barragloif that is going to really gain a lot of life, have that card advantage as well. So we're going to have to find something here. Connor might be just...
so we got a Scrolling Crawler and a Mishra's Bauble. Choosing to keep the Scrolling Crawler, not so much the Bauble, which I do like. There is a Bowmaster in the hand there.
Well, I actually don't know this card, so you're going to have to bring this one up.
Scrolling Crawler is a vintage staple these days.
Vintage staple?
Yeah, it's a 3-mana artifact, so just bring it up now.
So we see a gang block on that one. With the Death Touch on the Baraghoth, both cards are going to go to the graveyard, as well as that Baraghoth. We're going to see some life gain on Wheelan's side, and then put into the bin, and tick down on that Worktide? Overlord of the
Bailmerk. Overlord of the...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dylan's so good with these card names. It's great to be commentating with Dylan here. Take 1 damage from that Mana Vault, and then scry 2 and get another free card.
Yeah, Connor's got a lot of life to work with here. Liam's not had a particularly aggressive start, and any sort of aggression he's tried to put down has been thwarted pretty quickly.
All right, so we see an Ancient Stirrings on the stack. A little sneaky look at the top card, assuming that it's going to resolve.
But
we might actually have to. We might have to get a judge in there just to make sure that we have a fully randomized deck. Considering Connor did get a sneaky look at that top card, but potentially didn't actually see it.
Yeah. Well, Liam's here thinking what to do. There's a Manifold Key, which is going to untap the Time Vault, or you can't untap the Planetarium. You can, but you can only do the ability once each turn.
Well, you can scry.
You can scry,
You
yeah.
can get some scry. But I reckon we'll see an untap on that Mana Vault, just so that that's ready to go for any big things off the top.
Yeah, unlocks a lot of mana and stops you taking the 1 damage as well, which is, not irrelevant.
Yep, for sure. So we see Orcish Bowmaster's coming down, pinging for 1 damage, creating that Orc army. And Magus of the Moon still floating around. Still able to get some attacks in now that Thought Not See's gone as well.
Yep, Liam here doing the classic Rakdos thing and being Hellbent.
Ah, yes, Hellbent.
Draws a Screaming Nemesis off the top.
Ooh, Screaming Demon.
Screaming Demon.
Yep.
So with the Thought Not Seer gone, there's a lot of damage that can come in here.
Oh, this
7.
is a bunch of damage.
Yeah, 7, that's a pretty big one. The Mana Vault is going to be untapped, or not. No, he's going to use the Jewel's Amulet, so he's going to take 1 damage from the Mana Vault. Which is,
Interesting.
Puts him in a bit of a more precarious situation.
Yeah, but we could be planning for something else that maybe I don't say the line there.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and see what he can do with the Planetarium, as well as maybe cast something big.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we see 2 scryed to the bottom.
Yeah, there's a Preordain and a Besage, so he's got a ring off the top.
The 1 ring.
So it has been cast from Planetarium, as Planetarium allows you to cast the card.
Yep.
So he's going to have protection next turn.
Protection from everything.
So he's probably going to be wanting to use, if he's going to activate the ring, maybe activate it while he's still got protection, because then the Bowmasters does have to ping something.
Oh,
but
okay. Yep.
It usually just pings the Orc army, which also grows.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We've also got the option to untap it with Manifold Key in order to draw a bunch of cards here.
Yeah, I like that play personally, but we're untapping the Planetarium and scrying too.
Ah, because you get to do it once per turn. Not per turn cycle. Not once on your turn. Not once total.
Once per turn. And your opponents have turns.
Yep. All right.
Cast a Sowing Mica Spawn.
That can get any mountain from the deck.
Yep. Very expensive mountain, or even maybe a waste if he's got that in his deck.
Yep.
But
is that a waste?
No, there's no waste in this deck.
Okay.
That is a forest.
Ah, okay. Yeah, basic forest. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, everything else is a mountain, so you might as well have some green mana that you don't need to keep doing with the Jeweled Amulet.
And we're not seeing any activation on that 1 ring here. Do we see an untap on the Mana Vault here or taking 1? Taking 1. Cool. And you see that Tezzeret the Seeker in Connor's hand.
Yeah.
Tezzeret the Seeker, known casting of blue mana required. Does not get cast off mountains. So a little bit stuck in the hand there.
So Connor's deciding if he wants to keep those or not. Looks like he's not. I did see a Tezzeret Cruel Captain there, so apparently that's not going to be good enough.
So both of those cards to the bottom.
Both to the bottom.
I don't know exactly how this new artifact works, so whether you play the top card for free or not. Then we've seen an expedition map off the top.
Yep.
And then we see a pass the turn.
So Liam here with a Deadpool in hand, and well, sowing Lycus Ball is not the best thing to Deadpool because you don't get the cast triggers. Imagine if you did.
So just considering what happens if I attack with everything here, and this Magus of the Moon gets eaten by this sowing Marcus Spawn. How bad is that for me?
Well, if we attack with everything and the Magus gets blocked, Connor goes to 2. The Mana Vault would theoretically deal him 1 damage unless he chooses to use the Manifold Key or Planetarium. But I think the big problem here for Liam is that the Planetarium can be untapped and can be activated again, which changes every part of the equation for both players because neither of them know what's happening.
Yep.
So some good old, like, fun little variants.
We've also got that sneaky little black enchantment coming into play, well, coming into action at the end of turn.
Yeah. So Liam's drawn a Blood Crypt for turn. And it looks like he's going to go for the Deadpool. This is an interesting play here. Choosing Screaming Nemesis.
Interesting. All right, so Deadpool is then going to get haste and going to be able to attack as a 5/3, which is a pretty cool little play there. Hats off to Liam. I actually didn't see that one. Very cool to see.
It's not often you Deadpool your own creatures.
Yep, but that gives the haste, swaps the card text for that so that I can get in. And then we see
Flips a Fomori Vault after putting 2 lands to the bottom.
Yep, just a little too much aggression going on.
Yep.
And that Magus of the Moon doing enough damage in terms of meaning that you can't make Saga tokens, you can't make constructs. And that meaning that, eventually, little extra haste creature, that Deadpool swap is very cool.
Liam finding the line. I didn't see that line, and that's a really cool line.
Now, one of the best things about playing the Shops deck, right, is that you have this amazing game 1, and one of the worst things about it is seeing your opponent siding in a bunch of artifact hate for you. So let's have a look at exactly how much hate is in Liam's deck and that Rakdos deck and how many cards are going to get brought in.
So Liam's got here a Brotherhood's End.
Oh, all right, so red, and 1. You can destroy all artifact lands as well as anything that artifacts with a converted mana cost of 3 or less.
Yep. We've got a Meltdown.
Oh, destroy all artifacts with mana cost X or less.
Yep. And then we've got a Null Rod.
Null Rod, yep. Okay, so no artifacts being tapped there, as well as a Price of Progress that I imagine is going to come in.
Oh, yeah. Price of Progress is so good against these Shop stacks.
Yep.
Because like early game, they do take a fair amount of damage and they tend to stabilize, but usually they need a lot of lands to stabilize, so the pop just goes over the top.
Yeah, definitely.
And we've also got a Toxic Deluge and a Vexing Bauble in the sideboard. These may be coming in, but I think if you're Liam, I'm maybe wanting to focus a bit more on having fast mana myself.
Yeah, and the question is, in terms of like whether I bring in Vexing Bauble or not, is do I have enough stuff that I want to bring out? Like something like Fatal Push and Dismember. Like Dismember does hit a few things, but maybe it's not that great. So then I'd be looking at, okay, well, what cards am I bringing out? I'm definitely bringing in this Meltdown, definitely bringing in this Brotherhood's End. And so I've got some really good stuff, Price of Progress as well. So I'm definitely bringing those in, but is there enough chaff that I want to take out in order to maximize on cards like Vexing Bauble?
Yeah, so like Fatal Push is generally not very good in this kind of matchup. Dismember also is a bit painful. There's not a lot of creatures that that are relevant or wanting to be hit. So you can go down a bit on the removal. You still keep in things like Molten Collapse, especially because that can hit Planeswalkers and might even get more value, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah. You might also take out that Opposition Agent, maybe even the Orcish Bowmasters. Even though there is that interaction with the One Ring, I don't think that we're seeing a lot of actual card draw from the Artifacts deck.
Yeah, and out of the Artifacts deck, what are you bringing in here, Isaac?
Ooh, see, this is hard against Rakdos because you definitely want to be able to kill Magus of the Moon like we saw, but you don't have the out of being able to just play Carpet of Flowers and choke against like a red-blue deck or something like that. So a little bit awkward. I don't think we're going to see much brought in. Maybe we'll see a Dismember. Maybe we'll see a Haywire Might come in.
I think we'll definitely see the Haywire Might come in. It can just block. Sometimes it blocks and gains 2 life, and that's all you need.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case. And being able to hit an actual Blood Moon.
Yeah, I imagine as well we'll see the Dismember come in and probably the Spatial Contortion as just extra ways of dealing with Magus or just any creature, really.
One of the good things about playing the Shops variant, and this is a bit of a kind of hybrid between something like a Shops and a like a spin your wheels, play a bunch of stuff kind of deck, because it's got a couple of sweet extra brew type stuff that I haven't seen before. It's actually really cool. I really like Connor's deck. But it means that if something like a Null Rod comes down, it's not game over, right? Like,
yeah,
we can just play some fatties.
He's still got outs to it. He's still.
But you can just not kill the Null Rod. You
Yeah,
can just
you
say, look, Null Rod's in play, and it will be in play for the rest of the game, and I will just do other things.
Yep. The deck has enough things going on that it can win through a Null Rod. There's enough like non-artifact things it's doing.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't stop the Planeswalkers, and sometimes you just drop a big creature or a big artifact.
Yep. So drawing our cards here. If you're Liam, what are you hoping to draw? Like, what are you hoping to have in your opening hand?
Well, the Price of Progress that's in his opening hand. That's the main thing I'm hoping for.
But do you want that in your opening hand, or you want to like draw that like a little bit down the track?
Maybe a little bit more down the track. I'd probably rather something like a Null Rod in my opening hand. But you can usually build a game plan around Pop. The problem I think Liam has with this 7 is a bit slow. He's decided to keep the Opposition Agent in, and he's got the Broadside Bombardiers. So his hand is a bit clunky, but Pop can pull you out of some impressively difficult situations.
Yeah. Kind of mulliganing to 6 here. One of the things that the Shops deck does really good is mulliganing. Because something like Mishra's Workshop, Mana Vault, Tolarian Academy, these are all cards that actually count for multiple cards. And so having something like a Workshop and a 3-drop or a 4-drop means that, yeah, I can go down to like 4 or 5 cards pretty easily. And still have
and
a lot of stuff.
any games I've played with the Shops deck have usually been pretty aggressive mulligans. Probably too aggressive if I'm being honest and look back at them, but you can do a lot with the deck.
Turn 1, Urza's Saga into Expedition Map. Now that is a declaration that either I don't have much on the land side of things, or the opposite, I've got something that taps for multiple mana.
He does have an Ancient Tomb in his hand.
I know.
And he's drawn the Academy.
Baby. Oh, hang on. We have missed a
Saga Trio, yeah. That's all right, I'm sure the...
Sure, the judges will sort that out.
Yeah, they've worked it out.
Yeah. That's one, when it comes to sagas, you got to make sure that you actually have the saga aspect.
FOMO coming down. He's got a Sunstar Exemplar, or Sunset Saboteur, Opposition Agent, Goblin Bombardiers, and the Price of Progress, and the Mega. So he's definitely wanting to discard one of these cards, especially in hoping of hitting the 3rd land drop.
Yep.
So goes with the Sunset Saboteur.
Yep. And that draws a card and also puts something in the bin for this Netherglyph to be a little bit bigger. But that Ancient Tomb has the ability to make a 2/2.
Do you see what card he drew? He drew Meltdown.
Ooh.
So this could get interesting.
Yeah, Meltdown. Both
Connor as well going to be taking a lot of damage off this Ancient Tomb as he's decided that is his game plan, which is going to make this pop.
Yeah. I see what you did there. So definitely some options here. So Connor has the ability to make a construct token, but also has the ability to go, no, you know what, I'm not going to make that construct token. Instead, I'm just going to use my mana to do a whole bunch of different things.
I think I would make the construct token here. I would want to be trying to get aggressive.
The problem is, though, the construct tokens died at Meltdown.
Yeah, but Connor can't really play around that. He's like, yeah.
If he was watching coverage.
Oh, he's got a Candelabra, and he's going to play the Academy for turn.
Yep.
He's going to tap for 4 mana, plus he's got the Mana Vault in hand. He gets to play that. Candelabra, untap, make a bunch of mana, and then it's all going to get Meltdown.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. Right? We might actually see like a Khan there. I don't think we quite have enough mana for Mycosynthellatus, but it's not far off.
So he's got an Eldrazi Confluence and a Sowing Mycospawn in hand, so no green mana yet. Playing a Mana Vault, so 3 left in pool.
Oh, maybe I misspoke and didn't realize that there wasn't actually a Khan in hand.
Yep. All right, so now we've got 1 in float. Nothing in float now. We've gone to combat. And these constructs are pretty big, but this is the Meltdown.
This
is the Meltdown.
This is gonna hurt. Oh.
And the Eldrazi Confluence is back up. What are you gonna do here?
Look, I think totally reasonable that William has the Meltdown, but also totally reasonable if Connor has a Meltdown.
Yeah, Connor also is missing his 3rd land drop here, so he's not going to be able to necessarily lock out of the game next turn by just slamming a Magus. He might draw the land and be able to do that and take out this like Academy and Ancient Tomb.
Oh, okay. So what do we got here? Eldrazi Confluence coming in.
Yeah, it's going to kill both creatures.
Yep.
Just so that we avoid taking too much damage. He's using the Mana Vault as well instead of taking the damage off the Ancient Tomb because it's going to be destroyed, so we're not worried about the 1 damage.
Yep.
And we're going to get to keep a Spawn token. And we can probably sack the map here as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. So looks like Liam might be missing his 3rd land drop. Connor did hit his 3rd land drop. It was just that it was Urza Saga, so went to the bin.
Yeah.
Academy. So we will see 1 more land coming in from the Expedition map.
Oh, you can get a Talon Gates Madara here. Should have 2 mana in pool. Can use the Ancient Tomb to flash it in and phase out one of the constructs.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That is such a cool play.
He was thinking about it. He's gone for it. I believe he does still have 2 mana in pool. He's just removed the dice.
Yep. Tap the Ancient Tomb, take the 2 damage. And let's get this in here, and let's have a little Construct Survive, please.
And ramp.
And ramp,
And ramp. I mean, it's technically ramp in 2 forms because you're keeping the construct alive for your academy. And yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Connor is on 14, though. This Ancient Tomb has dealt him 6 damage.
And we've got 3 lands in play.
Yeah.
So we'll just count that price of progress.
Yeah.
If that was to be cast now, we'd be at 8 life.
Treasure Vault and Sowing Mica Spawn in hand. Treasure Vault's a fun card, right?
Yeah, it does a lot of different weird things.
And there's the Haywire Might.
Yep. It is also an artifact land, so it would have got killed by that meltdown.
So we do have green mana with the Talon Gates of Mandara, as it is a filter land.
Yep.
An inefficient one. I'm not sure what the correct terminology for this kind of effect on a land is, but the Prism land or something?
Yeah, Prism land, filter land. No, I guess it's not a filter because there were a series of filter lands that we referred to as them.
We get to
Sowing Mica Spawn.
Kicked. Oh, not kicked. Yeah, kicked. Getting rid of the bad lands because Connor's seen that Liam's missed his 3rd land drop.
Yep.
So really good to go for this here. And you get an extra additional bit of fun. But Connor is on 12 life and about to have a 5th land in play.
It's close.
So if he taps that Ancient Tomb again, things could be very bad.
Yep. Or just plays another non-basic.
Or just plays another non-basic. Gets up Sturgo Entertainment. All right, this is a good one that you can sacrifice at instant speed as well.
Yep, and that will exile graveyards as well as get a historic card back from graveyard to hand.
Yeah, dealing with this Nethergoyf, I think, is just a little bit of gravy.
1 card in hand. 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand, which I believe is a
So
Haywire.
am I choosing not to cast it?
Yeah, which could have been cast out for free.
Grief off the top. Yep, loses the opposition agent. It's a bit past that card's time, I think.
Totally reasonable.
And Liam here now going to start taking some damage. So this construct is a 2/2 because Treasure Vault is an artifact.
Yep.
You can also make a bunch of treasure tokens with Treasure Vault. Oh, Golos!
Well, that's another non-basic coming into play right now.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2.
Yep.
It's 12.
What land's he going to get here?
Yeah, unless the basic forest comes out.
Or the Inventor's Fair. That's going to start gaining him life.
Yep.
Liam's going to take 6 here, meaning next turn he's dead.
Yeah.
So I guess he's just hoping to draw a land.
Price of progress. What a card.
I love it.
We're going to see a big sweat off the top here. Because if that is a basic land, is non-basic land, any land that comes to play untapped.
All right, knocks the top of the deck. Oh, Brotherhood's End. He's drawn all his sideboard cards and just doesn't have the mana to cast them.
That was exciting.
Oh, so tight, so close.
The thing is, I reckon Connor has no idea just how close he was to dying there.
Yeah, if you're watching this back, Connor, you just dodged a bullet.
You dodged a bullet, buddy. All right, so heading back to the sideboarding. Any changes you reckon we'd see, like in a difference between being on the play versus being on the draw?
I think on the draw out of the shops deck, you're a bit less reliant on fast. Well, you're kind of reliant on fast mana all the time, but you're going to have to be a bit more reactive in some points, have some more interaction. You might consider bringing in something like All Is Dust, even though it's a bit slow and clunky, and usually not for the aggressive decks. It is still a sweeper, and sometimes it's better than having no sweeper.
Yeah. I also think that on like mulliganing perspective, you also got to realize that, okay, if I mulligan to like Mana Vault and some good stuff, they might actually just Thoughtseize Inquisition Duress me.
Yeah.
And so I can't be as aggressive on my mulligans. A little bit different with like, Workshop, because that can't get Duressed or mulligan, Duressed or Thoughtseized. But yeah, a little bit scarier being on the draw for the shop stack.
Yeah, you're probably looking to mulligan less aggressively in these kinds of matchups, just any sort of Thoughtseize matchup, because a lot of the time when you are mulliganing, you don't have the redundancy you need to make the hands good.
Yeah.
And so it gets easily broken up by one of these discard spells.
Yep. Although, being a Highlander format, only one copy of each card.
Yeah.
So when we talk about Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Duress, I'm not even sure if Liam is playing Duress. Thoughtseize and Inquisition being the big ones, but they're just 2 out of 60.
He's got Duress on the board. I'd probably bring in Duress.
Yeah, I think I'd definitely be bringing in Duress on the play in particular.
Yeah.
Probably on the draw as well, but definitely on the play.
Also, Liam's shirt here. He's signaling what he wants to be doing all day.
Yeah.
Got Deadpool on his shirt.
Ah, okay. Very nice. What are your thoughts on Deadpool?
Card is very good.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
It is kind of a bit of a trump to any sort of creature matchup or any creature board.
Yep.
And there's a lot of good Deadpool stories that happen. So we have a Vexing Bauble, Molten Collapse, Blood Moon, City of Traders, Crystal Vein, and Fetchland and Blood Crypt for Liam. So this is going to allow him to first play a turn 1 Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, turn 1 Vexing Bauble against this deck is
2,
actually really good.
play a turn 2 Blood Moon.
Yeah, so that's another card that we might have brought in on the play and left out on the draw.
Yeah, I think you don't want it on the draw just because, your opponent probably just drops their hand first.
Yep.
And then it looks pretty silly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it always still draws a card, so.
That's true. It does replace itself.
Yep.
So Connor here with Ancient Stirrings, Candelabra, few lands.
Yep.
Draws a Dismember. So Treasure Vault, Candelabra, has the Academy in hand and the Basalt Monolith and the Talisman. So we're going to see City of Traders into Blood Moon here. Oh, he's thinking about it. Yeah, here's the Blood Moon.
Oh, okay.
Always nice to turn your own City of Traders off with a Blood Moon.
Yep.
Big fan of the mono red Stompy decks in Legacy. They're a lot of fun.
Nice mountain
Yep.
from Connor there.
So we've got 2 mountains and a Talisman of Curiosity, which can be used to cast this Ancient Stirrings.
Yeah.
So Connor's hopefully going to try and find a way to dig out of this Blood Moon or just go over the top of it.
Yeah. One of the things that Connor can do here, like, got a colorless source, got a green source, got a blue source, so can actually just go, you know what? Let's just ignore this Blood Moon. Let's not
Yeah, it
try
looks
and get rid
like
of
Connor's choosing between Mana Vault and the One Ring. Opts for the One Ring.
The One Ring.
Connor does have a 3rd land drop in hand. The Talon Gates of Madara, the Basalt Monolith, and Khan the Great Creator.
So you might notice that William doesn't have a swamp out, so only mountains available to William.
Yeah, so he can't cast the Zoa in his hand. Can cast the Unholy Heat. So yeah, a little difficult not having black mana and like early Blood Mooning yourself that much, but sometimes you just have to do it because the shop set can be so explosive otherwise.
Yeah. So we see a Khan the Great Creator come out. The difference there, right? Like the options being the One Ring, draw a bunch of cards, or Khan the Great Creator, to then be able to do some sideboard-based shenanigans.
Yeah, and Liam here not having black mana or Delirium means that this Khan is probably sticking around for an extra turn.
Yep.
So
we could see a tick up here. We could see a tick down.
I want to attack this Candelabra.
Yeah, a little dangerous there.
I think it's fine when there's a Blood Moon in play.
Straight into a Lightning Bolt or Unholy Heat. Or
Yeah, it's not that valuable. There's a Blood Moon in play.
Yeah.
Saga drawn.
So if you play the Saga here, what happens here for our viewers at home?
It doesn't get the first ability. So it skips the entering with Collis.
Yep.
So it is just a mountain with no counters on it.
Mountain with no counters on it, taps for red.
Yep. And then if the Blood Moon goes away, it ticks up.
Cool. So we've got access to 5 mana here. Kind of has a variety of options available, including getting anything from the sideboard and just deciding what to do.
I mean, I think I'm tempted to go Basalt Monolith, and then I'm going to maybe get the Micas and Gladys next turn and just lock the game out that way.
Yep, game's over next turn. So, William, big sweat here. Big draw.
Oh, no, Rod!
That will turn off the Basalt Monolith.
Yep.
That'll turn off the Talisman. That'll turn off the candelabra, or the candelabra is not doing much. So Null Rod
So
coming down.
there is unfortunately a line Connor has access to where you can animate the Null Rod and then dismember it.
Oh, okay. So I mean, look, that's a sneaky one. I don't know if many people would say that. So straight off the bat, very good.
He's going to the board, having a look. Sees the lattice obviously, which he's going for, but I'm just. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5.
We're picking it up. We're picking up the lattice.
Yep. So you know what? I'm going to put this lattice in my hand. I'll do my tricky stuff either next turn.
Yep.
Which one? Is that a Mystic Forge?
It certainly is a Mystic Forge.
So Mystic Forge has the ability to play colorless spells off the top, and also has the ability to tap and pay 1 life.
To exile the top card of your library.
Yep.
It's silly card sometimes. Lets you do a lot of fun things.
So we're just getting a ruling here on the Treasure Vault. Treasure Vault is an artifact land, so as an artifact, wouldn't be able to tap for mana for the Null Rod.
Yep, that is correct.
Is it an artifact land, or is it just a mountain?
So it is still an artifact land. It doesn't change the actual typing of the card. It only changes the rest of it. So snowlands will still be snowlands. There'll be snow mountains, and
yeah, I just wasn't sure because I know it's a non-basic mountain.
Yeah,
but. As it taps for red, I think we'll get confirmation here from the judges. And but yeah, look, you know these rules pretty well. So
the Blazemire Verge come down for Liam, or another mountain.
All right, we see a trigger on that Vexing Ball. But well done, Liam. Well done. It's so good to see. I would miss that.
I forgot about it too, but like having the card not on top of your deck, also pretty good. Didn't cost you anything, so I think you're all right.
Yep.
So Khan's animating the Mystic Forge. We're playing Mystic Forge Beatdown now.
Yeah. So I think we haven't seen that play that you saw.
No, it
right?
looks...
Like that line of like, and to be fair to Connor, I don't think I would have played that too. I don't think I would have seen it.
No, I think Connor is definitely just going for a lot of value here because he can.
Yeah.
Got a Mystic Forge, you can attack with it. This is a funny game. Like,
beat down.
There's Planetarium of 1 Shintong, and there's a 1 ring. Connor's just opting to not really do anything. And
another mountain off the top, just mountain.
Beseiju?
Actually, it's a mountain.
But in the hand, it's a Beseiju.
Yes, true.
And if you had a green mana, there could be a Blood Moon that would go away.
Yep. All right, so we see another beat in for 4, down to a Liam for 11 for Liam.
11 for Liam.
What are you hoping to draw off the top here? If you're Liam, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 non-basic, so that's not enough to Price of Progress Connor out of nowhere.
And we've drawn a Chrome Mox, so this is going to not give us black mana because there's no Rod in play and a Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, good point.
So Connor here just gaining so much value by being able to cast things off this Mystic Forge. Golos. Probably going to find a forest.
A couple of those cards upside down, just fixing that up.
Yeah.
The basic forest into play.
Actually, I'm going to wait till I finish shuffling.
A lot of different options available with that card as well. Still being able to get cards from the sideboard.
Yep. Khan animates the Mystic Forge here and gets to attack for another 4. It's going to put Liam to 3, which means that next turn he's going to have 2 lethal threats.
2 lethal threats. So if we see a meltdown off the top here, then that would maybe do what we wanted to do.
No, it looks like a Takanuma.
Takanuma,
and that's the game.
And that's the game. Wow. That was like weirdly exciting.
Yeah, I was like, game 2 was so close. It was like threading a needle, basically.
Yeah.
And then double land destruction on it. It was enough to keep it off. And
the Price of Progress in hand, ready to go. Oh, so much damage ready to come at you. All I need is an untapped land.
Yep.
But instead, Brotherhood's End. Bunch more artifact disruption off the top, but not enough land to cast them.
It's usually a card I'm happy to draw in these kinds of matchups, but not when I'm missing my second land drop.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. Third land drop in a way because one of them got killed by the Soul
Yeah.
That Microspone doing good work.
This also means Connor Warren is our first 5-0 player, which means he is locked up day 2.
Congratulations to Connor. Amazing work to see. The structure of this tournament is 8 rounds day 1, and then anybody that is X3 or better will make the second day.
Yep.
And then we've got 3 rounds followed by a top 8. Does that sound right to you?
4 rounds.
4 rounds.
your fighter. Lightning inspired. Fight.
Hi guys, I'm joined here by Connor. Congratulations, Connor. You're the first 5-0 that we have on the stream. The first lock for day 2, which is fantastic. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I definitely thought I'd drop a game. I was hoping to make it to day 2, but I definitely thought I'd drop a game or two before getting there. So just getting the 5-0 sweep is very exciting. A lot of stress off for the rest of the day.
Yeah, great. That was a very close match as well. So you played really tight there, pulled it out in the end. How long have you been playing the deck for?
So it's a bit of a weird question there. This is my 3rd tournament with it. I've only played 2 back in Melbourne beforehand. However, this is a bit awkward to admit, but the Mishra's Workshop and the Candelabra actually come from my casual commander deck that I've been playing for about 8 years. So the lines with those cards I'm pretty familiar with. I'm still learning how to make best use of Academy, although it seems pretty self-explanatory how to use that card. But yeah, I'm really loving the deck. I don't see any reason why I'd hop off it anytime soon. I think there are some very good cards that have low points on the points list, so it makes the deck feel fun and exciting to play, and it's very streamlined. It's not too much like critical thinking when it comes to your opening hands. You just make mana, play dudes.
Yeah, it's a great deck. A really good selection by you there. Nice to hear that the casual commander deck came in clutch in terms of the pre-information. Sometimes it is nice to play the older cards that you're already familiar with. So the plan is that you're just going to keep winning. That's the plan, no doubt?
Oh yeah, plan is to keep winning, keep getting lucky where I need to, keep playing well where I need to. Yeah, I think bots is a bit of a luck-based deck sometimes. If you find the opening hand with the Workshop and the Trinosphere, it's a free win. You got to take them when you can, and yeah, the plan is to just keep getting lucky in the opening hands and keep playing well with Urza Saga when I don't.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us, Connor. Congratulations again. We're going to send it back to the waiting screen, and we'll be back with round 6. Welcome back to MTG Bazaar's The Event to End All Events. I am Sam. I'm joined by Kyle Gibson of the faction. How are you doing today, Kyle?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Kyle's one of our strongest chess players, but here he is playing Magic the Gathering instead. You've got a great deck for us. It's been doing really well over the last, let's say, year or so, 6 months perhaps? Is it about 6 months?
Yeah, about 6 months I've been playing the deck now. Picked it up just before Mana Clash in April, so yeah, around the long.
Yeah, so you've got an 8-point blue-black deck that has somehow found a way to play red. So let's have a look at it and look at those reasons to play red.
Yeah, so like I said, playing an 8-point blue-black deck. Recently I've added red just primarily for Deadpool. Deadpool's just the mirror breaker for all the mid-range matchups, basically. On top of that, you got the Pyroblast and the Red Blast in the sideboard. This is mostly in response to like a couple other people picking up the blue-black deck. And then also Esper picking up a little bit in Melbourne specifically. Just wanted to try and one-up the people copying my 75.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons for your own blue-black is that you get access to Harbinger of the Seas and Back to Basics. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I guess the preface to this is I was getting bored of playing Grixis Mirrors, right? So I wanted to try and take advantage of that, and I figured the way that I had lost most of my games on Grixis is when people try and Blood Moon or Harbinger me. But I didn't want to play Blood Moon, Magus the Moon, because I think the blue-red Moon shells are too controlling. I wanted to play something more tempo, something that was actually trying to threaten to win the game, and I wanted to use Harbinger and Back to Basics as pieces of that.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. So a way to lock people out while still being able to progress your own game plan at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, pretty much. Trying to ideally, well, when I first made the deck, it was 1-drop and 2-drop into Back to Basics or Harbinger. Unfortunately, some of the black cards have been pointed since then. We're no longer playing the Nethergoyf and Psychic Frog's gone to 2. But the core idea of the deck is still the same. You're trying to pressure them so that you can get your 1-card combos and get into play and win.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of your points here are spent on pressure, right? So can you take us through the points and what the role of spending points for pressure is in this deck?
Yeah, so the points that I spent on in this deck, so I got 2 points for Psychic Frog, 1 for Bowmasters, 1 for Murktide, 1 for Tamiyo, 1 for Dig Through Time, 1 Deathrite, and Force of Will. So I know there's been a lot of interesting discussion, particularly around Nethergoyf, about how many points you want to spend on these 1-drops just to get the critical mass to have that tempo plan. In this case, I haven't played Nethergoyf. I think I have a couple too many Delve spells, and I'm really high on Dig Through Time in particular. But still, paying the points for Tamiyo, Deathrite Shaman, Psychic Frog.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, it's a nice traditional game plan you have here, but it's a nice sort of fair deck, but also you are attacking from a lot of different angles to really find the weaknesses of your opponent's deck. So I think you'll do really well with this in our main event to win a Lotus. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I hope so. I've had, as I said, pretty good events for the past 6 months. Unfortunate timing that the last 2 events have not gone so well, but hopefully can change that tomorrow and win a Lotus.
All right, well, thanks very much for joining us, Kyle, and we will get back to you guys in a second.
Hi, we are back for round 6 of the event to end all events, and we got a spicy one this round. So we have Lucy Wilkins playing Yorion, and then we have Gareth Begley on Merfolk.
Look, who's going to win? The sea or the sky?
Exactly. Now, both of these players are at a record of 2 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. So one of these players is going to be knocked out of contention for day 2 on this match. So we thought we'd put it on camera, give you some spicy stuff that's happening on some of the other tables. We are definitely starting to see some of the cream rise to the top of the coffee here. There's a lot of Grixes and a lot of shops on the top tables. So we might save a little bit of those for later. But for now, Sky Noodle versus Fish. So players reviewing the deck list now. We're going to get into it.
Look, looking through that Yorion deck list may take a little bit more time.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of cards in Lucy's list here, but from what we've had a quick peruse of, we've got some Avatar cards. We have the new Blue-White Aang, Swift Savior, which is kind of reminiscent of Spell Queller / Aven Interrupter, but it also hits permanents in play as well. Well, not lands, but it'll hit non-land permanents as well. We've got
Waterbending 8, yeah?
Yes, it's Waterbending 8 to transform it. It becomes a 5/5 with Reach and Trample, and when it attacks, it puts a +1/+1 counter on every tapped creature you control. So Aang wants to be attacking with the friends. Yeah, for sure. And Lucy's list is pretty aggressive. There's a lot of 1-drops in this list. We have a ton of Mana Dorks. We have Giver of Runes, Guide of Souls, Mockingbird, Mother of Runes, Ocelot Pride. We have Ranger Captain of Eos to find all of these alongside the Starfield Shepherd.
And the Bright Glass Gearhawk.
And we also are an Urza Saga deck. So Lucy's got a couple of targets here. We've got Lava Spur Boots, Mana Vault, Shadow Spear, Skull Clamp, which is going to be a big player in this game.
Skull Clamp's definitely going to pull some weight here.
For sure. And we also have that Haywire Might in the main as well. And then Gareth's list is going to be the classic Fish. I didn't even know there was enough Fish to make it work in 7 Point.
There are a lot of unique fish.
I mean, much like the Pacific Ocean, Gareth has found a lot of different fish here.
Well, there's at least 4 different lords we can think of off the top of our heads.
True. And so when you think of 7-point decks, if you can find 4 of a card that is basically the same card, that's a playset. That is just like a good old-fashioned normal Magic.
Inbuilt consistency.
Exactly. Okay, so Lucy's hand looks like 2 basic forests, Aspara's Headquarters, Windswept Heath, Green Sun Zenith, and Eladamri's Call, so lots of tutors as well, which is going to help with the consistency of this 80-card monstrosity.
And we're up against a few islands, Cavern of Souls.
Looks like an Otawara. We've got a Force Negation, Brazen Borrower. Hey, that's not a fish. Hold up.
I can't see any fish here.
I don't see a fish at all.
Oh, we got to send it back. There's just no fish.
Throwing that net back in the ocean, see if we can find some more fish to grab here. So you played a lot of Yorion when it was legal in, formats, and it actually mattered.
I have played probably far too much Yorion.
How many times do you shuffle on average with a Yorion deck, and do your hands hurt?
I would shuffle far too many times, especially given I played primarily Modern with all the fetch lands.
Right? And Lucy's got more tutors and fetch lands than you would see in any Modern deck. Her hands have got to be sore by 6 rounds in of this event, shuffling 80 cards like 5 or 6 times a game.
You reckon they're double sleeved?
You'd have to be a psychopath to double sleeve this. Then again, 7-point list costs a lot of money.
Hey, Brazen Borrower's come back.
The Borrower won't go away.
Is that a 1 Shutong?
I do believe we have 1 Shutong, the Librarian, at the back there. We have a Dismember. I can't tell what the 1-drop is there. Oh, it looks like a Stifle is one of them, but I can't tell what that other one is behind the Dismember. Okay.
Right.
So we don't want the Borrower.
Looks like we're keeping our 6. Good to go.
I do like Stifle. It's so much better on the play. And we are on the play. Gareth winning the dice roll there. We get to find out what this 1-drop is.
Oh, yeah. Pass to you, Lucy.
I still don't know what this one is. Let's pull up Gareth's deck list and see if I can find out exactly what we are looking at here.
This is the Aether Drift Merfolk.
Oh, the one with Exhaust. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Not quite sure how it's going to compare to the Ignoble Hierarch stuff.
Ignoble Hierarch. See, I'm loving Lucy's list with such a density of mana
Aethervile's
dogs.
a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
And we just need some creatures.
And the problem I'm seeing with the Aether Vial in this hand is that we don't want to vial in Wan Shitong. You want to try and get that ETB trigger when you pay the X cost.
Yeah, but vialing it in response to sacrificing a fetch lands.
True, we get to utilize the mana. We've got this member now coming at Ignoble Hierarchy here.
Munchie Tong against all these tutors and fetch lands.
Yeah, this
Seems like a powerhouse.
This bird's going to grow, I'll tell you what. But again, not a fish. Have we been lied to? Is Gareth actually registering any fish?
We do have one in play.
True, but like...
This one does start your engines. Come on, let's go. No, he's only exhausting.
And I'll pass to you. How are we looking, Ian? We good?
Okay. Lucy, plenty of lands in this hand, so not going to be really disrupted too much by losing the Ignoble Hierarchy here.
Also,
Okay.
it does look like a few too many.
Potentially. Are we going to Green Suns for the
For
Dryad
Dryad
Arbor?
Arbor? Let's go.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Love this. Just setting up for this Yorion as quick as possible with a lot of the ETB triggers that are available in her list.
With the amount of lands in hand, I am looking forward to seeing a few extra ETB cards being tutored for here. The old Damery's call.
For sure, for sure. So we've got the
Here's our
Dryad Arbor
Dryad
here.
Arbor.
Boom.
I do
Free.
appreciate playing the original Dryad Arbor.
It's the best frame, you know? We're not going to do any of those cheaty little, oh,
We're
it's
not
a
gonna hide it
forest.
in our lands?
Not hiding it in the lands.
I also very much appreciate the islands in play at the moment.
Yeah? You're a fan of these ones?
I do quite like them pool arts.
I do also like the fact that they're different, you know? We are a Highlander format. Every card isn't a one-of, and we're even doing that with our basics. Day's a good pickup, but Lucy's hand looks pretty insulated from this. Maybe we can snag Yorion down the line, depending on how, you know, the next couple of sequences go. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Gareth here just...
Pass the turn?
Pass, yeah, and holding up that Wan Shitong.
Hopefully try and snag one of the tutors.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little bit of extra value.
Would have loved to have seen a land there as well, so we could have had the option of Wan Shitong or Stifle, or both.
If only the Oath Vial was in our
Opening hand. It always feels bad when you're playing an Aether Vial deck and you draw it on like turn 1 and you're like, ah.
Day's going to come in clutch here.
Oh, here we go. We are going into the dungeon. We would like the initiative, please. Please. And here we go.
What about this nice little Daze?
I mean, do we want to Daze or do we want to get this Wan Shitong
We
going?
can still Daze. We can return the island.
True, but we want to get the draw. So, okay, we're getting the Wan Shitong ETB trigger. X is 0, so we're not going to draw cards here. We're not going to get any counters. Ooh, okay, so we are just going to Daze. This is interesting. We don't want to have the initiative as part of the... We're going to have to return an island here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, don't want to introduce the initiative mechanic, which is interesting because...
May have been tempted to let the initiative come in if
yeah,
we have
when you've
the
got
way
this
to take it.
evasive Wan Shitong. And honestly...
Tamio was in the draw.
Again, this Aether Vial is just... It's just mocking Gareth.
Question for you. What's going to happen if Tamio was to hit? Would it take the initiative?
No, right?
No, it would not.
Yeah, no power. No power. See, I'm getting judge questioned all day by Matt.
Sorry, I can ask you a few more complicated ones if you'd like.
Yeah, let me try and maintain some professionalism. I can't look that bad on camera.
Aether Vial has come into play.
There we go. This is probably going to... I would assume we're holding up the Stifle here, and we're going to be trying to use this Aether Vial to put the Tamio in, and then just have our mana free for the rest of the game, essentially. Caracas with Yorion. Now that's a combo.
How do you feel about bouncing that Wan Shitong?
I mean, I don't hate it. Realistically, I don't hate it.
It seems a little bit rough.
Lucy's offering the trade here as well. I love this. This is so cheeky. Do you want to trade your land for your legendary creature? We'll see. We'll see. No, Gareth's just taking the damage. And now, yeah, Lucy is quite flooded with this hand. We see the
still has the Spyro's Headquarter in his hand. We can
still have the
cycle that.
the Windswept Heath and the basic forest as well. So it's just Eladamri's Call is the only non-land in the hand. But the board's not running away. Like there's not too much going on here. I think this is mostly fine. It's a very slow game, and I think this is coupled with Lucy's flooding. Gareth took a mulligan, and his hand has not really developed too aggressively from there.
It may not have developed aggressively, but it has a few ways to generate a lot of extra value with this Wan Shitong. Our Merfolk can exhaust to draw a few cards. We've got the Tamio in hand, we can Wile in.
We've got the Tamio, we've also got this Spell Pierce Stifle as like ways to try and impact with the board. With any future developments from Lucy as well. So interesting to see how these next few turns are going to play out, but strap in, folks. It looks like we're in for a little bit of a slow one.
We are bouncing the One Chi-Tong.
Back to the hand you go, Librarian. Lucy wants to get loud, and Librarian's not allowed to, not going to help with that situation.
Better stay quiet at some point.
Exactly. Everyone be very quiet.
Shh.
This card is
Are we
really
thinking about
impressed us.
stifling our Caracas here?
Would you? I wouldn't. I mean, we already know this is a Yorian list, right? So I don't really want to give you the option of having Yorian impact the board for such a massive, big play that could happen later on when you can easily interact with that for single blue.
Oh, we may be stifling the cycle, though.
If you're in Lucy's position and your opponent keeps pausing on every instance you make, you've got to have the read on this, much like a good Librarian would want you to. You're reading a lot from this instance.
Look, anytime my opponent has 2 untapped islands, I'm pausing and thinking every single play I make.
You know what? Even if you have nothing in hand, if you've got 2 untapped islands, you've got to bluff something.
I am well-versed. Well-versed in this bluff. But we know the One Chi-Tong's in hand.
We do. We know of the bird. We know of, as I've been dubbing it all day, Mrs. Lathuris, my library teacher from my primary school.
I believe Gareth is just getting confirmation and asking a question as to whether or not we can stifle this cycle.
Which the answer would be, Matthew?
Yes.
Yes.
We have an activated ability, cycling, stifle. Good way to say hard no to that.
Interesting. So we're still in the tank on this. I mean, does Gareth also assume that Lucy's got nothing going on the other side of the table as well? Because this has been a really slow early game of 7-point, which I'm not used to after what I've been seeing around the table.
Last round we were here, we saw the counterparts in the Merfolk. We saw our goblins.
Yeah, and we had a Lackey on 1 into a Muxus on 2.
This is quite a refreshing change of pace.
It is, honestly. Strap in.
Nice meandering.
I can see how, in the least derogatory way, I can see how both these players got a draw. These decks do look like they're probably going to
Our judge has confirmed that we can, in fact, stifle.
Yeah, no more cards for you.
This Spara's headquarters.
Alrighty, Lucy, we need a big one here.
We get to ambush
another
Tamio.
land.
Ambush Tamio.
Surprise.
I'm waiting for it. Maybe the Krakus will bounce it, though.
Interesting that she wouldn't play the Windswept. I must be misreading what the card in her hand is then.
Good timing, very good timing. Avoids the One Chi-Tong.
It does avoid the One Chi-Tong. Are we going to Spell Pierce this?
Yeah, that's all good.
And then what's Lucy thinking of getting here? There are so many options in her list. Bright Glass Gearhulk is a huge one.
Let's go again. We don't need to shuffle yet, Lucy. Let's cast our Gearhulk. Go again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. As the control player in the booth, I would assume you'd just, hang on. No, I need you to shuffle to give the illusion that something could happen here.
I would let Lucy cast straight away. And then...
Okay, sure. Save a little bit of time just in case.
I will attempt to cast Gearhulk.
Now we're searching again.
I love double searching in response to, this
is
bird back in the
optimal
hand.
play against One Chi-Tong here.
Yeah.
Lucy's actually giving a mini masterclass.
I'm loving it, honestly. And it's one of those things that we have done a lot of testing of the Grixis deck with One Chi-Tong and learning how this card's going to impact the format over the last couple of days since it got spoiled. And a lot of our teammates went from this card's broken to this card's all right. It's kind of good, I guess. But it's one of those things that when you are very cognizant of the fact that the Librarian exists, you start fetching more aggressively, you start playing around it, and once it's being played around, the card loses a lot of its power level. It's kind of like Opposition Agent. Once it's in play and you know what's going on, you're like, okay, hold up. I'm not going to give you the value for free.
I'd still say this weekend is probably the best possible weekend for One Chi-Tong.
Oh, for sure.
No one has experience playing
I was going to say,
yet.
I would assume 80-90% of the players. And an Urza's Saga.
Very powerful.
That's some
We're
value.
going for some big grind.
So I can get an enchantment.
And then, weirdly enough, we don't have a blue source, but we do have the fetch line in hand. So we're going to try and loop Bright Glass Gearhulk with this Mockingbird to get another Bright Glass Gearhulk. This one flies, so it can eventually block this Tamio that's going to be ambush vipered in here. Hiya. There she is. And Lucy just showing the value that this Yorian deck adds. And also, to be honest, why it was banned in Modern. Because this is very slow, very grindy, but most of the time, it gets there.
Oh, look, we've got some classic Legacy interactions here. Caracas versus Eighth Vial. We've got some fairly traditional modern plays. We're going Green Suns for our Dryad Arbor. We've got some
Tamio.
standard interactions here. We've got Mockingbird with Bright Glass Gearhawk.
The beauty of 7
All
point.
formats.
Every format displayed.
I have to admit, I am personally offended by the card that was just played.
But the card displayed Cavern of Souls? Yeah. Matt's eyelids are twitching here right now. I remember the day that this got put into standard, like a couple of months ago or so, earlier this year, and you were livid. How could they have done this to me? I think were your
Not
exact
once,
words.
but twice. I lived through the first iteration. It was awful.
This is a great clue token. This is beautiful.
Inspector Gadget,
The
let's go.
Inspector Gadget clue token is sick. Big fan of this.
So we're playing into known Wan Chitong.
We are playing into the known Wan
One
Chitong.
unknown from Z.
And well played by Gareth. The fact that he's got the Ether Vial on 2, and he's got the Wan Chitong in hand, so he can still play around the Caracas as well. So I feel like however we go about this, we are getting one draw off the Wan Chitong. We
Here
might
is
even
Wan
get
Chitong.
2. Activate Vial. The bird's in. Lucy's going to in response, put it back in the hand.
We're going to cast our Wan Chitong in response.
Lucy very confidently knew this was going to happen.
So that's just going to bounce straight back to my hand.
Yep, straight back to your hand. You can.
Confirming where we're going, what's
Mm-hmm.
happening.
Gareth being very methodical with this. Knows this is probably a very crucial point in the game.
And we are casting X's 1. We are getting an extra counter here.
We don't get a card off this,
No,
though,
we will
interestingly enough. And it looks like we didn't name Owl on the Cavern, so we're not going to be able to hold up Spell Pierce either.
So we're getting the 1-1
So we're just going
counter.
to get the counter here. We're not going to draw a card. We'll just have a 2-2 bird.
You don't draw a card. So that goes there.
But we are going to get a card off the search, and we are going to draw a card off the search. So Wan Chitong really putting in the work here.
Yep.
This card's just so good. I've been constantly impressed with it on the floor while I've been walking around since you've last seen me on coverage.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Wan Chitong impacts a lot of formats.
I think it's probably at its best, weirdly enough, in 7 point with how many tutor effects there are, just to try and offset the singleton nature of the format. But even in Modern, most of the decks you see are going to be running, 8 to 10 fetch lands or things like Primeval Titan.
Every Eternal format, it's going to be
For sure.
Be a big player moving forward.
I think at its best, it will be Vintage and 7 point. It will be it will see play guaranteed in Legacy and Modern, and then in Standard, I doubt it will see any play at all.
So the real question is, do you think Wan Chitong is going to cite the rise of Orcish Bowmasters again?
I actually do think so. I really do. The fact that it's a trigger when it enters the battlefield, so it's going to enter and then check to see how many counters go on it, means it's interruptible with Bowmasters.
They will still draw half the cards.
They will, correct.
But you can then...
You can ping it off, get
Wan Chitong.
Get it away.
And then we grow our Orcish army.
Mm-hmm.
Just confirming that Mockingbird is getting the Bright Glass Gearhawk. Let's
Yep.
go.
And we're going to get another draw off this
So
Wan
we've already
Chitong.
found the Urza Saga. That's in hand. Which means we're less likely to find the Love Spur boots. So we're just going wide.
This might be just Guide Pride.
It
And we are
does
going to go
look like a
wide.
Guide Pride.
Go wide, Guide Pride, baby. Loving the
Guide and Pride
sequencing
bring
from
Lords to
Lucy.
the front. Let's go. This is now starting to look really out of hand for our Merfolk hero.
It's one of those things that Merfolk doesn't have much access to removal. We only have, there's the Dismember. There it is. We saw the Brazen Borrower in the Mulligans.
Brazen Borrower was put to the bottom of the library, though.
Yeah, and we have not shuffled.
I really like that find on bird.
Is a really good card.
This is really, really cool what Lucy's
I
putting
am
together here.
very keen to see a Sky Noodle come down, blink another Gearhawk. Let's go.
And this is why we saw so many one-drops in Lucy's list. It's because this is her endgame. We're already here. She wants to be looping these Bright Glass Gearhawks with this Sky Noodle.
One life and an energy. Yep. Then when I attack, I may pay 3 and put 2 plus.
Oh no, Gareth is learning what Guide of Souls does.
On an attack.
Oh, we've all been here. This is not fun.
If I play another creature.
This is one of those things where you were like, the first time you read it, you're like, yeah, whatever, okay. Like,
And then you experienced it.
yeah, and then you're like, hang on, this card's way better in play than it is on paper.
Along with this card.
Yeah.
First time you're like, oh, it's just a 1-1 for 1.
Whatever, it was a 1-1 in a Bowmasters heavy format. We were like, this card's not going to do anything.
Hey, Renin 6 exists too. Come on, let's go.
How the mighty have fallen. Renin 6 and Bowmasters literally dictated what you could and could not play in Modern, and now I don't see them ever. I literally have not seen a Renin 6 in play against me in... I would say like 7 months.
Well, you see, those two cards both cost 2.
Yeah.
Ocelot Pride and Guide of Souls, a little bit cheaper.
Everything's so cheap these days.
I mean, they are very expensive.
True. Financially, not so much.
No, because playing these cards, you have to spend mana.
Buying these cards, you have to spend money. And you can spend your money at MTG Bazaar and Pat's MTG Auctions on Facebook if you want to quickly join in while we're going through what's happening here.
All right, so we're going to our turn getting our little kitty cats.
We've got the Kitty's Blessing. We're going to make some
do have
tokens. We get
Kitty's
more
Blessing.
life. Yeah, I feel like this game has closely... We are at the point where I don't think Gareth can come back from this with what's in play.
Upkeep, just let me think.
Could get a lot of energy. Coming off this Yorion blinking most of your board.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to blink the Mockingbird, and there might even be an option here
I
where...
wouldn't be blinking Mockingbird, but the cat, the guide, our Gearhawk, our Dryad Arbor.
Oh, and it looks like Gareth has drawn Soporific Springs, which is a Sink into Stupor effect, as one of the cards off the Wanshi-Tong there. We've also got an Unlicensed Hearse, I believe, from Prosperity Printing, and a Subtlety as well. So quite good pickups.
This is flying now, isn't it?
But yeah, so Mockingbird is a flying copy of Brightglass Gearhulk. Do you attack with Wanshi-Tong? And if so, are we snapping off the
Into the first
trade?
striking creature?
Oh my god, the Gearhulk is first strike?
Purple and first strike, and now flying.
Yeah, look, you learn something new every day here.
This was a lesson I learnt at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
When one of my day 2 draft opponents started off with turn 1, the nice rare dog.
Oh, yeah, okay,
yeah. Turn 4, played the Brightglass Gearhawk and went and found the second copy of the dog. And I was like,
oh no.
Oh, this is what's happening to me. I see.
That's another one-drop tutor, Ranger
Captain?
Captain. Yeah. And we've got Niganjo in hand alongside that Deathrat Shaman and Urza Saga.
You've got 3 creatures at the moment. It's a bit...
Is starting to look really out of hand.
To the creature area, yeah.
Gareth may find himself in a lot of trouble very shortly.
For sure. And if you're Lucy here, given how dominant your board is becoming, how interested are you in actually playing spells from here?
It's a very good question. There are some spells I would still like to play, given that we still need to gain life to trigger our cats every turn.
True, true.
So we're still going to have to find some way of generating creature. With the Urza Saga now in play, we've got a new way of doing that.
to make that.
But that's only going to start next turn.
See,
So
I think I would potentially cast only Deathrat Shaman in the hand, and then maybe use the mana for...
Yorion.
Really? Okay, interesting.
So we've got Niganjo in hand, which is going to be really effective as a surprise removal spell.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And something that's very hard to interact with normally, but we do...
Our Prairie is going to buff our entire board.
Shove.
See if we can try and catch this Wanshi-Tong.
And then Wanshi-Tong's only going to come in at best as a 3/3. So look, there's a chance here that the Librarian's going to eat the Ocelot Pride. But I would assume that Lucy is going to pump the Pride with the Guide.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough mana at the moment to use the Niganjo. We don't have...
No. Oh, we have...
legends?
We do not have any legendary creatures. So yeah, Lucy is going to pump the Pride so that she knows she can play around the Wanshi-Tong in hand. And this is just a great use of her mana, being able to get the pressure in play.
Being put on the
On the Yorion? Not yet, Lucy, not yet. It's not ready yet.
+1/+1 as well. So we've got 5/5, 5/5. This one doesn't give us...
Yep. Garrett's like, yes, they are very big. I understand as we pack up our cards.
I love the Lucy's looking at her own cards, explaining how much damage Gareth's taking as he's already conceding.
Oh, sorry.
Is a classic play.
I love it. I love the excitement of just, oh my god, my cards are doing the thing. Alrighty, so we've got the deck list up on screen here. Okay, so there are actually some Merfolk hidden in this. Surprise, it's not a Merfolk, but it is a Merfolk deck. This is spicy. So we do have some removal spells. We've got the Rapid Hybridization and Pongify, kind of the same
With
effect.
our Dismember.
Yep.
We've got the Sink into Stupor as a bounce effect.
We have Flood Pit's Drowner.
Look, if our Jite gets going.
Oh, baby. Umezawa's Jite. I'm a big fan of this. Shout out Surupat Maiku.
So I am looking to bring in the Ashiok here for sure, even though it's a bit of a nombo with our Wanshi-Tong.
For sure. I mean, I think you need to shut down how much searching Lucy is doing, and it's open deck list, so you can see, one, it's a lot of cards to go through. Maybe that's an avenue that Lucy planned for this event. She knew it was going to be open deck list, and she's like, hey, I'm going to make you read so long in these 2 minutes, you're not going to know what to play around.
Solid strategy. So what else we have here? Looking down this list.
It's a fairly good sideboard for anti-combo elements, but I'm not seeing much that I'd want except for the Ashiok you mentioned and Mistcaller.
We do have the option for consigned to memory. There are a lot of triggers in
Lucy's
list.
But when we saw how impactful Stifle was, I'm not even sure I'm thrilled by the option of a second one.
But let's say we stifle the Bright Glass Gearhawk.
True. Then we get to,
that means no Mockingbird, no extra Bright Glass Gearhawk.
And then we run away from the train there.
Yeah. Like, we've got some options.
We are, I guess we are not exactly going off the deep end with these fish.
Let's take a look at Lucy's sideboard here.
There is so much to look at here. In fact, hang on. With the way our formatting is this 81 cards in the main? Oh, no, sorry, no. The Yorian Companion is being shown at the bottom there. Okay. I was about to say, we have an 81 card deck. I couldn't fit it down to just 80.
We do have 2 forests there, 2 plains.
Significant amount of basics, but realistically not.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen elephant grass in play.
I love elephant grass. Definitely not the
We do have
matchup
the choke and the carpet of flowers here.
I can imagine those are slam dunks coming in. Anything else you like from this sideboard?
I might consider the engineered explosives, but given that Merfolk do have a lot of 2-drop lords,
and you have a lot of only 1-drop creatures, I don't hate it.
Seems like an option we can
I
go
don't
for.
hate it at all. And then what are we looking to get out of the main deck here? Because to be honest, most of this still looks great. I might lean away from potential. I mean, I'm just having a look here. The Severance Priest, I think, being so hard on the mana when you should realistically be expecting to play against like Back to Basics, Flood Moon, you might want to err away from the splash color there. Other than that, is Kithian that great? Not sure.
I'd also be contemplating cards like Skrelv here.
Yeah, there isn't that much removal in the Merfolk deck. And you're not really trying to, have one big creature hit in for chunks. We are going wide, as we saw last game. So, yeah, I could see cutting the triple mother effects, or, at least, like, shaving down on that effect.
Yeah, I'd be looking at keeping our Mother of Runes, probably going down on Skrelv, given that he can't block.
True.
Which may come up. Now, Lucy does have an island in her deck. She has a couple. We've definitely got at least the Hallowed Fountain. We've got the Breeding Pool.
We've got Hedge Maze.
It is possible. We've got the Spyro's Headquarters.
In fact, this is an 8-point list, it looks like.
Very much so. So we do have quite a few islands here, so maybe the Island Walk is going to be relevant.
Yeah, for sure. And, Lucy played around that quite well in Game 1 when we saw she held that Windswept Heath knowing she needed it for blue mana and only cracked it when she needed to cast a spell for blue. She didn't play it early knowing that almost every card that has Merfolk and +1/+1 on it is going to give some form of Island Walk. So honestly, looking back, masterclass. Very impressed with that play.
I think Lucy did a wonderful job, especially playing around that one Chitong early.
Mm-hmm.
Denying any extra value for that Merfolk play.
And this is the thing. Wan Chitong was already very good in that game. She was playing around it really well, and it still managed to draw a bunch of cards, get a bunch of value. It kind of dictated how Lucy had to play that game. And this is just the power of this owl. But as we said about it earlier, the more you know it's there, the more you know you have to play around it and these play patterns, the better it is for you. And the less impactful that little bird is going to be.
Little bird's going to become very big very quickly.
I have a feeling this card is going to be one of those cards that I fall in love with when I'm playing. And then when I see my opponent playing, I'm like, this thing is so...
It's okay. It's okay. It can always be pushed.
I need to calm down.
It can always be pushed. You'll be fine. I do question the effectiveness of pushing a bird.
Yeah. Somehow, we just ignore that. It's fine. Where are we pushing these fish? Like, they're underwater. What are you going to...
pushing them onto land.
That's good. I'll give you that. That's good.
All right. Players are shuffling up, getting ready to present. Finished our sideboarding. We are a little bit over halfway through the round time, so I'm a little bit concerned for Gareth's ability to close out 2 more games.
And we saw his list overall is not that aggressive. It is more tempo-driven.
There is a solid chance that if we draw quite a few of the Lord effects, we could get very, very aggressive. but at the moment it does seem a little bit more tempo and value orientated.
Which, honestly, this is Lucy's bread and butter. If he wants to be playing a tempo game and trying to outvalue her, I don't see how that happens. So it might be one of those things where your deck is not designed to be playing in this way, but you have to change how you are playing to win the match.
I do think Mofag was a very interesting choice for this weekend, given that we are expecting quite a lot of the heavier combo decks and a few blue-based decks throughout the weekend.
Sure.
I think Fish was a very interesting call. I can get behind it.
I can get behind it too. I don't hate the choice at all. Now, let's have a look at these hands here.
Both capped. It's a good start. A Rashadian Dockhand.
This is the Rishadan Port fixed for modern times on a guy. Looks like we also have a Winter Moon, Force of Will, Dismember, and
So
two
we
more
brought
lands.
in our Winter Moon. We're going on the full attack your lands.
Interesting. Lucy's got Kithian, Arbor Elf, Temple Garden, Misty Rainforest, Hallowed Fountain, and the rest she's hiding. Sneaky. So turn 1 Arbor Elf, we're getting that mana engine going as quick as we can. As we saw from the last game, her deck is pretty mana hungry.
We do have the Force of Will along with this Dismember. Should you be playing the Winter Moon here?
I think yes. I think my play would be Winter Moon and attack with this Dockhand. I don't think we're going to be, the Dismember, the Arbor Elf, and the tapping your mana. We saw how last game we went for the Dismember on your mana dog, and it just didn't seem to matter. Lucy just waited. She played more mana eventually. She green sun for the Dryad Arbor.
This is a little problem for Gareth's hand at the moment. We've got no extra blue card for the Force. We don't have any extra threats, so no more pressure.
Okay, so Gareth is going to go for the Dismember the mana.
And we are going to port in upkeep, I would believe. Have it.
There we go. And Lucy seems completely unperturbed by this. We have more lands in hand. We have more 1-drops in hand. Trying to see those last couple of cards.
Definitely got our Kithian. You reckon Kithian's in play for this turn?
Interestingly, no. Okay, so what does she want to hold up? Maybe she wants a Surveyor land here.
That looked like a Heliod, a Bright Glass Gearhulk.
And is that the initiative creature at the back there?
Might well be. Do you think we're just playing around cards like Winter Moon at this point? Or are we worried more about like a Harbinger of the Tides and we want to fetch a basic?
I was about to say, that might honestly be it. That she wanted to see if there's an option here.
Oh, we've drew one Cheeton for turn.
That was a great draw. That was a really good draw.
I do think players are going to have to start playing around this.
Yeah.
Cracking fetch in my turn.
There we go. So now we're going to get the little bit of value. The bird's going to grow. We're going to draw a card. And we saw Lucy's hand. There's another fetch land in there. There's a Bright Glass Gearhulk in there.
And we do not have the Krakos this time.
No, we do not.
This Wan Chi-Tong may well run away with this game.
And it doesn't look like we have any removal for it either. So, yeah, there we go. Gareth is going to be leaning very heavily on this Wan Chi-Tong. And it looks like we may have drawn a blue card as well off this Wan Chi-Tong.
Wan Chi-Tong draw? That would be very impactful here for Gareth.
I'm assuming that Lucy gave the go-ahead of just draw your card now. Yeah. There's no point waiting for me to shuffle. I'm getting a Surveyor land. And yeah, drew a Phantasmal Image, which I kind of love. I don't know if I even would want to pitch that to a Force of Will. You've seen how good Lucy's deck is at establishing good creatures with good ETBs.
I can get behind letting Lucy resolve this Bright Glass Gearhulk and then get
yours looks pretty good. I kind of want to do that too.
I like that.
So we kept the Severance Priest. We've surveilled, we're untapping.
Surveilled the Severance Priest.
And here's that Rishadan Port activation from the Dockhand.
Surveilled the Severance Priest into our bin.
And then here we go.
Chord of Calling.
Looks like we are getting... Oh. Figuring it out. Are we going to play the land
We did
first?
play the island.
Okay. And then there's Kithian.
Mind if I read what Kithian does?
Mind if I read Kithian real quick? Totally
We're going to
fine.
have to read both sides of Kithian, are we?
I don't know if we're going to have to read the backside of that guy, to be fair.
Not just yet. There's not enough creatures in play for Kithian to flip.
Kithian needs some more friends. Way more friends for this to...
I think it's real big.
He does. He does.
4/4 indestructible.
It feels like every printing of Gideon, like, they all kind of get intermingled in my head as to which one's which, but almost all of them are planeswalker that become a dude. Like, that's all they are. They're just the same thing.
Here's Gideon's thing. Here is our Winter Moon.
That is a beating. So Wintermoon is the MH3 version of kind of Winter Orb, kind of Blood Moon, where you're only going to be able to untap one non-basic land per turn. So Lucy playing that Hallowed Fountain tapped means, despite its turn 4, she's only going to get access to 2 mana next turn. Huge.
I've always wanted it to be called, like Back to Winter or something like that. It feels a lot more like a Back to Basics style card.
It does give like this weird like spaceship kind of energy. So, and this is even worse. Still in your upkeep, Dockhand.
We are going really hard on this aggressive line, taxing your mana. You're going to search. I'm going to draw another card.
Here comes Kithian. But yeah, I mean, Gareth also just realizing there, One Shitong has Vigilance as well. I know, there's 400 words on this card. There's a lot going on.
Flash, Flying, Vigilance. Does something about drawing cards when they search. I don't know. It just grows. I draw more cards. That's all I need, right?
And what do we pick up there? That looks like a Lord, I would assume. Or is that a Tide Shaper?
No, it looks like the Tide Shaper to me.
Yeah, it is a Tide Shaper. There we go. Okay. Now, Mr. Judge Man, can I ask you a complicated question for the viewers at home and totally not me? If you Tide Shaper one of these dual lands, is it a basic land to untap with the Wintermoon?
Let's double check what Tide Shaper says itself. I believe Tide Shaper makes it an island in addition.
Oh, he's pulling up the search, folks. Where we've got to double check exactly what this Tide Shaper does. This is, I think it's Tide Shaper 2 words. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is a really interesting thing. If it becomes an island in addition, does that mean...
No, it's just going to become an island.
So, yeah, there we go. If we want to actually use this Tide Shaper...
It will maintain its super type, so it will still be a non-basic island.
There we go. Okay. See, the more you learn. And that's just for you guys at home. That's definitely not for me and any kind of information I needed to...
However, we could turn the forest into an island, and that would still untap.
Interesting. Interesting. And then...
Still basic.
Okay, so we are worldly tutoring here as well.
Well, this One Shitong is carrying this game. Did we just draw the Jite?
It looks like we just drew Jite, but there's Solitude. Okay. Now, Solitude's an interesting choice to get here.
We've got to do something about this One Shitong.
True. I would have assumed we would have tried to find something to get rid of this Wintermoon. Something like a Haywire Might? Yeah. But I guess Lucy's of the opinion that...
bought it out the Haywire Might.
You know what? That is very fair. She may also be of the opinion that, look, you can attack my mana as much as you want, as long as you don't have a good threat in play.
Just making sure we can't. Yeah, we go. Excellent.
Oh, I don't think Gareth is going to let her get away with that. You don't bring in the Wintermoon and let your opponent go, oh, sorry, do I only attack? You're like, yeah, I'm telling you. You're not. Everybody gets 1.
Everyone gets less than.
Yeah. So yeah, we have drawn the Solitude. We do have a white card in hand, at least one.
It is the Bright Glass Gearhulk.
So it looks like we're pitching the
Heliod.
Heliod here.
Yeah.
Oh no, changing our mind for the Bright Glass. This Bright Glass Gearhulk is so far away from ever being cast that I get it.
So are you looking to Phantasmal Image this Solitude? Unfortunately, we can't.
We can't. We can't. I wish. If we had Aethervar from last game, oh, juicy. But no.
That would have been a nice play.
Are we going to force this? I think I kind of want to force this. Yeah. Let's just keep that pain train running. Get rid of the Tide Shaper. We don't need it. We don't need it. No, we could image something so sick later.
You know, I do think it would have been worth actually imaging your Dockhand here.
Yeah, and that way you
really
can
keeping Lucy off any spells.
Yeah.
And just letting this One Shitong run away with the game.
That would be so sick. Yeah, this One Shitong is...
It's already running away with the game.
This is enormous. And there's the Daze. This Mana Denial plan is going perfectly.
This is just mono blue stacks now.
I love this. You know what? I was wrong.
Mono blue stacks, let's go. This isn't Merfolk.
No, absolutely not. The fish are in a prison and it's working.
So I'm going to turn your forest into an...
There we go. Basic into an island.
Interesting. Okay, making that forest real wet. The rainforest is in the graveyard, but here we go. Got another one in play. And then we're going to Jite.
Jite up. Attached to One Shitong, I would believe. Then we're going to go in. We're going to eat the Kithion.
Yeah. Umezawa's Jite, definitely not the card it used to be. Nowhere near as scary as it used to be, but right now it's looking as powerful as it was in 2013.
How many players do you reckon in this room have had the true GTA experience of just feeling completely demoralized when your opponent plays one.
Without throwing too much shade at the players in the room, I would say a lot of these players are fairly old and enfranchised, we'll say. I would say a lot of people here have had their teeth kicked in by a GTA over the last, 15, 20 years. Some of these arena zoomers may not even know what this card does, and that's totally fine.
We've just run out Urza's Saga.
Which normally, fantastic. Right now looks horrible.
Well, we do need to get a couple more mana sources up.
I just think, one, the Wan Shi Tong is going to kill you in 2 turns. Even potentially next turn, right? Like, depending on what could possibly happen here. But the mana denial plan is going so well, I don't think you're ever going to even be able to make a Saga token.
We just draw our Coral Helm Lord?
I think this is technically just lethal with what's in play. If we use the last GTA counter to pump Wan Shi Tong,
yeah, we can just attack
then we can
for
just
8.
attack for 8. And with Lucy having Court of Calling that's uncastable in hand...
Attacking for 9? The Tide Shaper gets +1/+1 as long as your opponent controls an island?
We just have a Lord. Okay, so we're just
We
going to
have
do it
a
this
Lord,
way.
yep. Flash Lord.
There we go. All right, game 3. And, 11 and a half minutes on the clock.
Well, look, if we get another early Wan Shi Tong, it grows real quick. This game could go either way.
This is really rough for both of our players too. Because I know we did say at the start of this round that the loser of this match is not going to make day 2. If they both draw, they can still both make day 2, right? They'll have 2 draws and 2 losses.
They could still both make it.
We'll have to double check the math on that because they'd have to...
15 match points would
There's
be...
2, no, because there's only 2 more rounds after this. So they'd only be at 14. So yeah, a draw for both of them will knock them both out of day 2. So yeah, this is really horrendous if they can't get a result at the end of this.
All right, so we definitely did see the Winter Moon coming in.
Yeah,
Do you
which
think
was
Lucy's going to rely a bit more on that
We
Haywire
also
Might?
saw the GTA really do some work that game as well. So I think the Haywire Might's absolutely coming back in if it was boarded out, or it might be a more focal point of her game plan. I don't think we're going to see any other disenchant effects really aimed, though, because they're so few and far between. We're realistically looking at,
It
you know,
does
back to
seem
basics.
like the 2 prime targets were drawn in that game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things that in a singleton format, sometimes that's going to happen, and you have to really understand, like, hey, unlikely that the 2 best possible artifacts and enchantments would just be in play, and I shouldn't go overboard on this because I might end up with more dead cards than I would realistically want moving forward.
Well, both players look like they're having a good time.
Exactly, and that's what we're here for at the end of the day. We want some good, clean Magic. We want everyone to have some fun with what they're doing.
So, I mean, Lucy does still have a March of Otherworldly Light that could hit.
Yeah, so we still have like a
We do have
flexible option as well.
some other cards we could be drawing here.
Yeah, both of them with
Goes
big
along
smiles
with
on their
our-
face.
Goes along with our Prismatic Ending, so there's at least 3 outs that we've got.
And Prismatic Ending was such a big draw for, like, it's such a big get for these white decks, or just multicolored decks in general. The fact that you have a removal spell that scales up based on how many colors and how greedy you want to be, but it's white's cheap answer for permanence. Because, you know, we used to have to run bad cards. We used to run Path to Exile.
I think Path to Exile is a great card.
I used to register Disenchant in every sideboard just because I was like, well, it gets everything. Prismatic Ending gets everything and their dudes too. I just... we used to have no way to get rid of Planeswalkers.
That Eldamri's Call has come back to us.
Okay, I see March, Forest, Tameo, Call, Birds.
Forest Birds.
Iganjo, and Mockingbird. This hand's full of flyers. And yeah, that Birds of Paradise. This hand looks really strong. And thank God Gareth's deck doesn't have that much removal. That being said, he has had Dismember every game on turn 1 for the Dork. Because this hand is duct taped together with this Bird of Paradise. This is the flimsiest. If Gareth could have perfect information and see what Lucy's hand is like, that bird is so tightly holding this together.
Even without perfect information, based on Gareth's previous 2 games, if he has to Dismember, that
Oh,
bird is
it's
going
gone.
bye-bye.
Yeah, which member Dismember? Get out of here.
So we've got Gareth on his first mulligan. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll see some fish this time.
Maybe. I mean, they did work last game. That one dock hand really trapped up Lucy's mana for the entire game. And in combo with that Winter Moon was just beautiful. We still also haven't never seen this noodle ever be a part of the game plan. But just that looming threat of, hey, you see this? You see my friend over here? Don't make me call my friend.
Both players having a Tamio.
Snapcaster Mage. Oh, my heart. Be still. There's the Wintermoon again that was very instrumental in the Game 2 win. I can't tell if that's the Dockhand or the Tide Shaper.
Well, it's on the bottom now.
Don't even have to worry about it. Get it out of here.
Snapcaster Tamio, 2 islands. Is that Stifle?
I think so. And there's the Exhauster Merfolk.
There's our Tamio. Well, I see your Tamio, and I'll raise you. My Tamio.
Yours looks pretty good. I kind of want one of those. It is the Stifle. You are correct.
Oh
my God,
we've
is this
drawn
a
the
Skyclave?
Skyclave. Goodbye,
What a good
Tamio.
pickup.
Does that just jump underneath?
Yeah, so when this dies, you get a 1-1.
There we go. That's huge. And all of a sudden,
played round Stifle.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Gareth's hand looks a lot weaker without this Tamio as a constant threat of, I can draw a card with this clue, or I can hold up mana for interaction. I don't know what I'm going to do. What do you do? Oh, is that a... I think that's the Merfolk that steals an artifact when it comes into play. Yeah, I've lost the name of it.
Thieving...
Sky Diver or something? It's an interesting one, that's for sure. Okay, so we're holding up Stifle here, which we weren't able to do last turn to stop this Skyclave. Huge. Restless Prairie comes into play. Now, are we going to play the Tamio here? Off this Birds. Or are we going to Eladamri's call for something? No. We are Mockingbirding the Skyclave. Oh, this is sick. The little smile Lucy just gave.
Lucy is having a wonderful day.
Oh, yeah. You see this? This is really good. Can you beat 2? I have a feeling this is going to get stifled.
I'm not going to lie. I would like to see Gareth draw the Phantasmal Image right now. So 2 was good. How about we go for 3? Yeah, just waiting for a judge to confirm what happens here.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, Gareth has had a few, double checking with a judge, but that's what you're there for. I say you because you are a judge, and you are judging this event when you're not on the mic with me.
I am.
But if you ever don't know what's going on, just ask. Like, they're literally there to help, and they are selfless people who do this for the love of the game and to make sure our players aren't ruthless criminals out there.
So this is the question we're asking. Can we stifle Mockingbird?
No, we cannot. So Mockingbird isn't as it enters. You can have it enter as a copy of.
Correct.
So it's not.
However, we can then stifle the Skyclave Apparition tree from this Mockingbird.
Clones are very interesting in this way. Deadpool is a very similar way as well, because Deadpool enters as a copy. And we haven't had Deadpool on camera.
Deadpool doesn't enter as a copy.
It just
Deadpool enters with the text box.
Yeah.
Which is even more confusing for most players.
I gotta say, I've seen a lot of Deadpool out there.
I did see a great Deadpool removal spell earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was against a Territorial Carver.
Okay, yeah.
I will take your text box.
And you don't have a text box.
You now have no way to set your Parent Toughness.
Your Parent Toughness is star. Unfortunate, buddy. Get out of here.
I do kind of want to see this Mindspring Merfolk exhausted at some point.
I don't know if you caught that. Gareth looked at Lucy and was just like, sorry, I'm just asking the judge how this interacts. And Lucy goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you have in your hand.
That is the one downside of having to call a judge.
Yeah. Both of these times, Gareth has had to call a judge and Lucy's been like, all right, I know what's going on.
This is how it's going to work, is it?
Yeah, so I take 2.
And there we go. All right, we're back into action.
No Mindspring Merfolk, no Tamio.
Now
Maybe we have an Ambush Viper in the form of a Snapcaster Mage coming up.
Ooh, there's the Flood Moon too, colloquially known, where it's the Harbinger of the Tides, or Harbinger of the Seas.
Unfortunately, we don't have the 3rd mana source.
No. And look, we can play this Winter
Moon. Just going straight for the Winter Moon?
Which, look, fair enough. It is going to lock Lucy out of one of her 2 non-basic lands. But you're not impacting the board. She's already ahead on board, and she has that Bird of Paradise as ramp as well. So, yeah, you can see Gareth here tossing and turning. Do I just play the Winter Moon, or do I try and ambush Viper here with the Snapcaster? Or maybe this Stifle is going to do something else next turn?
It seems a bit tricky. I kind of like the idea of the Ambush Viper line.
Try and control the board a little bit.
Mockingbird, but we can stem the bleeding.
Yeah.
The Winter Moon will slow Lucy down. Oh.
We do have the March of Otherworldly Light, though. If we want to get rid of this Winter Moon, we can.
Lucy's going for it.
Are we pitching
Lucy
a
does
card
not,
here? Or
Lucy remembers the Winter Moon.
Winter is not coming anymore. Get out of here. And we are going to pitch the Eladamri's call.
She also remembers the one she told.
And she remembers the days too.
Pay for it.
Honestly, masterfully played this game. And this match by Lucy. I've been really impressed with these lines. And yeah, Gareth's attacking the lands. I got to give props as well to Gareth. Game 2, that mana denial plan was exceptional. And I think we tried to go for it this game, but it's just getting out of hand with the mana we already had available, with the Birds of Paradise being on the play, not missing any land drops.
I have to admit, the mana denial plan against the Mana Dork deck did seem like an interesting option.
Yeah, and
But
it worked
paid
out.
off last time.
It worked out. And we've drawn that dock hand again. But yeah, I think we have to go for the Ambush Viper play. If we are just going dock hand plus Stifle.
So we are playing our 2-1 flyer.
This also works. You know, this also is fine. We still need to just get something on the board, and we need to try and stop these attackers. We're only on 14 life. It's not, you know, tiny.
Lucy, don't tell me this.
But, oh, Carpet of Flowers out of the board, drawn from Lucy. This is the Final Fantasy, whatever the secret page of them is called. All I know is it's really
bonus
good.
sheet?
Yeah, the bonus sheet. There we go.
This is our Final Fantasy bonus sheet.
Every draft player's nightmare words, bonus sheet.
Well, the first time I played a Pro Tour, when there were list cards and bonus sheet cards in play boosters.
Oh, miserable. Lucy's just realized she got a little too excited attacking with his Tamio. She wanted to play the Carpet of Flowers and then use the mana in her second main phase. And now she's just realized, oh no. But look, we still can get the Adventurer, go and get a basic. If we wanted to, we could have gotten a Forest and played the Carpet anyway.
I do like the idea of getting the plane too, though. Just in case there is a Harbinger of the Seas coming down next turn. We don't know.
How was I supposed to know?
Lucy is outplaying.
And I do, as much as I hate the initiative, I love the fact that she clearly has a token because she's going for it. Because yeah, I have to read this every time as well. There's so many rooms in this little dungeon.
I have to read this every time I go to a judge call with this.
Have you seen the ones that aren't card size? They're like A1 size or something?
I have seen those.
Yeah.
I really appreciate them.
It really helps, but it's
oh,
also...
we are also now taking the initiative.
Oh, baby. Okay, I like this. So you get the initiative.
Now we're getting our island.
We'll have to track it separately.
Oh, separately, yes.
Yeah, another annoying thing. We have to both go into the dungeon separately. We have to...
We're both in the same dungeon, in the same room currently.
You can
but
choose a
we're
different
gonna be
doorway.
separate.
Yeah.
When this becomes a target of spell...
And maybe I go down one path, you go down the other. Maybe you see how good my path is, and you go, I want to do that too.
Now, here's a quick question for you. Do you remember what the next rooms of this dungeon are?
Don't make me do this. I know one of them, I think, is a Scry 2. I know the big key one is one deals 5 damage, which is huge. And then the last one is like, look at the top 7. You put a creature into play, and you put 3 counters on it. 3 +1/+1 counters.
So as soon as you get it, you...
That's like the heuristics line I know, is that you...
So, on our next venture into this dungeon, we can either put 2 1/1 counters on a creature, or we can scry 2.
And it's not... Is it target creature you control? It's not.
No.
So whoever gets the
if we
initiative...
wish to, I may well choose to put some counters on that phantasmal image.
Honestly, kind of love that as an option.
See what happens then.
Kind of love that as an option.
It is a fairly unintuitive line for players who
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
played with phantasmal image.
But old curmudgeons like ourselves, we are well versed in how annoying Phantasmal Image is.
I remember playing. I played at Worlds where Standard. The deck of that Standard tournament was images.
Yep.
Illusions. The Illusion Standard deck.
Oh, Phantasmal Bear. Oh, great artwork for those at home. Hang on, I'm going to pull that card out. Let's have some memories while this game
Was it Lord of the
concludes.
Unreal?
That was it, Lord of the Unreal. Yeah, we're just getting Marcus in our ear, just cheekily saying, I remember when Phantasmal Image used to kill legendaries.
I used to play Phantasmal Image as my removal spell for Thrun the Last Troll.
Yeah, or Geist of St. Trapp.
Yeah. No, there were other ways to kill that.
True, there were.
I could wrath the board, but Thrun would just be like, no, I'm going to regenerate. Yeah, your Day of Judgment? No good.
Not happening today. So anyway, back to the game that we're currently experiencing.
Phantasmal Bear. Oh.
Lucy has played the Carpet of Flowers, and it looks like we are thinking about combat. Now, that Merfolk has flying, so we can't just get the cheeky, this Skyclave Mockingbird is going to connect no matter what.
We can with the Prairie. That will give power to our Bird of Paradise, our Tamio, our Mockingbird Skyclave.
Looks like we're 1 mana short of the Prairie, though, because Carpet, you have to choose a main phase, and it's the beginning of that main phase.
If we choose the pre-combat main phase, we can animate our prairie before moving to attacks.
Isn't it you can only play it at the beginning of that main phase? You have to choose?
You choose what mana you add for a couple of
Oh,
flowers.
okay, sure. Okay,
But
so
if
we
we've
are
already
just
gone to combat.
in. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get our clue number 2 from Tamio. And then here they come, sending in the clowns.
Do you think the carpet may be used to crack some clues post-combat?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like drawing cards. I mean, do you like drawing cards? That's all I
I've
wanna
been
do.
known to draw some cards in my time.
I've routinely seen you cast Fix's Revelation for double digits. So I'm well versed in you holding large amount of cardboard in your hand.
And then we shuffle it all back in. And we draw it all again. That was a good fun time.
It was.
And this is
Are we choosing not to block the Mockingbird?
Yeah,
With
interesting.
With our flyer?
I think Mockingbird is a little better at being reset with Yorion. If you're expecting Lucy to potentially pick up Yorion, cast it, flicker it, the Mockingbird can't really be flickered, whereas the Skyclave can. So I think I do accept the block on the Skyclave.
I'd just be a little hesitant with the amount of non-flying creatures in the Merfolk deck.
Yeah, that is
Fish
another
tend
good
not to fly.
I mean, we do have the one flying fish in play. I say one. There might be another one that they're going to get me with on like 4th edition or some ridiculous printing. But
Excellent.
as it
So now we
currently
get
stands-
another 1/1 illusion. This can now block the Skyclave apparition next turn if we need to. However, that Mindspring Merfolk does need to go to the exile. There we go.
And it looks like we are in time.
Oh, exile, not graveyard.
Oh, well, I don't know how relevant it's going to be for the rest of this match.
But we are venturing down to the Undercity. Oh, we've put counters on our own creature. We may have missed the Phantasmal trigger there.
Yeah,
That's
Lucy may
interesting.
not be aware of that interaction.
There we go. It's been put back into exile.
There we
Excellent
go.
work.
Perfect. Yeah, Lucy, as you did say, Phantasmal Image, pretty it's a pretty innocuous interaction, and it might be one of those things with the dungeon where you don't know that it says you control. It might not say you control, you know? Now we do have the 1/1 Spirit token from when the Mockingbird Skyclave leaves the battlefield.
I'm just waiting for next turn where Lucy gets to say, trap! As we go into our trap room. Have Gareth lose that 5 life.
Trap, exclamation mark, bang.
Oh, Bright Glass Gearhawk coming down. We do have the Stifle. We have the Stifle.
And if we're not stifling this, what are we stifling? This card
Here we
completely
go.
hosed you game 1, yeah.
Oh, look, the Mockingbird was already
in play.
In play,
Well,
well,
and then
was
gone.
in play. So we're not going to get extra Bright Glass Gearhawks.
And then we're going to use a little bit more of the mana to sack this clue. And then
Sack more
tapping it for
clues.
creature for mana to sack
Tamio's
the clue.
flipping.
one off my and two clues. Yep, Tamio flips.
Perfect. Love this play.
Are we still in turn 0?
Now, would you roll Tamio up? Or would you be picking up that March of Otherworldly Light?
We can't pick it up yet. So Tamio starts on 2.
Starts
so we
on
have
2.
to pick it up. We have to pick it up the first time.
Go up to 4.
And there's a Swords to Plowshares. That's huge. So Lucy's hand is Swords to Plowshares, Court of Calling as the 2 cards drawn off these clues. Yeah, look, that is
Pretty
that good?
good.
Is
Pretty
that
good. I've definitely lost many games to a Court of Calling in my end step.
It's also sweet that Lucy gets the option of Swords to Plowsharing on the Phantasmal Image. Still kills it, but you gain no life because it has to sacrifice itself. And we are
So
in time
turn
here.
1.
Sorry, we should mention this. This is turn 1. So Lucy is going to get 2 more combat steps to try and close out this game.
I think that is plenty as long as that Ridgeline Prairie gets activated.
Yeah, and Gareth being on 12 life, this is not going to be too difficult to close out. Meanwhile, Gareth has very weak board presence at this point. There's
Gareth
not going to be 20
maybe
damage
looking
here.
at playing this Harbinger of the Seas and then trying to hold up a Force of Negation. But if
Yeah.
we get swords in our end step,
It's going to be rough. And the Birds of
No
Paradise
force
and
for
Carpet
you.
is going to, that's a way to get around the Harbinger of the Seas here. We're not going to be able to use the Prairie for the damage, but...
well, if we swords the Harbinger in Gareth's end step.
Yeah, true.
No force.
I think I'm pretty incentivized here to be Swords in the Image. I really think you want to shove as much damage as possible, and it's the best way to get rid of the biggest body on board, because this thing is a 3/4.
If the Harbinger came down, I think I'd still be going for the Harbinger just because I want to activate that Ridgeline Prairie.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Got to try and get maximum pump on our team, especially with our first strike trampling.
And we also do get the option of Tamio can rebuy something from the yard as well. So we could potentially double swords and, both of our lines can work out in the end. Yeah, Gareth deep in the tank here. And now the players are in time. Realistically, we want them to play at a reasonable pace, but you get more time to make these decisions. You can slow down a little bit.
I would
think
not be
things through.
encouraging players to slow down a little bit.
All right, Matt, fastest control player in the West.
Look, from a judging standpoint, I would like players to maintain a reasonable pace of play.
All right,
This
Mr.
is a
Cop.
this is a crucial decision here for Gareth. He is going for the line that I was expecting.
Yeah.
And let's see if Lucy swords in the end step with this Bird of Paradise, or if we're going to allow Gareth that force of negation opportunity.
I would assume we have to spew the swords here. We have to. You put it in your deck. You've got untapped mana. Let's use our mana. Yeah, see, end step.
Yeah, end step. Let's go. Well done, Lucy. Lucy is really giving a masterclass on how to play this, this Selesnya value deck here.
I'm loving it. But once again, I can see how she has a master draw already and how we are in time already. Because these games were very back and forth. That is true. The Harbinger does need to join the other friends in the exile zone. Perfect. But yeah, this deck, she's played it masterfully. She hasn't been playing slow at all. Bang!
We did it. We did it.
We yelled trap. We're doing the thing. I couldn't quite see what she drew there. That was a little bit too fast for my old eyes. Is that Aang?
It could be. I can't quite see.
The other thing as well is that they printed like 4 different artworks for every Aang card. So knowing which one...
We're using Carpet and Cording for 4?
What do we have in our deck that's a cord target for 4?
Cord for 4. We're not forcing. Very
like
interesting.
Palace Jailer?
Here we go.
Okay. And we can
We're
eat
gonna
the
get
token.
The Monarch. We can eat the token. We can eat the Phantasmal Image too.
Do we become the Monarch if we eat the Phantasmal Image and it stacks the ability?
I believe you become the Monarch when it comes into play, and then if you are the Monarch,
you exile something until you lose the Monarch. Oh no, we are bringing out all the extra weird little cardboards that change games from Commanders. We've got the Monarch, we got the Initiative.
We're going to combat.
and this is multiplayer format scaled down to 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Now we see how truly powerful these mechanics are.
Okay, and we're shoving in. Here we go.
I do feel a little sorry for Gareth here.
Yeah, this is rough. So we're taking 6 damage here, going to 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And realistically, we could have won the game with Tamiyo tick down, grab either March or Swords, get rid of that token, shove in. But we're getting the swords back after combat. And there we go, we've locked it up.
The return of the swords locks it up here. Well played, Lucy. Well played.
Well played. Really enjoyed this. I like this deck. I like this a lot. And it's 8 points too, so this is another thing we haven't, at least I haven't talked about on
Well, you've got the
coverage.
extra 20 cards. You may as well get the extra point in them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'll even out in the end, right? It all comes out in the wash.
We're all drawing about the same amount of points every game, right? Right?
But yeah, 8-point lists for those who want to potentially get into 7-point if you're not playing it. You do get to play 8th point if you're not playing reserved list cards.
Very, very true.
Given
I actually quite enjoy the deck building challenge of not using any reserve list cards.
For sure, and there are like some key differences. Obviously, your mana base is going to be a lot worse. You're not playing with the Alpha Beta Unlimited dual lands. You're playing with shock lands a lot of the time. So you are going to suffer a little bit of pain from your mana base in most games. You are probably starting the game at 15 when most people are starting at like 17, 18.
We could always just play the Death Shadow builds.
True. There is the
option. We
option
have the
for
last
this.
ride to go with it.
We also have, what's the other one? The 2-mana Demon Death
Shadow
Shadow?
of Mortality.
There's also Shadow of Mortality, yeah.
So we've got Shadow of Mortality, Death Shadow. Oh, I do know the one you're talking about. I can't remember its name.
It's 1 in a black.
And it has kicker. Both
yeah,
players
you can
lose
kick
half
it
their
to
life.
I think it's just target opponent loses half their life.
I thought it was both players because it won't set you down.
Yeah, actually, you might be right. You might be right on that one.
Sorry, I'd have to look that one up. I've never played that card myself.
No, neither. The whole Death Shadow archetype was very foreign to me. I was like, I don't want to hurt myself. I'm so used to like not inflicting this damage to myself. Please keep it away.
Oh, you never played Death Shadow against Lightning Bolt?
Oh yeah, you see that's that like tightrope I don't want to walk. I want to be winning my games by miles, not inches.
You haven't bolted yourself to go 2 Death Shadows?
All right, we're getting a little spicy with it. Well, look, that's the end of round 6. We have, unfortunately, that is Gareth's time in contention for day 2. Lucy's still got to win out. She's still got 2 more wins to go, but
I think she can definitely do it based on the way she was playing that matchup.
Played incredibly tightly. So yeah, look, that's the end of round 6 for us. I'll be back in the booth for round 7. Matt's got to get back out there and
I gotta go
judge.
judging again.
I know. You get ready to answer more Deadpool questions.
There'll be many more. Many more.
It's gonna be a few of them. Well, thanks everybody. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
not much of a break there. We are back, round 7, and we are looking at table 74, which is going to be Doogs on Abzan mid-range lands kind of package.
Yep.
And we have, what's this player's actual name?
Dougal, a well-known streamer, actually, mostly a legacy streamer with sort of Maverick, so very familiar with these lands decks, sort of creature, toolboxy, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, and came down specifically to play the 7-point event. This is the beauty of Pat's event that he's put on this weekend for MTG Bazaar, that people are traveling far and wide, and people who even haven't played much 7-point are going, you know what? I'm grabbing whatever I've got in the box. I'm grabbing the folder. I'm having a look, and let's go.
A couple rounds ago, our first player into day 2, was telling us after the match that this started as a commander deck. He was a commander player, an Emrakul the Promised End commander player.
Hell yeah, okay.
And then converted it into a 7-point deck. And
that's beautiful.
5-0 this event into day 2.
I tried to do that once with my commander list, and then I looked at my deck really needs its commander to do anything.
Which commander?
Arkham Dagson.
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, and also I looked at my list, and it was like 48 points or something ridiculous, and I was like, okay, we got to do some cutting here. This is going to be a tough one.
Okay. So we've got Dougal on one side and on the other side,
Nicholas O'Brien on Bant. So we're going to have a look at this Bant list. And oh my lord, is this the fabled food deck?
Is this food mid-range? We've heard so much.
This is food mid-range.
We've heard so much about this deck.
Oh, baby. This is Bant food mid-range. I heard one of my friends gave me a bad beat story about how he got his teeth kicked in by, and it must have been Nicholas, because I'm looking at the list here. An Ocelot Pride got suited up with a Springheart Nantuko.
Oh, that's a lot of cats.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of cats.
So Springheart Nantuko made an Ocelot Pride, and then the Ocelot Pride is a token, so it made copies of itself. So.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he was like, there was no way I was ever getting out of this situation.
Did they run out of table space?
I think my friend just conceded, because he was like, you know what, I'm not going to make him draw 47 Ocelot Pride tokens on his dry erase markers. Just sign the match.
Dry erase markers to draw their own. Excellent. I love that. So both these players are 3-3, of course. 5-3, the record they need to get into day 2.
We are on the bubble.
We are.
One of them is going to pop.
It's win or go home. Well, not go home. You can stay and play the last round, and then
but
you can come back
with
tomorrow.
Some shame.
You can go playing with some shame, and you can come back tomorrow as well. There are other events on.
For sure. I think we have a Win an Underground Sea event tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, as the bounce back kind of event for those who don't make day 2.
Not a bad consolation prize. Yeah, to play for an Underground Sea.
I have won an Underground Sea or one Underground Sea in my time. It was a pretty good prize. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely, but these players won't be thinking about that yet.
No, it's another day at the office. You have to go into this, even though this is life and death. You have to go in it's another game of Magic. I'm sitting down. I'm playing my game. We got a mull to 6 from Dukes.
I was going to say they're not thinking about the Underground Sea because they're still thinking about the Lotus.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we can do the math here. I don't think anybody with an X3 record is going to have a shot at the top 8.
Very difficult. I think there might be an X3 that sneaks in, but it won't be someone who started out 3-3.
Yeah. It might be like you lose like 1 or 2 of the last few rounds tomorrow. But, there's still prizes down to a certain point, so people are still going to play, and 7 points fun.
Also, 7 points fun, what else are you going to do,
Yeah.
You know?
If I've paid for the event and I make day 2, I'm not going to be upset that I have to come back and play day 2. That's the whole point of being here.
I'm going to wring every single day out of this. Every single game of Magic I can get out of this day, we're going to play until I can't play anymore.
All right, so it looks like we're keeping the 5 for lands.
A Scythecat card, I think that was a crop rotation, a Thespian stage. So
I saw a strip mine too.
Oh, yeah.
That's a strip mine, Wooded Foothills, which we're going to fetch straight away. And was it a crop rotation or was it an exploration?
It was definitely not a crop rotation because I just saw...
Yeah, that was in the deck as we go past.
So if it is a crop rotation in hand, we're going to have words with him.
Oh, yeah. That'll be a real quick game 1. But also, to be fair, if you were going to play a second copy of anything in lands... There we go, exploration. Now, is he going to sandbag the strip mine? Yes.
Smart.
Love this. Love this play. Now, Nick keeping the 7. And yeah, the fabled food mid-range deck. I can see a Gilded Goose.
Hell yes.
We are ready to get cooking in both senses.
The second goose we've had on stream after Volty's earlier deck tech.
Yes, yeah. Volty wearing the goose costume today as well. Which, I gotta say, it's bad enough losing in Magic. If my opponent beat me in a goose costume...
Is that Final Fantasy food? Is that why we have hamburgers now?
Oh, Ian, how do you not recognize that this is a Krabby Patty?
Oh, you're right, it is.
This is the SpongeBob Secret Lair Krabby Patty.
That is one of the cards that made me most just unreasonably upset, was seeing the ramen card
in Final Fantasy.
I was like, what is this doing in my fantasy card game?
It's instant speed ramen. What, you don't have that in Middle Earth?
It's just...
Get with the times.
It broke my immersion.
What about Bagel with Schmear is now a Magic card? You ready for that one? We've got New York City block constructed with Spider-Man and then going into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Every day we stray further from the light. Meanwhile, down on the Magic field, that strip mine did come down, take out Nicholas's only land.
Dukes has got nothing in play. Like, no cards in hand.
He's got 4/4 in play, yeah, I was
He's
going
got
to say.
no cards in hand. He's going to play another land.
At any
It's going to get bigger.
Nice.
Meow. Get in there.
At any moment, though, he could draw Dark Depths.
True. We are biding our time. We have Dark Depths, we have Crop Rotation. Let's have a look and see what other land tutors we possibly have.
Probably a lot, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we've got an Expedition map. We have... Oh, it's a saga over a couple of turns to get the Expedition map.
Yeah, that's I mean, that'll work eventually.
It looks like we have a Sylvan Scrying as well. Malevolent Rumble might be able to get there. We have a Demonic Tutor, so that's where some of our points have gone. And Sowing Microspawn. Yeah, we got options.
We got a lot of ways, actually. That's
That's
quite good, actually. You know what I want to see, though? Strip mine and then sandbag the strip mine so that you had enough time to copy it with Thespian
stage? Yeah, that'd be beautiful. Alrighty, get out of here, Cub. You can have some map tokens.
That's great. Those will be really useful as soon as Dukes can find a creature to map onto.
Awkwardly, Dukes' list only has 13 creatures.
That might be a problem. Hey, but if he does draw the Dark Depths, he can turn the Avatar into a 23-20 or 22-22.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
The Goose did use up the Krabby Patty, though.
The Krabby Patty has been eaten. And there's the Springheart Nantuko I was talking about. Now, what is this? This is...
making a food.
Oh, yeah, it's making a food,
That doesn't narrow it down very much in this deck.
I think this is Astrid Peth.
Oh, it is too. Yeah, you're right. It is Astrid Peth.
So when she enters, make a food token. And then she has the ability whenever you sacrifice a clue or a food, you are going to be exploring. So I'll pull that up on screen for you because, look, I think even the best of players are not going to be too familiar with the food archetype. So here we go. Astrid Peth, making another Krabby Patty.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of cards we have to read in this deck, to be honest.
And a lot of them I'm not going to recognize by art because I have not seen many of these Commander-only food products.
But see, this one's a Doctor Who one. So this is a Universes Beyond that I approve of.
Oh, really? Are you a Who fan?
I sure am.
Interesting. Got another one here.
I'll be honest, I don't know that one either.
No, it looks like a 4-mana artifact creature. So we're going to have a quick little look and see what I can find.
A 3-mana artifact creature
3 mana.
after the Lush Portico came in. Tapped.
Okay, I'm assuming this is Stride Hanger Automaton. So I'm going to pull that up on screen as well for everyone.
I hope everyone at home is enjoying discovering new cards alongside us. It's made a Thopter?
Oh, baby.
A Thopter in here? No, it is.
It is Stride Hanger Automaton. So look at this. If one or more artifact tokens be made under your control, you make that many tokens plus a Thopter.
Sweet. So it's like a Academy manufacturer, but it makes Thopters.
Yeah. I don't understand how you have a restaurant that could produce food but also makes mechanical birds. I think that's getting investigated at some point or another for some kind of malpractice.
That seems like a contamination risk.
Yeah.
If you're building Thopters in the same place you're making Krabby Patties.
It's like when Uber Eats or Deliveroo started trying to deliver food with drones. And this card's just like, you know what, just do it at the same time.
No, that's what that is. They're making the Thopters to do their drone delivery.
Perfect. No notes.
Now, Dougal did find a creature. He found a birds.
And we explored twice.
We did, and we found an Elvish Reclaimer on top, which is a slow way to find Dark Depths.
There we go.
Also, we now have a gigantic bird. The biggest bird you've ever seen. Except for Nadu or Wan Shi Tong.
True. I mean, Australian 7-point Highlander is the format. We have emus in our country. They're on our national crest. That's a pretty big bird.
When are we getting Universes Beyond Australia?
Australia is way too deadly to ever be put into a Magic set, okay? Like, the amount of things in this country that can kill you.
Every creature has Death Touch.
Yeah. Oh, no, okay.
Oh, so, speaking of Academy manufacturer.
Yeah, this one I'm going to pull up on screen as well.
Boy.
I am very, very familiar with this card. I have played a lot of Academy Manufacture in my days, but this is going to be miserable for table space.
I'm so glad Nicholas brought his own tokens, though.
Mm-hmm. You know
This
what?
is
Respectful.
This is the sort of deck that crashes Modo.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
So we're going to make so many tokens. So this manufacturer comes in, right? And we're going to trigger Astrid. And Astrid says, make a food.
Mm-hmm.
And then manufacturer says, how about we also make a clue and a treasure, I think.
We have a replacement
Right.
effect on the manufacturer, and we also have a replacement effect on the Stride Hanger Automaton. So anytime we make a token, essentially, in Nicholas's deck, we're going to make 3. We're going to make a clue, an artifact, a food, and then a Thopter as well.
I just want to say, though, we've called this Bant food, but we're making a lot of other stuff. I really think this is Bant game objects.
Bant cardboard squares that were not in my deck.
Bant, can we get a bigger playmat, please?
Yeah, I love Matt is also sitting there. Matt was on coverage with me last round, and Matt is a known Universes Beyond hater. And the fact that he is being made to look at a Doctor Who character and a Krabby Patty at the same time, while Nicholas goes, hey, I want to make a lot more tokens, I can see Matt being like, yes, that's fine, through the most gritted teeth you've ever seen in your life.
I'm really enjoying the hand waving man. So this and that comes in, and that Nicholas has got this down. So now we're tapping creatures.
I think we're sending in the clowns. I think
Are we? There's a 2/3 bird on the other side.
Yeah.
We're just sending our creatures into Astropeth's a 2/2, right? I think manufacturers are 1/4. Yeah, hang on.
So we're just going for damage and letting the Astro die. Okay. I think
Nicholas had to do that once, and he said, actually, that's too many game objects. I don't want to make them.
My playmat doesn't have room. Let me help out. Shove.
It also looks like he has only made the food and the Thopter.
They could be off screen, to be fair, or he might be getting more tokens.
I think because he gets to choose which way the replacement effects go. But
yeah, interesting.
Yeah, maybe we've sent someone off running for more tokens.
That might have been what Nicholas was calling for. He's like, hey, unfortunately, I am not the responsible player you want me to be. I am going to need so many more tokens. And what Nicholas has in hand now is Urza, Lord High Artificer.
That's pretty good with a bunch of artifact tokens.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a handful, though. It's not like we can make more of them. Wait a minute.
You know what? That makes a token, which means you get a Thopter as well.
We get a Thopter. We're going to get a clue. We're going to get some foods and some clues and some treasures.
I really like how Doog's turn took about 3 seconds. He drew the card he already knew who was drawing. He put it in play and said,
Here
yeah,
it
it's
is.
your go again. And Nicholas is like, great.
Cool. Back at it again.
Rubs his hands, starts moving things around again. How many permits?
I'm genuinely loving what is happening here. This is disgusting. So here's the Urza.
Uh-huh. Cool.
I'm going to make a guy.
I'm slightly upset that we let Astrid die last turn. We could be making so many tokens right now.
And you know what the most miserable part is as well? Dukes is easily set up to Marit Lage Dark Depths. That thing has a couple of keywords. It's flying and indestructible. You know what it doesn't have? Trample.
It's missing some things. It is. This is the...
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have trample, actually.
It sure doesn't.
Yeah,
it does not.
sorry.
This is the Emrakul versus 15
squirrels,
squirrels,
yeah.
but it's just Marilage getting to chomp a Thopter every turn while the other swarm of Thopters slowly stab dudes to death.
Death by 1,000 tokens.
We're just sending in the Thopter now. It's like, yeah, there's a bird there, but...
We're also sending in the Academy Manufacturer.
Oh, you know what we've done, actually? No, we've tapped them for mana.
We're spinning.
We're spinning. We're spinning with Urza.
Bark.
Yes.
The dogs are out tonight, huh?
This is one of the worst abilities to resolve in paper. The fact that you have to shuffle every time, really painful.
Do you shuffle every time?
Well...
If I've shuffled once and I flip the top card, I might be a little bit cheeky.
Depends on whether a judge is watching me. Or, if it's on camera.
Yeah, true.
No, I think technically you can ask a judge and they will approve, yes, your deck is fully randomized. You do not need to re-randomize. Especially because the Urza decks have a habit of putting a lot of artifacts in play and spinning multiple times a turn. It's like Mind's Desire.
Oh, you didn't have to not tell me on Mind's Desire.
Mind's Desire. I'm going to put 12 copies of this spell on the stack. Every single one of them says to shuffle. We're not doing that.
The best part was when Mind's Desire was legal and extended, and for the really serious moments, for like top 8s or like finals of PTQs when it was old extended, people would literally flip the Mind's Desire card and then be like, I need some better luck, and shuffle the deck again.
Oh, no.
I have seen someone resolve 13 copies of Mind's Desire, individually shuffling each time.
That's got to be time wasting. Surely that's slow play.
Well, in a top 8, every top 8 match is untimed.
Yeah, but it's often really late at night by the time you get to top 8. Like, I just want to go home. Kill me or don't. Like,
This is when you really don't like the judge, and you're like, I'm just going to shuffle. What is that? Yet.
Oh, boy.
We
you
are
don't know this one? You don't know this halfling?
No.
This is an X green, white, and it has, I don't know the name.
Is this
but
Herska Sweet Tooth?
Yeah,
No, it's not. That's a
No,
bear.
it's not. It's not legendary. It's got affinity for food, and then it makes X food, I think, from memory. So what you do is you make a bunch of food. You
Oh
tap
my
all the
goodness.
food to make it bigger, and then it comes in and makes more food. Feasting? Nope, not that
No,
one.
it's not Feasting Hobbit either. There are a lot of cards that say food on them. It's not Spider Ham. It's not the Goose Mother.
It is Banquet Guests.
Banquet Guests. Okay, I'm going to pull that up on screen for everybody.
Yeah, this is a really nice one from The Hobbit. It's still in hand because Dukes decided that Springheart Nantucket was a card he didn't want to deal with.
Right, Banquet Guest up on the screen. Look at this. Twice X+1/+1 counters on it.
You know what? This one does have trample.
Oh, that's big.
And
Who would
also-
win? A mythological being trapped in a block of ice, or some hungry little beings at a guest, like dinner party?
At this rate, I think it might actually be bigger than a 2020.
Oh, absolutely. I genuinely think that there's a chance Nicholas plays this card in like 2 turns, and it's like a 35-35.
Hey, you know what we're doing? It's that time again.
Bow,
Spin
bow, bow.
that wheel. See what we find, you know? It's my favorite part. I have so much mana. None of my cards are good. It's not even none of your cards are good. You have a card in
Hey, you've got no issue. I love the snap.
Yeah. I like Snap, but hey, mine's cooler.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
future shifted. What do you got? What do you got over there?
So you're going to put a 2020 in play, yeah? Cool. That's
Oh,
fine.
that's cute.
That's cute. I'll block.
Have you met this party of hobbits?
Yeah.
The gang's all here.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
That's also a good answer to Marit Lage.
Yeah, 2020 versus one cheeky little deer boy.
I heard you like elks.
Yeah. Yeah, this board state is unreal.
The thing about this is, Nicholas isn't dying anytime soon.
No.
It's not clear to me that he's going to win, but he seems to
Anytime
be having
soon
a good.
either.
But he's having a lot of fun not winning. So, I do like the elk little token overlay. That's really nice.
That's someone who comes prepared.
You know what? If you're going to show up with Bant game objects, you better come prepared with tokens.
Also, you know what I love? Most of the tokens that he's put into play are foil as well. As a foil enjoyer, I am loving the fact that it is this spicy of
I like
a
that
dish he's cooking up.
He's got a foil, so the tapped Thopter is foil and the untapped is not foil. Oh, Talon Gates?
Off the Elvish Reclaimer
Oh.
to phase out the Elvish Reclaimer and avoid the Elk ability.
The best Legere step you've ever seen.
Oh, baby. Talon Gates of Madara. Have you seen when people put Uro in play with this card?
Oh, that's filthy.
You Uro, you stack the trigger so you draw the card, put the Talon Gates in and phase the Uro out.
Oh, I don't like that.
Hey, we're scamming out here. We got to do something.
Oh, we get to flicker something.
Yeah, this birds can shrink a little bit.
Oh, I was thinking maybe we flicker the Urza.
We're
Then the-
flickering the goose.
Okay, that was really low on my list of things to flicker. I'm
Hey,
not gonna lie.
right?
Also, are we just sending this dog to its death? Death? Is that what's going on here?
If you want to block the dog, block the dog.
I don't really need this dog. I like that we're flickering goose, so that we can get a food, a clue, a treasure, and a Thopter.
That's a lot of game objects. Do you reckon Nicholas has a second deck box purely for tokens?
Oh, you know what it was? I think this construct might have been lethal.
You know what? Very fair.
I actually think we had to chump the construct because 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the construct would have been lethal with the other manufacturers coming in the Thopters. So yeah, okay. Vibes. That's a lot of artifacts.
Nicholas is rapidly running out of play space. Is that, if you run out of play space, do you think you just don't get to create the tokens?
I've got to ask production if there are multiple tokens off to the side that we can't see, because there would have to be.
I reckon
all the clues and treasures have got to be somewhere.
Yeah, I think Nicholas has like one of those big commander deck boxes just for tokens.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I hope. Okay, so now we're going to activate the Reclaimer, tapping our Thopters from mana. So once again...
Hang on, I think this Reclaimer came into play this turn. We can't...
I think so too.
Yeah, it was spun off the Urza.
It's hard to tell. It was so long ago.
It was so many game actions ago. So many
Meanwhile-
tokens have come and gone.
Meanwhile, dude just drew, played a land and passed back.
Yeah, look.
Again. Good on him for sticking it out.
And the mental spirit of Dukes, I mean, look at his face. He is not phased by any of this.
This man is locked in. He's still trying to work out how he can win this game. Meanwhile, Nicholas is working out how he can make the most possible game objects this time.
I also love that there's like slight equity in playing a food deck when like most of these players have gone to time every round or like gone very deep. They haven't had a chance to eat today, and he's like, "Oh, you ready? How good does this look?"
I will say, props to Nicholas for not having a draw. I'd have so many draws if I was playing this deck.
Yeah.
Mostly because I'd get distracted. Like, not because I can't win, but just like, I'd get distracted and have too much fun.
There's also just like the manual dexterity issue of you have to keep opening the deck box, getting the tokens out, making the tokens in certain piles, and getting dice out, turning things sideways and unsideways.
Okay, it's an open deck list tournament. There is no excuse for Nicholas not to take the tokens out as he sits down. You're not hiding any information. If you have to go back into your deck box every time you make a token, I'm calling a judge. Don't forget we still have an Oko down the bottom.
Yeah, true.
Because
we got so many things to do. Okay, Dude's finally packing it up there.
The Oko's a theme inclusion, though, because it makes a food.
It says food on the card.
It says food. We did gather a search for food, and those were all the cards that went in. We started there. There actually are so many food cards now, because between Eldraine and the Hobbit set, and back in Eldraine again, there's actually a lot of food cards. Not to mention just all the generic artifact cards like Urza.
And, I mean, we're probably getting more food coming out in the in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set. I wouldn't be surprised if pizza's a straight slot into this deck.
There's a Plagon in this.
The Lord of the Beach has finally made an appearance on stream.
His job is beach.
His job is beach.
He's Ken.
All right, I'm going to pull up Plagon on the screen because this card is getting a lot of talk in 7 Point. We actually can't show it right now. That's fine.
That's right. It's there on the screen.
It's
You
very
probably
small.
can't read that one. Oh my god, there's a Spider Ham in this deck? Sorry, viewers, you're just going to join us in...
There we go. That's Plagon, the Lord of the Beach. Yep. So he is a giant starfish wearing a jellyfish wizard hat, riding on a turtle. That's incredible. Did you ever think you'd see art like this in Magic the Gathering?
Not until a couple of weeks ago when I first saw this card in play. And I've had to adjust my reality since then. There's a lot of sweet cards here. I don't know how much sideboarding there will be to do for our player here on food. The sideboard is lacking in food cards, except for the cabbage version.
Look, I would see Ashiok coming in.
Yep.
I could see Submerge coming in as well.
Yeah, when you have islands and your opponent has forests, usually
That's
good
coming
card
in.
to bring.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm not like too... I guess Containment Priest could also come in as a way to answer Marit Lage.
Marit Lage is a token, so I don't think Containment Priest will stop that, unfortunately.
Interesting, interesting. They both have Containment Priest in the side, but look at that.
They sure do. So from Dooja's side,
doesn't look
opposition
like
agents are... Oh, we saw a little bit of searching.
We have
Carpet and
Collector
choke.
Oof.
Carpet, choke, quite good. Collector, yeah, Collector Oof's a...
That's a doozy. It doesn't shut off Urza, but it will shut off the ability to like sack treasure tokens that are made through Manufactor.
Okay.
I think it's just one of those things that unfortunately Dukes wasn't prepared for the food matchup.
I can't believe he didn't prep his deck for this
Yeah, like,
matchup.
come on. It's the food matchup. How do you not expect this?
I think Force of Vigor might also come in.
I can see Force.
Not to target food tokens, but things like Academy Manufacture, huge Urza constructs, that kind of thing. I could see Toxic Deluge as well.
I could also, another card we're getting to see from the food list for the first time, at least I'm getting to see this for the first time in play, is Momo, Playful Pet from Avatar.
Oh, a new card.
Yeah.
Nice.
I actually didn't expect to see this card.
One wasn't on my list.
No, neither. So I'll put this up on screen as well. When you leave the battlefield, what does it say? Create a food token.
Well, there are other options, but I think Nicholas is contractually not allowed to pick those options.
Yeah, he opts for the Scry too. And Dukes is like, really?
Really. A judge rushes on stage and says, "You're out. Get out of here."
Now, Nicholas's tokens were amazing. I love the Krabby Patty token for the food. I've got to ask, what's the best token you've ever seen in play?
The best token
Like, have you ever seen like
seen.
people make custom tokens, or the funniest thing people have used
yeah.
as a token?
My favorite token I've ever seen is technically no token. I think it's not even an emblem. So when you get dealt damage by the 3/3 in standard, the one that just got banned.
Oh, Screaming Nemesis.
Screaming Nemesis. And you can't gain life, right? One of my friends had a token that was just a person screaming with scribbles all around them. And if they dealt damage to their opponent, they'd just hand it to them and put it on their side.
The funniest one I saw was when Ether Drift came out, and someone rocked up to a pre-release in America, posted it on Twitter, and for when they started their engines, they had the DVD copies of of a Fast and the Furious 1 through 4.
Oh, that's so good.
And so he's like, my speed is at 1 and pulls out Fast and the Furious.
Oh, okay, that's brilliant, actually. That's so good.
I thought that was
very happy
incredible.
with that. Yeah, that's really nice, actually.
And I gotta say, I tried to replicate this, and I was like, do I really want to spend like $40 on this bit? Like, even the fact that Fast and Furious is like 20 years old, that DVD still costs $10 at Kmart. What a waste of my life.
So good.
You ever have these ideas where you're like, this is gonna be such a good bit, and you're like, I don't know if I'm actually gonna ever do this.
Yeah, like, also, it's probably really inconvenient.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
like have a DVD. DVDs are real big.
You have a deck box in your bag, plus like dice, a life counter, a playmat, and you've also got to add in 4 DVDs for no reason.
I remember watching a couple of my friends play a match, like a casual Highlander match, and one of them is playing Nadu and starts comboing off. And the other one is like, has no interaction, has nothing to do. And so they said, hand me a stack of dry erase tokens and just start drawing Saproling tokens. And each time they made a new one, they'd doodle another one because they were just like, I have nothing else to do. I
might as well help out.
I'll just help out. Like, here you go.
The old Storm players in America used to give people like coloring books while they were going off. They're just like, hey, do something. You can be part of this too.
That's really good. It might get you an unsportsmanlike conduct if you did it now.
Probably minor though, that's fine.
How many of those can I get before I get DQ'd again?
For reference, everyone, please do not do
Please
that.
don't hand your opponent coloring in books while you combo off.
It's a great bit though.
It is good. I think Nicholas should have brought snacks to hand to his opponent.
That's actually so good. Imagine you had like a bag of twisties or something, and every food token you just bring out another twisty.
Hell yeah. And then you can just eat them?
You have just Cheeto fingers every time you're shuffling these like $5,000 decks.
Okay, so it needs to be something that's like wrapped so you can unwrap it.
Yeah, okay. Like Starburst lollies or
like
Werther's
Starburst
Originals,
or- yeah.
depending how old your opponent is. You can start pulling out the Werther's and be like, Grandpa, here, I remember the good times.
Okay, so a bird from Dougal is a good start.
That is the Shire. Enters the battlefield untapped if you have a legendary creature. It taps for green and it taps 2 mana and tap it, and you can make a food token.
I knew that was coming. As soon as you started, I was like, this must make a food somehow.
Yeah, guess what? Cards that say food on them, I'm about it. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Dougal says, that's a cute land. Enjoy it for one more turn.
I love how like expressive Nicholas's face and body actions have been this entire event, like this entire match, and I don't think Dukes has moved anything above his elbows the entire time.
Man just played Strip Mine plus Griswold on turn 2 and looks like he's just totally like another day at the office.
Yeah. Filing my taxes again.
He looks the exact same way he looked last game while his opponent had 20 permanents.
Yeah,
in play.
exactly.
It's like you couldn't tell. We could crop that bit out and you wouldn't be able to tell which game we're in. So Nicholas is going to Swords the Bird, which...
And I have a feeling that Nicholas is going to start his next turn with no lands in play.
Oh, he'll get one. So
No,
long
we
as there's
can-
no... Oh, no, you're right. Never
Yeah,
mind.
we can strip mine and then
you're
play
right.
it again in
Oh,
strip.
nice. And then we have an Urza Saga.
Which, you know what's going to happen to that? To the mines.
I
Bang.
have a feeling. Yeah.
Something, Hobbits and Mines, Lord of the Rings reference.
Dougal says, you got to have your fun last game. Now I am having my fun.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah. Did we just choose not to take a card there? Is that what happened?
No,
That's
no.
not allowed.
We're definitely going to be taking
It
it.
felt like Dougal cast thoughts. He looked at Nicholas' hand and went, yeah, you can keep all those,
It's like,
actually.
so game 3.
It's like anytime someone casts a Vendilion Click and looks at your hand and goes, yeah, no, you're good. That's fine. It's like, none of those cards are good.
Oh, no.
You can keep them.
So, I don't know how long you've been playing Magic for, but...
About almost 15 years now?
Okay, so you were around in like the Sharky era with Vendilion Click, where it was illegal in... No, that was about 20.
yeah.
Oh, I'm showing my age.
I was not, but I know this story, yes. Play the click, your opponent reveals your hand, you write it all down,
everything
and then go, anyway, I'm targeting myself.
Yeah, you'd be like, that's an interesting hand. Click myself.
Hey, Nicholas drew a coloured lane, so you got to put a creature in play.
Boom.
That's nice. He's got a mum in play. He's winning the race.
Bang. Bang. All I can say is we're going to probably play the Expedition map. We're going to strip mine again.
I want to strip mine again. I know we could try and progress our own game plan. but
Really?
I'm
We
not-
actually are going to progress.
Wow.
Interesting.
We're going to let Nicholas untap with the... I mean, the thing is, Dougal knows what's in Nicholas's hand and knows that none of those spells
None
are
of
even
this
close to
matters.
castable. Even if he draws another land, he can't cast anything. So...
To be honest, I just want to... I want to make him feel it every turn. I want...
yeah, I mean, I would also be in favor of that. But Dougal's playing the deck. He probably knows what's actually more strategically correct, and
he's
that's what
played
he's
this so much more than anyone has would have any experience on this deck. For those who don't know, Dougs streams on Twitch, and all I've ever seen him play or ever seen him tweet about is Abzan or like green-white lands in Legacy, Vintage, 7-point.
Every format.
Every format that these cards are legal in,
Yeah.
he is playing them.
The thing is, Dougs is playing to win. I would be playing to make my opponent miserable.
Yes. You made me look at SpongeBob Krabby Patties.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you look at an empty playmat.
You had so many opponents last game. How about we go for flawless victory this game?
I need you to know.
Yeah, correct. I'm going to enjoy it. You enjoyed last game. It's not about winning anymore.
It's Thanos putting on the glove. I'm going to enjoy this.
Nicholas has another land. We're back up to 2 lands now.
Do we draw anything that we can cast? Because if not, we're about to. Oh.
And no attack. Boo. Get in there.
Won't even show us either.
Get in there with
Cheeky.
the 1/1.
The 1/1 that is a 20-turn clock.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get to cast another spell this game.
No.
So you might as well
Bang.
start the clock. Yeah, bang. Here we go. Load of mana. Yeah, good.
All right, cool. I'm going to go to my second main.
Go to combat.
Bang.
Really nice. Ooh! Oh my god, he drew a spell.
Oh no.
Okay, we might actually have a game on our hands now.
Oh no.
The mum and the dog, we might... Yeah, Dukes just actually play a real land rather than just keep strip mining. Oh, never mind. He's going to do that too. I take it back.
Surprise.
Let's do both.
A 3-2? I'm a big fan. And the worst thing is Felia can't even flicker this
Yeah,
because
you
it'll trigger
really-
Revolt on itself.
Yeah, you don't want to flicker that with failure. No, well... The thing about this is that if Dukes blocks...
Interesting.
We
He
can use them
actually
up.
is flickering.
I guess he's just accepted that it doesn't matter if you get the strip mine back.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to have any lands anyway, so you can have that strip. No, that will work. That will definitely.
Yeah, we're going to pull up
return the
Renegade
strip
Rally
mine.
just to double check.
Love
'cause-
this card.
Yeah, here we go. Renegade Rallier. So it's going to enter off this, and it has triggered Revolt from itself. So it's
Well.
going to bring... Oh no, Nicholas is going, hang on a minute. Oopsies.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think
no.
Nicholas realized.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're going to check with the judge, but I'm pretty confident.
Mm-hmm.
that
I'm also
We're about to
confident.
put an Urza Saga or a strip mine back in play.
Thank you.
Thanks for the mana. Also, is that mum attacking? Is that
No, I think the
Unclear.
mum... Oh, maybe the mum was attacking. again.
or where I think okay, maybe try and back up. We'll see. But we've got more of a game than I expected to have.
Yeah, honestly, same here. I love the fact that Nicholas is serving a plate of food here, and Dugas is licking his lips with the value that he is accruing from this play.
And instead though, some creatures in play. No lands for Nicholas, which is
No, I think we are going to be stuck in this. These are my creatures. I have no lands. I hope I can slowly get there.
okay. And so the result of that judge call was yes, indeed, Dukes will get back that strip mine, and just use it for mana because there's no targets on.
Yeah, I'm not
Nicholas's
worried.
side anyway.
I'm not worried.
Now we can go find a land. Which land do you want to find?
Tabernacle? Yeah, okay.
Hell
okay.
yes. So I'm going to blow up all your lands and then blow up all your creatures.
Also, I'm not sure if you saw that. That was a quick little smile from Dukes.
Really? He cracked a smile?
He cracked a smile.
That's what it takes to make this man smile. We'll hop every land and every creature and
permanent.
completely lock your opponent out. And then we get small smile.
Small little... Yep.
That sends us to game 3.
We are in game
We've
3.
had 2 very one-sided games so far.
I'm loving the fact that we get to see this on camera. This Banned Foods deck is looking so awesome. Even when it was like getting trounced that game, I'm still riding the high of game 1.
I really enjoyed watching Dukes just grind him into dust. Just no lands for you ever.
It's such a miserable experience.
What am I going to kill you with? I don't know. Whatever's
I'll
left
figure it
over.
out.
You can't cast spells.
What are you going to play with?
Yeah. Excellent.
That's cute. Draw a card. My turn again?
Yeah, exactly. And meanwhile, there's a One Ring in this deck?
There
That doesn't make a food.
Yeah, I mean, it's Hobbit related. It's Hobbit adjacent.
Oh my god, there is a Goose Mother in this deck. Oh.
The Goose Mother. Every card in this deck, or basically every card says food, and I'm so about it.
I love the Tangle Wire. That's beautiful. Well, I have to tap some things? Yeah, I mean, I'll tap this food, I guess.
Oh, Fallout even makes an appearance. We have the Nuka-Cola vending machine on the side there too.
Bant Food, a.k.a. Bant Universes Beyond.
Oh my god, there's a Tolarian Academy as well.
Well, yeah. And I love Gaia's Cradle and Tolarian Academy in the same deck.
beautiful.
That's a specific deck. That's a really specific
That
deck.
is insanely good deck building. I am beyond impressed with the fact that those exist together.
We've
at the
also
same
got a
time.
Caracas. That's really good with Momo.
Boom. That's a combination. So for players at home, a combination is when two cards work really well together.
Oh boy. We just keep adding pluses onto the Bant foods under Nicholas's name as well. It's beautiful. We worked out it's not just food. There's more.
There's food and X.
And Thopters. It's drone delivery. Uber Eats drone delivery. And Urz is here with a giant robot as well, I guess.
Yeah, and there's clues, you know, we're watching Blue's Clues, sitting on the couch, ordering Uber Eats. It's a weird life you're living, but here you are.
Okay. Great, so it's the millennial quarter-life crisis in a nutshell.
Wow, call me out. Jesus. Oh, that one hit way too close to home.
Nicholas will be on the play this time, which means maybe he'll get to use his lands for mana before they'll get blown up by a strip mine.
And maybe we get to see Dukes gain infinite life as well. Who knows? Lots of things are possible.
That is an option.
That is an option. Can Nicholas beat infinite life? Is that actually an out? Because we haven't talked about... Dukes' deck actually has a lot of other combos.
I think he can because he can probably... There must be some way to make infinite mana with Urza, right? I just believe that there's got to be some convoluted 4-card infinite in Nicholas's deck.
To make infinite 1/1s? Yeah, I could see that actually.
Yeah, there'll be something.
I am not nearly clever enough to figure this out on the fly.
No, I also cannot, but I believe in him. 3 square meals, there we go.
3 square meals
Excellent.
a day.
Something that no Magic player at a tournament is familiar with.
Oh, no.
We survive purely on snacks.
Okay, so give me your pick one, pack one breakfast option.
Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. Pretty good. Pretty good here. My pick one, pack one. Of just all cereals.
Just breakfast. Just breakfast items in general.
All breakfast items. I love a leftover pizza.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm often actually just a cereal. Low effort cereal,
Yeah,
maybe some sultanas. Quick, get me out of the door. Yeah, how about you?
Mine usually varies on what the day is going to involve. 90% of the time, that means I'm not having breakfast. I like my sleep more than I like my food.
Okay.
However, today I was desperate for pancakes. So I'm going to go on a little tangent of this because there's a cafe across the road that we all decided to...
I just want to note for the viewers, as you're about to tell us about your love of pancakes and how you wanted pancakes this morning, that Dylan was late to our pre-production meeting this morning.
It wasn't the pancakes' fault, I swear. So we decided to meet at this cafe that has 4 separate installments around New South Wales. Now, all 4 of these restaurants have different menus despite being the same franchise, which is ridiculous as a concept.
Meanwhile, by the way, Nicholas responded to the Tabernacle trigger by flipping his Tameo.
with
He's
a
just got a
Planeswalker.
Planeswalker in play on turn 2.
I love this. And
Pretty good.
I don't know how much interaction Dukes has available for this Tameo in the list.
There'll be an Abrupt Decay.
We saw an Abrupt Decay. I believe we have a Get Lost potentially as well.
But please do continue to tell me about your pancakes.
Yeah, so looking at the menu last night, 3 of the 4 establishments serve pancakes on the menu. Take a wild guess at which one doesn't.
Oh, would that be the one you went to?
Yeah, it was, absolutely. But then my wife conveniently pointed out that there's pancakes on the kids' menu, and maybe I can ask and see what happens.
And how did that go?
Look, they said no because I have to be under the age of 10, and clearly
So did you go find a child on the street to order for you?
No, but then someone pointed out that they had a special that was the Canadian breakfast, which was basically a big breakfast with pancakes on the side. So in the end, I got what I wanted.
So they make pancakes for adults, but only if you order them with other stuff.
Yeah, they decide pancakes are only for kids or to be served with bacon and eggs. There is no option as to, we will make you some regular-sized pancakes. So that was my pick one, pack one this morning. And had no reason why I was late for round 1. Don't even worry about it.
Meanwhile, so Nicholas has decided that playing creatures is a bad idea into this Tabernacle. He's just going to keep upping this Planeswalker.
Yeah.
And, if you draw half your deck, that's pretty good.
It's usually not bad, and we saw how explosive this deck was with cheap things that generate tokens, which if we have Manufacturer, if we have Urza, massive burst of mana. I wouldn't be surprised if when we ultimate Tameo, if we have 4, 5 lands in play by the time this happens, that we can literally just cast every single card we draw or close to it. Astrid Peth is back, and so's the Krabby Patty.
Yep, make a food.
That's a Force of Vigor in Nick's hand?
It is a Force of Vigor.
And what's the rest of the hand? Is that a Tough Cookie?
It is a Tough Cookie.
And a Tolarian Academy?
Limited All-Star Tough Cookie.
No, not the cookie.
And yes, Tolarian Academy quite good at paying for Tabernacle.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad one. Now, it looks like the last two cards in hand are Forest and Tolarian Academy. So we are all in on this Tameo.
We really are. Like,
this is all we got.
What, so we need 2 more turns?
We need 2 more turns.
Duke's got 2 turns to find an answer to this
And
Tameo.
yeah, so I'm looking at Dukes' list. We need to put a creature into play and attack it, which is going to be a little bit difficult considering there's an Astropeth.
Yeah, he's currently got a Birds in hand, but that one doesn't attack Tameo so well.
No. We have a Grist the Hunger Tide, which can
That's
tick
quite
up.
good. Oh, well.
Okay, wait
That's
for
a
me
good
to finish
answer
my
too.
sentence. We have a Vampire Hexmage, which can take all the loyalty counters off Tameo, and then state-based actions check. Get out of here.
Love state-based actions.
Big fan.
It's actually a really nice use of the Hex Mage.
Yeah, for
It does
sure.
things other than just combo with Dark Depths, would you believe?
I am learning this for the first time. Very impressed.
Meanwhile, we are going to pay the 1 for Astropeth.
We've got to have something to do, surely. Our hand is literally 3 lands.
Nope. Looks like we drew a Marsh Flats turn for Nicholas. So he got a Surveil land.
We are going to see a little bit better. Maybe we can find something better than this. Now, what is Astropeth's profession? I'm looking at this artwork, and I don't know much about Doctor Who, so I'm assuming you are
I believe
more
she's
well-versed.
a maid.
She's a maid, okay. Interesting.
Well, like a housekeeper.
Like a
Hence
housekeeper,
the
sure.
food, yeah.
Gotcha.
Dukes is going to take a read of
a very signed card. Is this Many Partings?
This is...
What is this?
I don't know, but it's coming in with a lot of counters.
Oh my lord. Okay, we're going to have a look at this food deck again, everybody, and see if we can figure out what this card is.
Well, I hope those aren't +1/+1 counters, for Duke's sake. It'd be real bad. And
Yeah, this is massive.
And now we're exploring.
Okay. There are so many cards I have never seen the name of before in this deck list.
I know,
as
I'm
well.
really enjoying just you looking through the deck list and being like, I don't know what any of these are. Could be any of these.
Okay, it looks like it's Feasting Hobbit, which has Devour Food 3. So the Devour mechanic is when it comes into play, you can sacrifice any number of, usually it was creatures, but this one specifically says Devour Food, and it'll get whatever the Devour number is as +1/+1 counters.
That's ×3.
So yeah, so we're going to get 6 +1/+1 counters on this 2/2 Hobbit creature, and creatures with power less than it cannot block.
I just want to say that Devour 3 is an excellent flavor, like use of mechanics. That's great flavor to meld those two mechanics together. It's beautiful.
I also love the fact that this Feasting Hobbit is signed by so many people that it's not the artist. So this must be essentially what is Nicholas's invitational card, or like this is his signature piece. And so maybe it's signed by all of his teammates, friends, victims of
I
the
was going to say,
past.
I hope it's lives taken. That's my hope. And it also has evasion. So neither of these creatures are blocking it. And
Yeah.
suddenly there is a huge amount of pressure on
Okay,
dudes.
that's a Zuranorb though.
Okay, well that one...
We can buy a little bit of time, but also Zuranorb does let us go infinite if we get access to Fast Bond.
Yep.
And anything that brings stuff back from the yard. So we're looking Ice-Hill Explorer, we're looking Crucible of Worlds, Raminap Excavator.
Now the big question on my mind, now that there's an Elvish Reclaimer in play, is whether or not Dukes sided in the Glacial Chasm.
Oh, he'd want to have.
That could be quite good.
This is the good thing about this lands deck, though, is you have so many tutors for these specific lands.
Oh, yeah.
That you can just have these unique silver bullets in the board for the matchups that matter without clogging up your main deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Glacial Chasm, not going to be good in every matchup, but...
But when it's good, oh...
It's unbeatable.
It's literally the opposite of that Eminem song where he sings, when it's bad, it's awful. When it's good, it's great.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I've broken my commentator, buddy.
I'll be honest, Nicholas set it up to break me, and you have... you've added to it.
Pushed you over the
Pushed
edge
me over
here.
the edge. This is Peregrine Took coming into play, I think.
That is.
That's exciting.
Correct.
And another 2 Krabby Patties.
So I believe Peregrine Took doubles the amount of food tokens you make.
You get an extra food token when you would make a token, I believe.
Not Peregrine, it's Peregrine. Yes, there we go. Okay, I'm going to pull it up on screen. We have a less nice printing on screen. In fact, I can show you the one he has. Here we go.
So anytime you make a token, you get a food as well.
Beautiful. And then we stack 3 foods to draw a card. So this is our engine to try and dig through a little bit deeper. But realistically, I just think this Feasting Hobbit is one hungry little boy. And we are going to just shove with this over the next 2 turns and just close it out there. So, Dukes, show us what you got.
That was the creature there, crashing into the Elvish Reclaimer, which is a 3/4. It's a 1-mana 3/4.
Pretty good rate.
Yeah, so got to eat Astrid Peth, but the Hobbit came across for 8 damage.
Oh, okay. Here we go. This is the invasion of Ikoria.
It is, so it's kind of like a Green Sun Zenith.
And we're tutoring for 2,
Yeah,
and we can
'cause-
get from the graveyard. So we're going to get this back, and now we get the backside of this card.
And so we're going to get Vampire Hexmage. Now the secret with this, Vampire Hexmage can take all the counters off that battle and immediately flip it. And it flips into an 8/8, I believe, an indestructible. Or
It is an 8/8 with reach.
And your non-humans can deal damage as if they weren't blocked.
Correct. So this
Right.
thing basically cannot be blocked. And even if it is blocked, you're still taking it if they want to.
Most importantly, though, it's an 8/8 on the back.
Yeah, we have an 8/8 versus an 8/8. Who would win?
Conveniently.
Which, very lucky considering how this game is going, because
Yep.
Dukes didn't get much of a chance for this.
Notably, Dukes did also sacrifice his Tabernacle. He realized that Nicholas has heaps of mana and not that much to do with it. And he has not that much mana and would like to keep his creatures in play.
And it let him set up this play as well, because the card drawn for the turn was Marsh Flats. So if we had to pay to keep our creatures alive, we wouldn't have been able to make this invasion play.
Yep, absolutely.
Well played. Just
Really
well
nice play from someone who knows this deck inside and out, as we said. Experience matters a lot in Highlander.
Yeah, and Dukes is going to see these lines that we're not going to see without a magnifying glass. You know, we can slow down and figure out these things, but he's got to figure it out on the fly.
This graveyard layout is the layout of someone who plays a lot of graveyard-centric decks.
I used to play a lot of Dredge in the day, and when I would just lay it across the space between our 2 playmats, being like, we both need to know what's in here.
One of the first ever PTQs I played a very bad Life from the Loam Dredge Zombie Infestation deck.
Oh, goodness.
And in round 1, I played against Paddy Robinson.
Okay, yeah.
Australia's own. Now, sadly, overseas. And I was just laying my graveyard out like normal, like in one pile off to the side, as I'd been taught to while playing Magic. And after the match, he sat me down and he said, if you're going to play Dredge, you should really lay your deck out like this. And he showed me like all the way across your playmat. He's like, this matters way more than anything in your hand or, you know, please do this.
And here we go. Here's the flipped invasion. Yep. This is our 8/8 dinosaur. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Got him again.
Or in this case, only Dukes is going to walk the dinosaur. Nicholas has a hobbit instead. Multiple hobbits, in fact.
It's crazy that there is this giant dinosaur artwork that is breaking the clouds, and it's like there is a little hungry boy on the other side, and the bodies are the same size.
He wasn't even that hungry. He ate 2 foods. I imagine Nicholas has made a much larger hobbit than that before.
Interesting. He's going on the offense. I mean, he also has a 2-turn clock.
Also has an Abrupt Decay in hand, so has an answer to the creature. But if Nicholas wants to block, he can save the Abrupt Decay for something else.
True.
And I think that's a Sowing Micah spawn as well. So we
That
can
is
go
a Sowing
tutor
Micah
a
spawn.
land up. Interesting.
I'm a fan. What land do we want to use to close out this game?
Well, if we go get Thespian Stage, then next turn we can go get Dark Depths with our Elvish Reclaimer, make it 20/20, which is pretty appealing.
Do we have anything spicy in our graveyard? We might want a Shifting Woodland. We could even get Talon Gates of Madara, and we could phase out something.
I do love Talon Gates.
That's a spicy one.
Especially when you're not using it on Uro.
Definitely got some cheeky things we can get up to. Is this an Ocelot Pride? It is. Okay, and we can sack food to gain life. Who needs Guide of Souls when you've got food tokens?
Yeah, that's a way to do it. That is a way to... The problem is, right, this dinosaur, as we discussed, can pretend to be unblocked. So you can't chump block it.
No. But this Hobbit can also pretend to be unblocked. And it's probably going to just eat this Abrupt Decay.
I would imagine it will eat the Abrupt Decay, yeah. I don't really want to go to 1 if I'm Dougal.
And as Nick, you have to hate to see that. Yeah, head in the hands immediately. Like, oh no.
For a second, I thought he was about to scoop up his lands.
Honestly, like, this game is probably ending in 2 turns.
So we're going to gain some life.
We're going to make another
let
cat.
us make a cat. And I think 2 cats. Right?
We are going to make, 2 cats because we have the Kitty's Blessing.
The Kitty's Blessing, yeah, excellent. Beautiful.
Unfortunately, we're not going to make more food because we haven't had any food come into play this
Didn't make the food this turn, so we'll just get 2 cats. That said, we are going to have to sack the other food, I think, to stay alive.
I don't think the life totals have been updated. I believe Nicholas is on 10 from sacking the first food.
I've never seen that cat token before. It is foil, though, which is nice.
Is it a Basri Ket?
Oh, wait.
Cat token? So he's saying you should have made 2 of these and 2. Oh, so sorry. Peregrine Took has the replacement effect. If you would make the tokens, you make that.
Oh, that's quite good.
Interesting.
Oh, and then when we make a copy of every token we've made,
we also
make
get
another
another
food,
food.
which makes another food, and we also make another cat, which makes another food.
And with this academy, we might actually be able to just keep stacking food to gain life to avoid dying to this dinosaur and seeing if we can claw our way
What
back.
you're telling me is every turn Nicholas gets to stack a food, and that makes him 2 cats and 3 more food.
Yeah. Have you ever put food in the microwave and then 3 more food come out and 2 cats?
I really thought Dougal was about to win this game.
So did I.
And instead Nicholas said, how about I make 5 game objects and gain 3 life every turn?
Hold up. I'm about to start cooking.
Literally.
They've changed his name to Food Pancakes, by the way. That's amazing.
That's beautiful. That's really good. As time does tick down in the round.
Yeah, we are very close to having time called.
Remember when I said I was really impressed Nick doesn't have a draw?
Yeah, eat your words. Much like Nick's eating these foods.
Sure is.
There's so many food jokes that can be made on coverage. I'm so sorry.
All right, bring Nick back next round. We've got more food jokes to make.
Yeah, I want some leftovers of this. Give me another one.
Oh boy. Song Micah Spawn here going to come down and go find a land for Dougal.
With kicker, it looks like. So we're
with
gonna eat this
kicker.
academy.
Great.
We need to use this.
That's
now.
good. Good, smart. I suspect Nicholas might just eat 2 more food while on the way out, though.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to potentially save the food for when it's our turn for the Ocelot Pride as well?
Well, we'll still have food left to eat
True,
next
and if
turn.
the academy's gone, we don't need a surplus.
Exactly, yeah. Once the academy is gone, we're not trying to stack them all, so we just might as well gain your 6 life, you know?
Exactly.
I think Nicholas is going to have more food than he can possibly eat.
So he's going to have to go to a homeless shelter after this and donate some of these extra tokens. See if there's some players on lower tables on a lower life, and he's like, hey, hold up, I'm going to help you out here. Just
What's that? A price of progress on the stack? Here, have this.
Don't worry, guys, I've got you. Here's some Krabby Patties.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so Dukes is thinking for this Micah Spawn. What do we want?
Has got Glacial Chasm pulled to the front.
There's also an Echoing Deeps as the other potential.
Glacial Chasm it is.
And I think he was originally thinking of the Echoing Deeps as a way to rebuy this Tabernacle. Because these cat tokens are going to start being a problem.
Yeah, very quickly. 2 cat tokens a turn is a lot.
So many cats.
Especially when you have all the time in the world because you just gain so much life.
We're gaining 6 to 9 life a turn, and we're taking 8 damage a turn. Now, I don't know much math, but I feel like 9 life a turn is going to beat 8 damage a turn.
Yeah, this doesn't seem great.
Yeah, and we are about to go into time as well. I mean, we are in time, but they're about to be like, this is turn 1.
I will say, I'm not sure how Nicholas is winning this game in 3 turns. Although only 9 life for Dougal.
His
The
life is
Glacial
low.
Chasm is a problem.
The Glacial Chasm is going to prevent
Once Upon a
hard
Time.
casting Once Upon a Time, baby.
Hell yeah.
Spin.
Oh,
that's an
that's
Urza.
a-
Oh,
oh,
no.
boy.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. Okay. Remember when I said we didn't have Tolarian Academy anymore?
We do. Tolarian Academy at home. It's
Or, hey, you know what else we could do? We could take that
Manufactor.
Academy Manufactor.
How about I take my last 3 turns of this potentially event for me, if I'm not going to be able to make day 2, and I just instead, I'm going to take these 40-minute game actions.
Judge is going to come over. So you guys know it's time, right? Yeah, we're on turn 2. How are
He
you on
doesn't
turn
have a
2? It's
second
been-
blue source.
Ooh.
Does he not realize?
Well then, that is interesting.
Oh no.
Can still gain the life though, do all of that business, get some more cat tokens.
Yeah, we're going to have to get some more cat.
And hope to
But
draw
that's
the
our
blue
last
land.
food. Oh no, we're starting to run out of food.
No, only till the end step, I think.
Maybe we shouldn't have donated so much to the food bank.
Well,
here we go. Kitty's blessing. Let's get some more cats. Let's get some more food.
We're going to get 2 more cats and 3 food, I believe.
I believe that's how it worked out
turn.
last time.
So make another cat. And then also make food for someone else, but then making the food.
This is a lot. This is a lot to deal with.
Yeah. Did we just...
4 cats in total? Or just
Yeah, there we go. 4 cat tokens total.
Thank God we have dice.
I'm so glad we're using dice and not just
Actually physical
more-
pieces of paper.
Yeah, it's...
I know we're supposed to use physical paper and they don't want us to use dice to misrepresent the board state. All right, you bring 47 food tokens and see how easy that is for you.
Yeah, we're going to make an exception for Nicholas, I think.
Nick can do no wrong in my eyes now. Just
Off for Dukes, he's found another forest.
Look, I think we are firmly in we are drawing territory now.
Maybe pay. Yeah, so we're going to sacrifice this to the Zero Orb, that Glacial Chasm.
To gain the 2 life.
I would be very impressed if either of these players could win this game from me. I mean, as I say, there's an outside chance that there's some sort of infinite that I've missed with Urza. But,
There has to be. There has to be.
Urza does tend to go infinite. I will
It's very
say.
easy to do as well.
We're going to jump block. Oh, hang on. We've got 6 cats instead. What do we have? Well, that's interesting. Hard to keep track. So many cats.
I think there was originally 2 cats, and we made... No, because we would have only made... We should only have 4 cats. Hold up. And he's chumped with 1, and he's put the dice the wrong way. That's fine. That's okay. You know what I'm surprised by?
You ever jump with a cat token and just end up with 3 more cats?
Those cats are not desexed, I can tell you that much. That's a problem.
No.
Get your pet spayed and neutered, chat. Okay? Get your pet spayed and neutered is the responsible thing to do as a pet owner.
Okay, so Nicholas draws his card. So we turn number 3. He's got 1 more turn after this.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm generally surprised by as well in Nicholas' list? There's not a gingerbread cabin. That's a land you can fetch for that makes a food.
Hard to fit the gingerbread cabin in your Gaia's Cradle Tolarian Academy The Shire deck. Trust me, I've played decks with both Mystic Sanctuary and Witch's Cottage. The mana bases are a mess.
I thought you were about to say I'm an expert in gingerbread cabin mana bases.
No, I haven't been there yet. Not to that one, not quite. Okay, so we're going to gain 3 life. Looks like we might just be making more food and cats again. Having not drawn a card to play this turn. And the Urza's still stranded in hand without a second blue mana.
Yeah.
Needs a Gilded Goose.
The goose needs to be loose. Where's Volty when you need to side her in?
We make a cat token, make a food. We make another cat token, make 2 more food.
I'm going to just throw these dice around. Just believe me.
I'm moving, yeah. This is how I feel when my Storm opponent starts moving dice around.
Or Amulet players when they start like pulling out the colored dice. You're like, bro, just do it.
Yeah, the deck is just in the hand the whole time. I'll shuffle once I'm done.
Brennan Crawford, notorious, like, plays only Storm and Amulet. That guy loves his dice. Everybody at home, play along. Pull out your colored dice. You can help count along.
Okay, so now Dougal has pulled a Lava Spur Boots forward there, which is an interesting card that he's going to try and maybe find access to.
So are we fetching Shifting Woodland off this Reclaimer?
We sure seem to be. What do we got?
What do we have that this is going to copy?
We could copy...
I'm just thinking, because if we copy Vampire Hexmage, then this is just a random 2-power creature.
Yeah, this is Dougal's last turn. This might just be copy Glacial Chasm on turn 5.
And just don't lose the game.
To ensure we don't lose the game. Is my suspicion. Yeah, so Mox Diamond Exploration in hand. Hard to see how Dougal is getting through 5 cats and 4 food.
Yeah, and looking at the land base as well as potential options we can reclaim a 4, there's nothing here. There's nothing that's going to save the game.
But if there is an option,
oh, he'll find it. He'll find it for sure.
So like straight to combat, send in the clowns.
That was beautiful. That was so good.
Or the dinosaur, as it may be. The dinosaur and the weird-looking Eldrazi thing.
Yeah, the pile of spilt spaghetti on the floor.
Yeah, correct.
Nicholas is like, you can have some kind of food there too. I don't want to eat it, but I'll stick with my Krabby Patty.
Nicholas starts by saying, I'll gain 6 life.
Yeah, and then I'll take that on the chin. Thank you.
And maybe a cat will get involved. Nope, just going to take it on the chin. Doesn't even want to block with a cat.
I don't care. I got cats. I'm coming at you.
I don't... Maybe he's hoping to attack, but I suspect when he says go to combat... actually, no, after attacks, right? Glacial Chasm prevents damage.
This is the... is this the... I'm going to show you my hand. Do you want to...
Had nothing.
Do you want to talk about it a bit?
Unfortunate.
Which...
We'll see. No natural conclusion come to from this game.
Yeah, unfortunate.
At the end of round 7, but some very entertaining magic.
Oh,
going on.
I loved this, but we do have a bit of a downside in the fact that if that does end in a draw, both of those players miss day 2.
It is. We are at the pointy end. In fact,
We
that's
are.
round 7. One more round after this for today.
This
round
is the
8.
pointy round coming
This is it. This is it. We're going to have a win in for day 2 on camera next round. So
Spicy.
Stick around for that. Don't go anywhere.
More good food coming at you. Round 8. Thank you for joining. You're so sick of me.
Welcome back to the feature match. This is round 8 at MTG Bazaar Lotus event. I'm Isaac Lee, this is Dylan Kakawa, and welcome to the booth.
I'm excited. It is the last round of the day. It's been a great day. A lot of interesting matches on camera, and we've got one more to show you.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm really excited about from this round is just how far one of these players has come in order to play in this event.
Yeah, so we have Alan here on the left. He's come all the way from Poland just to play this event.
Yep, Alan Andrzejewski versus Michael Walston today.
Yep. And to test for this event, he's teamed up with the rest of Team Bus Stop.
Yeah, are you a member of Team Bus Stop?
I am, yeah. I just commentate as well.
Okay.
I can be the voice for Bus Stop here, I guess.
Yeah. So have you been testing with Alan in regards to this Storm deck that he is piloting today?
Yeah, he kept consistently killing me on turn 2 or 3.
Okay.
It didn't really matter what it is. The deck is very powerful, and Alan is a ridiculously good player.
Yeah, I remember testing with Alan at the Pro Tour, at Ether Drift Pro Tour, and yeah, incredibly good player.
Yeah.
And also, like, just a good person to hang out with.
He's very funny as well. He's very clever and just good vibes.
Yeah, good vibes. And his opponent, Michael Walston, who is on walks, time walks. How much do you know about time walks? Because I played a bit of time walks, but I don't know how much time walks you've played.
I know a little bit about time walks. I've cast a time walk or two in my life. Usually when you cast the first one, the second one comes as well. But
Yep. So we see a mulligan here on Michael's side. Alan appears to be either thinking or has kept his hand.
It's a really difficult hand. We've got like 2 lands of Sinking Stupor, Bloodstained Mire, Knight's Whisper, Personal Tutor, Reign of Filth, Expressive Iteration, and Questing Druid.
Questing Druid?
Yeah, Questing Druid. It's quite a fun card, actually. Have you played much with this card?
I don't even know what that card does. Yes. I have definitely seeked the beast in my time.
Sort of the beast.
Sort of the beast.
Did you find the beast?
I found the beast on occasion.
Okay. So Alan finally decides he's going to mulligan. Probably a good choice.
Yeah, look, you got to stop and think about these things. We're in round 8 of this tournament, and that's going to cut to, like, both of these players have actually made day 2.
Yep.
But there's another 4 rounds tomorrow, and if you want a chance at winning that Black Lotus, you want to scrape every single win you can get in day 1.
Yeah.
And so both of these players definitely playing for keeps.
Yeah, I think if you are going into day 2, X and 3, you are probably not live for top 8. Live for some other prizes and a good time, but maybe not the Lotus.
Okay. Yeah, well, 312 players, I believe, for this event. The biggest constructed event in the last 6 years since COVID.
Since COVID.
Yeah.
Probably in the
Australia?
Southern Hemisphere, actually.
Yeah, okay. So, mulligan from both players here. Michael is on time walks. One of the things that I really like about playing walks is that it's quite hard to sideboard against walks.
Yeah, you do have a lot of like redundant pieces and...
A lot of redundant pieces, and do I attack the time walk? Do I attack the creatures? Because it's kind of like, you could actually take the time walk out of the deck and it'd be quite a good mid-range deck.
Yeah, so Alan here looks like he's choosing to keep with Veil of Summer, Manamorphose, Tezzeret, and 3 lands in the form of Wooded Foothills, Underground Sea, and Raucous Theatre.
Yeah.
What do you think of this Tezzeret card?
When you can play it on turn 1 with something like a Mana Vault, it is really good. Also, if you can play it on turn 2 with something like a Grim Monolith, it is really good.
Yeah.
Also, if you can play it on turn 3 with 3 lands, it's really good. So
I think this card might be good.
Yeah, I think it's good.
All right, so Alan Raucous Theatering, Surveilling a Stormsail Scion.
And we see a Hierarch. This is
Yep, that is a Noble Hierarch.
Ignoble Hierarch.
Ignoble Hierarch?
Can't you see? Like, it clearly says Ignoble Hierarch on the card.
I can't read that.
That's a secret layer printing of Ignoble Hierarch. And it actually takes you a while to find exactly where the text is on the card, but all the text is on the card. So one of my favorite versions of Ignoble Hierarch.
We actually, Alan and I and Jim, we went to the National Gallery in Canberra. And we saw all these like old music posters and everything else, and they were the exact same as like the Secret Lair styles of some of them, like the Lord of the Rings posters and everything. I'm like, these are Secret Lair cards on display here.
Yeah, that's great.
So Alan, having drawn Vault of Whispers last turn, has Duress now.
Yep, Underground Sea as well there.
Sea. So Noble Hierarch getting in for 1 last turn.
Now, Michael's not really presenting any kind of threat here in terms of like how much time does Alan have before he feels the need to actually go off.
Yeah.
And it's quite a lot of time. But he's also aware that Michael can, with the right combination of cards, go, oh, no. Spellseeker's coming into play. Spellseeker's going to get something like Ephemera.
He's brainstormed into the Veil of Summer in response to the Duress. So he's going to get to put 2 cards back, crack the fetch, get rid of them, and get the value from Veil of Summer.
Wow. That is the single green Cryptic Command. Counter your spell, draw a card.
Yeah, and when you mix it with the Brainstorm as well.
Yep, yep. That was a good draw by Michael here. Just got to decide which 2 cards to put back.
Yeah, putting back 2 fetch lands and sacking a Scalding Tarn.
Yep.
So the Tropical Island is already in play, but I might have a Tiger.
Yep, we've got a Tiger.
We've got a Tiger.
So we're going to see that Veil of Summer there. Now, look, initially I thought this was a great play, right? Just because Brainstorm, I'm gonna hide my good cards. I'll put them on top of my library so your dress can't hit my Time Walk or anything great like that. But instead, straight into that Veil of Summer.
Draws into it, like, so powerful.
We do have the option to fire off a Manamorphose in response here. We do have a Storm count of 2, or 3, actually.
Yeah, Storm counts 3. And I don't think Alan's quite going off from here, but if he could with a Manamorphose.
Yep.
All right. Michael keeping his hand close to his chest. I see a Misty Rainforest, Ephemerate, Savannah, Solitude? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's maybe one more card there.
Something that looks shiny.
It is very shiny. One thing I really enjoy about Highlander is like walking around the tables and seeing all these pretty cards. Like everyone's got so many really pretty cards.
All right, so speaking of Veil of Summers.
Veil of Summer right back.
Yep, and now this one is not to counter your spell, but actually just to cycle.
Yeah.
Because Alan's gone, you know what, I don't think that you're going to play a counter spell here or anything that this Veil of Summer is going to turn into that cryptic command.
Yep.
So, yep, let's just cycle it, get a new card.
Arid Mesa, the draw for turn. And we've got a Spider-Man card there. I'm going to guess Opposition Agent.
All right. Ignoble Beats. That Exalted coming in.
So Alan draws the LAD. So I think what's about to happen is this Tezzeret is going to tick down and this Opposition Agent. If it is an Opposition Agent. No, it's not an Opposition Agent.
Yeah, that does look like a spicy Spider-Man card coming in. All right, so ticking down from Tezzeret, search your library. And is there a response? No response. So Alan is going to be able to search his library for a Black Lotus, most likely, but there are some other options.
He's pulled it to the front, and it's a beta Black Lotus as well. Very pretty. So always nice to see these sorts of cards on camera.
Yeah. Being played as it should.
Oh, yeah. That is another great thing about Highlander is that all these cards, they're being played.
Yep.
That's what you want for a lot of these cards.
So we see a Vault of Whispers being an artifact coming into play and ticking up that Tezzeret.
Yep.
And Alan going, you know what? I want to keep it in hand. I
Yeah.
want to keep this Black Lotus in hand. I want to keep my Storm count available. And even though you can attack my Tezzeret here, I can just do that next turn, activate, and you can only attack for 1 here. So as long as there's not a creature at end of turn from Walston, we should be good from Alan's side.
Yeah, and there's no Dryad Arbor in this deck, which would be very funny right now.
Yeah.
But getting a Tundra and maybe casting something end of turn.
Yep. So if you're in Alan's position here, playing against Alan, you said that he's killed you on turn 2 many times. I note that it is no longer turn 2. We're past turn 2.
Yeah.
Does that increase the probability of winning, or does that decrease the probability of winning from your side, from your perspective?
The Leyline Binding? Yeah, I think that's a Leyline Binding. I think usually if the game goes on longer, it's because Alan is playing around interaction points. So things like counter magic or stacking, like other stack interaction, something to counter the Storm trigger, all sorts of things. But the game can go on for a long time, and Storm will eventually just kill you.
Yeah, okay.
So I think it's more a case of the decks I like to play. They tend to not be interacting on those sorts of axes, and you just let the Storm player do what they want.
Okay. So Alan's just aware of how Michael might have a little bit more interaction in the form of counter spells or some other funky cards. And so just going, you know what? Like, I actually don't need to attack here, like in terms of like putting all my cards on the board.
Yeah.
I can just chill out.
So Alan's drawn the Questing Druid. He's going to play the Manamorphose first. So Alan doesn't know what's in Michael's hand. Does not know that Michael's hand is basically nothing. 2 fetch lands, an Ephemerate, and a Solitude.
Yeah, but he is going to get like a little bit of sneaking suspicion that there is 5 mana worth of spells available in Michael's hand. Because he's attacked with that Ignoble Hierarch every turn for the last 3 turns.
Yep.
And this turn has gone, no attacks this time. What that signals to me, and I'm sure that Alan is aware of this, is that Michael either has 5 mana worth of spells, or is playing a pretty cool bluff game. But in Alan's position, I reckon he's going to read, all right, you've got something to do with this 5 mana. And if I was Alan, I don't know if I'd get to that conclusion that the answer is Solitude.
So Alan pulling out some very lovely Apex sleeves and some other tokens to represent Storm.
Very nice, very
Mana.
nice.
Using the correct colors as well of dice, which we love to see.
All right.
So Black Lotus making the Storm count to 2.
Yep. And we've got a black mana in pool and a red mana in pool. Lion's Eye Diamonds, Storm count up to 3.
Plays Reign of Filth. Thinking about it?
Thinking about it. Got that black floating.
He's going to use the 2. I think he's going to Seek the Beast here.
Seek the Beast.
See if he can go off.
Yeah, okay.
I think he has a Dark Petition in hand.
Okay, okay. Can we bring up Dark Petition?
Yeah, it's just to make sure it is.
Whoa!
Will. And Citadel.
And Citadel. With Lion's Eye Diamond and Black Lotus in play, you can just play everything.
Yeah, it is a Dark Petition. It is this printing of Dark Petition, the Judge Storage Championship promo.
Yeah, very nice.
Alan has a lot of promos in his deck because he wins a lot of Magic.
Yep, okay. So, you see a Black Lotus going to the bin.
Storm counts at 5. 3 black mana in pool. So, 1 shy of casting this Dark Petition. Oh, he's played the Reign of Filth, so he can actually sacrifice.
Couple lands.
Reign of Filth is sacrifice.
To get 2 more black mana, we go to 5 black mana. And then we might see that Dark Petition.
Yeah, which is definitely going to be adding 3 mana because of Spell Mastery.
Yep, and we can even sack that LED in response if we would like. And that's exactly what Alan's doing.
Yep.
Cool. This is masterwork. This is great to see. Just like, yep, do this, then this, then this, and this.
Yep, he's got 3 red mana, 3 black mana after this Dark Petition resolves, and whatever card he wants.
Yep. And normally, I'd be thinking, well, the go-to card you're going to get here is just Yawgmoth's Will. Right?
But it's in exile.
I've already got it.
We have to cast it this turn, though. So.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So we could see here like a Tendrils or some other like actual Storm card that wins.
He's gone for the Tendrils.
Yep, that makes sense. We're at Storm 6 at the moment, and Michael Walston being on 18 life. So really just going to get to 9 Storm, and with 3, 6, 7, 8 mana available. So we play that Yawgmoth's Will, and even if we see a counterspell.
Yeah, and this is going to bring back the Lotus and the LED. Probably not cracking the LED because you got the Tendrils in hand. We don't want that exiled while the Guild Will's in play, in effect. But Alan's also going to get to play a Metamorphose from here, cast another Reign of Filth if he wants to. Like, he has so much mana.
Yeah, yeah. And also has access to that Veil of Summer as well.
Yeah, and gets to play his land for turn.
Yeah.
Yawgwill is a funny card.
Yeah.
Alan also here, if he really wanted to, has the option of going for the Storm Scale Scion, but choosing to duress to make sure the coast is clear and sees that Michael has nothing.
Yep. Just wanting to check exactly what Solitude's text is there. He's just going, hey, are you going to gain some life here? Am I going to sneakily like do, Storm Count X is like 1 less than I need to?
Yep.
And the answer is no, I'm definitely not going to do that. So just checking to make sure that I don't have some life gain shenanigans going on.
Alan sacks the Lotus and casts the Tendrils after playing a Yawgwill. We've seen it 1,000 times before. Not necessarily in Highlander, but we've seen it 1,000 times before in Vintage.
Yeah. So expertly managed to navigate around that Cryptic Command Veil of Summer situation, but just going, I'm just going to slowly wait until I feel like I've got enough stuff going on, and then that Seek the Beast was pretty massive.
Yeah, hitting like the Citadel as well, being able to cast that if you really needed to, but the Will was plenty.
Yeah, we had that Dark Petition as well going, I'm going to go get Yawgmoth's Will. I'm then going to play the Lotus and the LED from the graveyard. I'm then going to play the Dark Petition again. And at that point, I'm going to have enough mana, enough Storm in order to just Tendrils you off the top. But with the Yawgmoth's Will from the Seek the Beast, didn't have enough to worry about it.
So as a combo aficionado that you are, Isaac, how are you sideboarding in this matchup?
All right, as the Storm player, Step 1, have my brain be melted from trying to play Storm all day. Step 2, profit.
Okay.
Step 3, profit, sorry. But this is one of the things that's really interesting about playing against Walks. You can see the cards that they have in their main deck and go, wow, how am I meant to actually sideboard against this? I don't really know whether I should be attacking the Time Walk. I don't know whether I should be attacking the Mana Dorks. I don't know if I should be attacking the late game. One of the great things about playing Storm into Time Walks, though, is you actually don't have to answer any questions.
Yeah, the walk deck is quite slow and it can take a long time to get up, and it's not really interacting with you on a lot of axes. It is trying to go bigger than you. Another really cool thing about this particular Storm list that's been going around is the transformative sideboard plan that exists in terms of things like Chaos Defiler, siding in Luris, siding in VV, and just playing this more grindy control playing. You've even got things like Corey Steelcutter to just get around people who are trying to interact with you too much on the Storm axis. And Chaos Defiler is a really cool card in this list because it can be tinkered for. Or you can tinker it into something else and blow something else up on your way out.
Yeah. So I think that I'd be looking at that Pyroblast and going, yep, I kind of want that one. And then you've got to make that call as to whether you're going to shift into the more mid-range strategy. And I'd be reticent to do that just because Walks has still got that pretty good mid-range strategy and is going to still have the combo potential.
Yeah.
And like if we switch over to the Walks deck, you can see that Null Rod there. Null Rod is potentially going to be a bit of a pain. Force of Vigor, Consigned to Memory that is able to counter the Storm part of a Storm. We might see a Blue Elemental Blast come in and Ashiok Dream Renderer as well as Collective. So, look, a lot of stuff here. Dorothy Voidwalker, Keen-Eye Curator might come in, Duress might come in. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, but it's also got a pretty good core game plan.
If I look at the sideboard, the first thing I notice is this is mostly cards for unfair decks, which seems to be where Walk struggles with.
Yeah.
So having things like Graveyard Interaction or Extra Hand Disruption, good way to like mitigate that sort of damage that can be done.
Yeah, yeah. And the interesting thing is, though, I would anticipate, because you've got that many cards in the sideboard, what do you take out? And the answer is things like Solitude, Dismember, maybe Metamorphosis Fanatic, definitely Fatal Push.
Yeah, and because these are the kinds of sideboarding options decks take, this is one of the reasons Storm can have this really powerful sideboard plan, because it sideboards into these powerful creatures which you've like taken all your removal out. So you need to keep some amount of removal in, which again dilutes your deck against Storm. It's really hard because Storm is asking the question and you have to provide the answer.
Yeah, sometimes you can be like, haha, I've got like turn 2 Null Rod, turn 3 Collector Oof, and I've got Consigned to Memory held up. And then the Storm player goes, I'm going to play this Baragorth. Or, but that's got really big really quickly.
Yeah, and I took all my removal out. I didn't think you'd have any creatures.
My Dismember's gone, my Solitude's gone, my Path to Exile, my Swords to Plowshares. They're all gone. So
but on the bright side, when the Baragorth connects, it's probably not hitting another creature.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
Chaos Defiler comes in.
That's true. I'd love to see a Baragorth hit and bring back a Chaos Defiler or a Storm Sail Silent out of the Storm deck.
Yeah, yeah. But then if you leave all your removal in, then sometimes they just like...
And then they just storm you. Like, I've only got so much removal in the deck, and none of it removes Storm, really, so...
Yeah, yeah.
But that's what the Consigned to Memory is for. It does a nice little extra bit of work. Also counters Black Lotus or Lion's Eye Diamond.
One of the things that I really like to have in the sideboard of my Walks deck is Mindbreak Trap. So blue and 2, but you can pay it for 0 mana if your opponent has played 3 or more spells this turn. And it actually counters everything. So if they go off, you can go, cool, I'm going to punish you even though I'm tapped out because I've got this Mindbreak Trap. Now, sometimes, like in the game that Alan just played there, the duress comes down first before I even do anything. And that is sad because they take the Mindbreak Trap.
Yeah.
But if you have the Mindbreak Trap in your hand, you can play in a way where you're like, I'm tapping out every single turn.
Yeah.
And trying to create some pressure, trying to say, hey, Alan, you have to go off right now.
Oh, yeah, you have to pressure the Storm deck, otherwise you're not going to win the game. So Alan choosing to mulligan, as well as Michael. So we're both going to 6 again. And which of these two decks do you reckon has a more fun time?
Oh, I'm going to say Storm.
Storm has a more fun
Look,
time?
winning is a lot of fun.
Winning is fun.
Yeah, and look, both of these players are actually on 5 wins, 2 losses. So they've actually both done an incredible amount of winning today in 7 rounds.
And there's still one more round they have to win to be live for that Lotus tomorrow.
Yep. And then 4 more rounds tomorrow, and then we'll cut to the top 8.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting day.
For those Polish people that are watching this coverage right now, what time will coverage start tomorrow morning?
9:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. So,
I don't know what time that is in Warsaw, but
we can get some Google to answer that one.
It's probably like 4 a.m. or something for them.
Now, what is the card that's in the leftmost there?
That is a Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
And
okay.
the card next to it is a Basic Swamp, Manamorphose, Marsh Flats, Expressive Iteration, and Preordain.
Okay. So that Lightning Bolt has that interaction. Just like, you know what? Like one of the ways that I lose against Michael is if he goes turn 1, Mana Dork, turn 2, 3-drop, and does some funky stuff like that. So I'm just going to play some stuff out to make sure, like some Lightning Bolts to make sure that I don't get got by that turn 1 Mana Accelerator that can be Lightning Bolted.
Yeah, it's also like an answer to things like Douthie Voidwalker or maybe an Ashiok that's gotten too ambitious. And it is just a good card in Storm because if you're trying to kill your opponent with Tendrils, well, it's 5 damage.
Oh,
3
yeah.
to the face and then +1 for Storm. It just helps you get over the line in a lot of like circumstances that you maybe want it to. So Michael leading off with a Carpet of Flowers and sacking his Windswept Teeth with a Noble Hierarch, Inquisition of Kozilek, Solitude, and blue card with double blue in it.
Yeah, that might be Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out in the near future. In the meantime, we see this cracking of the fetch, going to get a dual land so that maybe I can play that Inquisition of Kozilek and then follow it up with the Mana Dork. Now, interesting choice here from Michael. Chose to weigh out that Carpet of Flowers. Now, might have drawn that Hierarch in this turn, so that's the reason why to not play it to start with. But the other thing is, like, I don't want to get my Carpet of Flowers duressed or Inquisition, so going to play it.
Yeah, I like running it out turn 1. Playing a Hierarch, even if you have it, is maybe going to generate you less mana. And the other thing it does is it incentivizes the Storm deck to do some awkward things around its mana to try and not give you, like, the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
So, Inquisition here. Ooh, these are some of these cards are a bit scary. And I think the thing that's most scary about these cards is that they're all representing unknown cards. Like, the Bolt is the Bolt, the Petal is the Petal, but the Preordain could be anything, the Expressive Iteration could be anything, and the Manamorphose could be anything.
Yep.
And because the Expressive Iteration can be the most anythings.
It can be a number of anythings.
Yeah. We'll take it out of the equation.
Yep. All right, so we see a crack of the fetch from Alan here.
Marsh Flats, giving us a few options. Has to be a black land.
Yep.
There's no white lands in the deck. Raucous Theatre to get around the Carpet of Flowers and get a Scry. So notably, Alan doesn't have blue at the moment, but he does have a Lotus Petal.
Okay.
So I can imagine if there's not a particularly exciting draw here for Alan, he might just bolt the Hierarch.
That makes sense.
Serum Vision's off the top. It's probably going into the bin when we don't have blue mana, or the one we do is a Lotus Petal. Draws Flame of Anor.
I thought this is a Storm deck. What is going on here?
Well,
Flame of Anor, that's a wizard card.
It is a wizard card, but what is really cool about Flame of Anor is it, out of the Storm deck, answers some of the biggest problems you have. Like, it answers some problematic artifacts or a problematic creature, and if it's not doing either of those things, it's drawing you 2 cards. And then...
That's reasonable.
You've got Vivi in the sideboard.
Okay.
Vivi
Which
is
an actual wizard.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Look, the fact that it kills both Nullrod and Collective, it does actually make sense.
Yeah. Full text basic here, in the swamps. What are your thoughts on these?
I love a variety of basic lands, and full text basics is definitely one that I've got one of each, just for that Highlander situation where I'm like, you know what, I want a bit of a full text basic.
So Michael here has drawn a Time Walk, has a Quantum Riddler, and another blue card in hand.
Yep.
And no blue mana.
Yep.
So Alan going with the Manamorphose end of turn to cast the Flame of Anor to draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Draws a Molten Collapse. That could take out the Carpet.
That could take out the Carpet, but the Carpet's not really doing anything at the moment.
No, but if Alan wants to deploy this blue Tropical Island, which would then give Michael access to the carpet and stuff.
Yep. And no blue mana over that side for Michael. So
Sorry,
maybe
Solitude was the third card. We said that one earlier. So Solitude, Quantum Riddler, and Time Walk, and no blue mana.
No blue mana, yeah. So maybe you do get rid of that carpet of flowers, so I can then play my Tropical Island and then play things like Preordain.
Yeah, I think I'd want to be playing the Tropical Island here to play like the Ponder and the Preordain that I've got in hand, just to start, winning the game.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, you cast the Ponder first because you might just win the game off the Ponder.
Yeah.
So sees Ottawara, Tinker, and Opposition Agent. I mean,
and we have a Vault of Whispers in play. We don't have any blue mana here, so we could actually just see.
Well, we have the Lotus Petal in hand.
Lotus Petal as well as the Vault of Whispers, so something to sacrifice.
Yeah.
And that means that look. All right, now it's just an Opposition Agent and go. You know what?
Chosen the Op Agent, and yeah. I like this. He's going to try and
snag a fetch or something like that.
Yeah, the Tinker come next turn maybe. So Dreams of Steel and Oil being drawn here by Michael. This hits a creature or artifact, and then exiles one from the graveyard.
So we might see the Opposition Agent. Yep, I'm just going to play this now so you don't snag it with that Dreams.
He does get to take the Baleful Strix though, so it's not all nothing.
Yep. Got to make sure that gets exiled, not put into the graveyard.
Yep, Michael's pointed it out. And then also gets to exile an artifact or creature from the graveyard, which there are none.
Yeah. So we got that Molten Collapse, which is able to target...
and Alan's about to put a Dreams of Steel and Oil into his hand. no, Michael's not having it.
All right, fair enough.
I was like, no, that's mine.
Now, Molten Collapse. What does that card do?
Molten Collapse. It destroys target creature or planeswalker, or target non-creature, non-land permanent with converted mana cost 1 or less. It also has Descend. You get to choose both.
Ah, okay. Descend, you get to choose both.
So Michael has drawn another blue card, I think.
Yeah. Well, popped off that Time
maybe
Walk with the single blue. And now we might see the single blue that you have access to with the Carpet of Flower to Quantum Riddler, draw another card, see what's going on.
Yeah, going to play Baleful Strix.
All right, Baleful Strix, draw another card. And Ignoble Hierarch.
Ignoble Hierarch. Also not producing blue.
Yep.
So Alan's drawing the Tinker.
And knows at least one of the cards. No? Do we know any of the cards? Maybe, maybe not.
With the Tinker?
Yeah.
Oh,
no, in Michael's hand.
Oh, yeah. Michael has an a Solitude and a Quantum Riddler. Two 5 drops.
But does Alan know that?
No, Alan doesn't know that. Alan hasn't seen anything, but I think he's just going to jam it here, and he has. It's resolved. There is a Citadel in play.
Yeah. All right, and have not played a land this turn. So for those that don't know Citadel, Bolas of Citadel, one of my favorite cards. It allows you to play cards at the top of your library, and you can play it for free, but you have to pay life equal to the converted mana cost of that card. It also has the ability to tap, sacrifice 10 non-land permanents. Each opponent loses 10 life. So can be a win condition in and of itself if you have 10 non-land permanents.
And Bolas of Citadel's first hit is a Tezzeret.
Yeah, now, great thing about Tezzeret is that you can actually search for anything, and shuffling your library means that you've got a different card on top, and the Bolas of Citadel can keep
reset.
Going.
It's insane.
Yep.
So getting the Black Lotus, the very pretty Black Lotus.
So we see that played, Stormcant 3, tick up the Tezzeret. Now we've got...
land for turn. Fetch land at that as well. So
I can do another shuffle. So really we're just... what Alan's hoping to hit here is not anything like a Blightsteel Colossus.
Yeah.
And just not lands. That's it.
I don't think we'd be tinkering into Blightsteel anymore since Bolas of Citadel's been printed, but those were some good times.
Yep.
All right. Alan's doing it. He's going to see if he can kill this turn.
Yeah, all right. So we're bringing out these tokens to indicate how much mana is floating and really clearly communicate with us, which I really appreciate. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah. Gonna have some nice mana. So
What do you think the chances here, right? Of like Alan storming off and winning? Like, would you put it 80%, 90% at this point?
I reckon it's maybe 90%.
90%.
And like,
Okay,
even if he doesn't go off this turn, he's still in a good position.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we're not in desperation mode here. So it's Yawgmoth's Will off the top, which is interesting in that, like, if, say, Tendrils is now on top of the library and you don't have any way to like, draw it, you don't want to put it into the graveyard, but you want to have enough Storm Cannon to be able to kill them with the Tendrils.
Yeah, Alan
so
as
it can
well.
be some awkward situations.
Yeah, Alan as well gets to check the top card of his library while Yawgmoth's Will is on the stack in case there's any instance on top. Like,
yeah.
If there was a Brainstorm there, for example, that would have been, like, horrifying.
Yeah.
All right. Storm count is at... yes. We have the F6.
The F6.
Michael explaining he has no interaction. Alan's a bit more relaxed and like, okay, now I can just go through the motions and don't have to worry about anything. Just showing the cards. All right.
But still got to make sure that you don't commit any game rule violations.
Absolutely.
And being the 8th round in this tournament, it's not like a trivial thing to accidentally miss a trigger, do something like that results in a game rule violation and getting a penalty. So we definitely want to make sure that doesn't happen, as well as not misrepresenting how much Storm is available and that kind of thing.
So Storm's at 6. Gonna go Serum Visions. No blue and float. Serum Vision's very good with Bolus the Citadel.
Yep. And upping the Storm count there, we're going to draw a card, scry 2. What about going through the motions here, right?
There's a Brainstorm on top now.
Okay.
The Thunder Trap Trainer.
So we'll, all right, we're going to record our life total as well at the same time. We're going to hold priority here because we might want to look at the top card. No, don't need a hold priority. Alan's like, I could just let this resolve, right?
So Alan's drawn Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, and Thunder Trap Trainer. Gets to put the Thunder Trap Trainer back and then cast it.
Yep.
So Alan doesn't have a kill just yet, but he's not far off. Massacre, Pyroblast, 2 lands. Guess you take the Pyroblast in case you don't win this turn.
Yep.
Get to counter Quantum Riddler. It's usually fun.
Yep.
So Yawgmoth as well, exiling everything that's put into the graveyard this turn. How's another look?
Have another look.
I think I spied a land.
Well, we've also got the fetch land, so we can pay 1 life, crack that fetch land.
Yep.
Change the life total here, and go down to 9. And you can even search for a surveil land if you want, because you kind of got enough mana here. But no.
I think I want the extra mana just to mitigate the chances of me fizzling as much as possible.
Okay.
Because you may need to play this Preordain, for example, and you want to have access to the mana. So like the Petal and the Black Lotus together are like the Tendrils mana if you need it. But also you just cast Tendrils off the top at this rate. But you do still have the ability if you draw it.
Yep.
So Alan
double
checking the
all
graveyard.
these cards in the graveyard.
Yeah,
against
casting the
guys.
Ponder from the graveyard. Yawgmoth's Will just very powerful.
Yeah. All right, we're going to see a shuffle there from 3 lands off the top.
Yep, good choice.
So there's probably like, about half a dozen cards that all just say go get Tendrils of Agony and resolve it?
Yeah, there's a lot, especially in the Storm deck.
So now we see that Ponder, so I think that card needs to be drawn.
Yeah.
Not just looked at. So we might actually just call a judge over to make sure that Ponder gets resolved adequately.
Maybe he's casting a Manamorphose in response. No, he can't do that.
No, he can't do that
Resolving
because
a
that
spell.
Storm hasn't resolved, that Ponder hasn't resolved adequately. So
Yeah.
we'll just get a judge over here to make sure that this gets resolved adequately.
Yep. Looks like...
I didn't draw cards from the Ponder?
No, Alan, you did not.
I will do it.
So back it up a little bit. Alan's getting a bit ahead of himself. It's not every day you see players forget to draw cards, but when you got a Citadel...
I can play everything at the top, so what's the difference between my hand and the top of my library? Well, technically a little bit of difference.
Knight's Whisper. Alan's life total starting to look a little precarious.
Yep.
But he's going to see 3 more cards here, so draws 2 lands.
And we're just going to make sure that Knight's Whisper goes to the exile because of Yawgmoth's Will.
Yep. Alan looks again at the top. And flashes the Tendrils.
I'm at 5 and just like you for like
And there we go. All right. Wow.
Alan.
Absolutely astonishing round of plays. Like, I Stomp count 11 at that point, and still, like, I've still got a bunch of cards in my graveyard that I can play. Absolutely amazing to see Alan fly all the way from Poland in order to, I guess, show us Aussies how to play 7-point Highlander.
He has been a professional Magic player for 20 years. He did not come here to do nothing.
Yeah. He came here to pat some kangaroos and some koalas and smash face playing 7-point Highlander. It was great to see.
Yeah, he's not here to stroke spiders.
Yeah, not here to stroke spiders. Alrighty.
So that was our final round of today. Tomorrow we have 4 more rounds, followed by the top 8, which is going to be very high stakes. Some very cool matches. And we will be back at 9:30 tomorrow. That's Australian Eastern Standard Times for you Polish people.
Yep.
And we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you, everyone.
Signing off.
Signing off.
Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm joined here by someone I haven't seen in a long time, Ryan Cubitt. I didn't think they let 50-year-olds play Magic.
Apparently they do, so I decided to fly over and sign up.
It's great to see you, and you've got a really spicy deck for us today. So why don't we have a look at it, and we'll go through some of the cards. So why don't we start here in the corner?
Well, we're playing a skeleton event, so I thought there was only one companion I needed, and went for the lottery.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So this is like a red-black beatdown deck that you've put together?
Yeah, pretty much. I was looking over all the creatures in the format, noticed a lot of the good ones are either ghosts and they're red and black. And there's this one called Deadpool, which I hear is pretty good.
Yeah, Deadpool is one of the better ghosts of all time. So was that where it started? Did you start at Deadpool and work your way out, or did you just notice the massive cards?
I already had this 9-year-old Highlander deck, never played with, but built, and it was all the worst red and black cards you'd ever seen, which wouldn't make it today. But a couple little ones made it still into the deck, but yeah, the rest are just really good value creatures.
I did notice a Spike Jester in here. I think he's here, a card that I haven't seen in a while. Is that a favorite of yours?
That is an old GP deck. I played at a GP in Standard, and it had Spike Jester, and that was basically the best card in the deck. So it made it all the way to this.
That sounds fantastic. I'm so glad to see it again. Now, so you've got some points in a mix of cards here, right? So we've got Waste and Strip Mine. So was that I want to make people suffer move, or what was the thought behind that?
It's pretty much there's a ton of 1-drops, so you want to start early pressure and then just hold them up for a couple of turns and then finish them off with a couple of the burn spells, and that's pretty much it.
So real traditional aggro here. I noticed some hate pieces. We've got Eidolon, another old favorite, along with Grim Lavamancer, and Price of Progress to go with the Lutri.
Yeah. It's actually come up in testing where I've just whipped Lutri out of exile and just price and then copied it on the stack, and my opponent been real sad. So good testing.
Great testing, and you got to love that as well. What's better than the tears of your enemies? All right. Okay, so that will be us for now. Thanks for joining me, Ryan, and we'll catch you guys soon. Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm joined by Stippo, a.k.a. Scott 2, a.k.a. Scott Dos. How are you doing today?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks for having me on here. I went 3-3 drop, so not great in the event, but had a really fun time. Got to do some sweet combos with my fun little deck. Mulliganed into Oblivion a few times, but you know, them's are the beats.
That's Magic the Gathering for you. Now, what have you got for us today? We've got a cool deck in front of us, so tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, so what we've got here, we've got 5-color Time Walk combo. Very fun times, very fun times. So essentially this is a combo deck that utilizes the card Time Walk. We can get infinitely loop it with Eternal Witness and Ephemerate. We can tutor up all of our combo pieces through Spellseeker, so it's a nice 1-card combo. And we also have a sweet mid-range package as well in case people want to mess with our combo.
All right, let's have a look at these cards in specific. And the little package that you're talking about there, right? It's what we're talking about is Ephemerate, Eternal Witness, a bit of Spellseekers as well. What is the most important card to this deck, and is it Spellseeker?
The most important card for this deck is Time Walk.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, without the Time Walk, Spellseeker's not that great. But essentially, the bread and butter of this deck is you cast a Spellseeker. If you have 6 mana available and your opponent doesn't have interaction, you win the game on the spot. You cast Spellseeker, you fetch your Ephemerate, you then Ephemerate your Spellseeker, which then allows you to fetch your Time Walk. You Time Walk your Spellseeker, you move to your next turn, Ephemerate comes off of rebound, you Ephemerate your Spellseeker again, and then you can fetch your Neoform. You can Neoform your Spellseeker into a Timeless Witness, and then you've got the loop. Because your Timeless Witness can pick up the Ephemerate, you can Ephemerate it, pick up the Time Walk, and you've got infinite turns, and your opponent no longer gets to play the game of Magic the Gathering.
Now, we've heard about that today, about people enjoying their opponents not taking any turns while they take all the turns. Don't you feel that's a little rude?
You know, there are people here who are casting cards like Black Lotus, they're casting cards like Underworld Breach, they're doing some pretty dodgy deals, I would say, and so I think, you know, I need to get one back for the mid-range gamers, and if that means we have to go to the dark side and play a bit of combo, then so be it.
All right, I'll let you off the hook there. Now, we're talking about a lot of mana going into this combo. So, you know, it's very resilient. Those cards are all good cards by themselves. But you said you need about 6 mana to go off. What are the ways that we're making that 6 mana?
So the ways we're making that 6 mana is we've got 4 1-mana dorks. These allow us to get a little bit of acceleration. On top of that, Nissa, Resurgent Animist, sweet card. It's got a landfall trigger that makes a mana whenever a land enters. And we've got a whole suite of fetch lands here, so every fetch land when Nissa is out can make 2 mana on the spot. On top of that, if we really need to, we've also got Omnath, which has the landfall trigger that makes 4 mana off of a fetch land as well. So not only can we, you know, curve into the combo, we can do it over 2 turns if we want, but we have a lot of ways to generate a lot of mana really quickly in this deck, and then we can start turboing out either our combo or our 5-drops, or even just hardcast a Traxxer if we feel like it.
It sounds pretty spicy to me. All right, well, thanks for joining me today. Best of luck with the main event, and we'll see how you go.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome back to the event to end all events. I am Sam and I'm joined here by Shane Cunningham. And how are you doing today, Shane?
Yeah, good. Had a pretty positive tournament.
Fantastic. Now you've got a very sweet deck and you are a known brewer. So I really wanted to get you in here to tell us about your deck and about the madness going on inside that brain of yours. Do you think this is craziness or do you think this is actually mad like a fox?
I think it's mad like a fox. I think this deck it's legit. It's as legit as it gets.
Legit as it gets has been called. All right, let's have a look at the cards and you can explain what you're doing to us.
Wonderful. This is Time Vault, Team America Time Vault. You can see the points of Time Vault, One Ring, Mana Vault, Urza Saga. Basically, you just want to take infinite turns. You've got your suite of keys, including our boy, Tezzeret.
That's Tezzeret, the cool captain, right?
Yeah, he's very cool. He is as cool as it gets. It's why we've got this chrome foil of him to make him extra cool.
I was told that card getting printed was the reason that you even bought a Time Vault.
That is true. I didn't own a Time Vault previously to this Tez, and then Tez came out. I'm like, damn, that's good. I'm going to buy a Time Vault. And then I bought a Time Vault.
Tez the good investor as well then.
Yeah, absolutely. Have had a lot of positive success with this list, and notable includes is Iron Man, a titan of industry. People have definitely come up and said that is the first Iron Manning I've ever received in 7-point.
Now, you have an alternate combo here as well, which is Grindstone Painter's Servant.
Yeah. So when Time Vault goes down the drain, you do have the insta-deck death that is Painter Servant and Grindstone.
And we all know that deck death is one of the most painful ways to die.
It sure is. The look of despair on your opponent's face when they just don't have a deck anymore is kind of delightful.
It is amazing, and it's something that I like doing myself as well. So I'm assuming the rest of this stuff is mostly glue that keeps this together and allows you to put those combos together as consistently as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost everything else is just Selly's dry nails. Absolute glue, holds it all together. There's a lot of pot effects, which is probably like the main shooter package, but outside of that, just glue.
Fantastic. Well, thanks very much for that, Shane. We're going to look for you in the main event, and good luck with that.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day, Sam, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to MTG Bazaar's The Event to End All Events. I am Sam. I'm joined by Kyle Gibson of The Faction. How are you doing today, Kyle?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Kyle's one of our strongest chess players, but here he is playing Magic the Gathering instead. You've got a great deck for us. It's been doing really well over the last, let's say, year or so, 6 months perhaps? Is it about 6 months?
Yeah, about 6 months I've been playing the deck now. Picked it up just before Mana Clash in April, so yeah, around the long.
Yeah, so you've got an 8-point blue-black deck that has somehow found a way to play red. So let's have a look at it and look at those reasons to play red.
Yeah, so like I said, playing an 8-point blue-black deck. Recently I've added red just primarily for Deadpool. Deadpool's just the mirror breaker for all the mid-range matchups, basically. On top of that, you got the Pyroblast and Red Blast on the sideboard. This is mostly in a response to like a couple other people picking up the blue-black deck. And then also Esper picking up a little bit in Melbourne specifically. Just wanted to try and one-up the people copying my 75.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons you're in blue-black is that you get access to Harbinger of the Seas and Back to Basics. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I was getting, I guess the preface to this is I was getting bored of playing Grixis Mirrors, right? So wanted to try and take advantage of that, and I figured the way that I had lost most of my games on Grixis is when people try and Blood Moon or Harbinger me. But I didn't want to play Blood Moon, Magus the Moon, because I think the blue-red Moon shells are too controlling. I wanted to play something more tempo, something that was actually trying to threaten to win the game, and I wanted to use Harbinger and Back to Basics as pieces of that.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. So a way to lock people out while still being able to progress your own game plan at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, pretty much. Trying to ideally, well, when I first made the deck, it was 1-drop and 2-drop into Back to Basics or Harbinger. Unfortunately, some of the black cards have been pointed since then. We're no longer playing the Nethergoyf and Psychic Frog's gone to 2. But the core idea of the deck is still the same. You're trying to pressure them so that you can get your 1-card combos and get into play and win.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of your points here are spent on pressure, right? So can you take us through the points and what the role of spending points for pressure is in this deck?
Yeah, so the points that I spent on in this deck, so I got 2 points for Psychic Frog, 1 for Bowmasters, 1 for Mecktide, 1 for Tamiyo, 1 for Dig Through Time, 1 Deathrite, and Force of Will. So I know there's been a lot of interesting discussion, particularly around Nethergoyf, about how many points you want to spend on these 1-drops just to get the critical mass to have that tempo plan. In this case, I haven't played Nethergoyf. I think I have a couple too many Delve spells, and I'm really high on Dig Through Time in particular. But still, paying the points for Tamiyo, Deathrite Shaman, Psychic Frog.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, it's a nice traditional game plan you have here, but it's a nice sort of fair deck, but also you are attacking from a lot of different angles to really find the weaknesses of your opponent's deck. So I think you'll do really well with this in our main event to win a Lotus. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I hope so. I've had, as I said, pretty good events for the past 6 months. Unfortunate timing that the last 2 events have not gone so well, but hopefully can change that tomorrow and win a Lotus.
All right, well, thanks very much for joining us, Kyle, and we will get back to you guys in a second. Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm joined right now by Nathan Basser, one of Melbourne's friendliest faces. And Basser, we've got your, I will say, quite degenerate deck here. What led you to this choice?
I've been working on something kind of similar to this for a while. Painter Servant, other things with it. I just like playing degenerate combo with a little bit of a mid-range plan, and that's just me. So that's it. Yeah, perfect.
It does read as a good personality test for you, this deck. So let's have a look at the cards, and you can talk about what the strategy actually is.
So there's kind of, it's very much an A plus B combo deck. And there's two sort of main A plus Bs, which is either the Black Lotus and the Lion's Eye Diamond or the Aureox Salvages, which generates infinite mana, and then any of your 1-mana rocks will draw through your deck. You can surely find a way to win at that point with infinite mana and your whole deck in your hands. The other 2-card combo is the Painter's Servant and Grindstone, an old legacy combo of just milling your opponent out. Name a color, preferably one that they're not playing, so you don't have to worry about free spells, and then mill over their entire library. And the rest of the deck is kind of just mid-rangey, draw cards, ways to play the game in the long term. So yeah, that's really what it is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I actually got a chance to give this deck a go the other weekend. I had a blast. Now, how much does fun play a part in your deck selection for events like this?
For me, quite a lot. I think what keeps bringing me to Magic these days is a lot of the community, but it's also the fun that I get from the format and the fun that I get from playing Magic. And if I had access, I think a lot of people leading up to this said, if you have access to Lotus, play Storm. The deck is great. My takeaway was, I've worked on this for a while. I really enjoy it. Even if it's probably a little bit worse, percentage point-wise, I'm going to have a lot more fun. So to answer your question, pretty high.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Bassa. We look to see you on the top tables, but who knows? And I don't know. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by Volty, a.k.a. Aunt Volty, a.k.a. the goose who is loose. How are you doing today, Volty?
I'm well, thanks. I'm well. I've decided to become the goose auntie after, I haven't quite made as many food tokens as I need to, but I'm enjoying the weekend. It's looking up to be a very good time.
Now, I have to ask, why the goose costume?
I don't understand the question.
Moving on. Now, you're playing a very cool shop deck today, green-white shop. Now, this deck list has gone through some iterations over the years, and obviously we are all familiar with the Card Mishra's Workshop and its power level, but let's have a look at the deck list, and you can take us through some of the decisions you've made in its construction.
So, realistically, there are a couple of different options when it comes to putting Mishra's Workshop in your deck. You can decide between adding colors, not adding colors, being full-on colorless, being blue, and playing Tinker, etc. The reasons that we've gone for the Selesnya build realistically are a couple-fold. One, if you're going to play a second color, assuming colorless is a color, then the third color is kind of easy to splash. You can't really have 6 basics in your deck, and you kind of want to play whatever the pain land is so that it makes colorless. So the second color becomes really easy to justify. We've chosen white because I think it gives you access to a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't. But the primary choice is either playing lots of colors or not. We've settled on green and white. I think that colorless is defensible. I think that mono blue is defensible. But I think there are a lot of really powerful cards that you get access to by playing the extra colors. So starting in the middle here, there is an acknowledgement that the deck still needs to make a lot of mana and still needs to be very, very powerful and explosive. So the vast majority of the lands are soul lands and will make more mana than they should. However, there are also several lands that only make mana and only make it one at a time, but specifically make multiple colors or are very, very applicable, and then some utility lands up here. But the reason that I've stressed the mana base in the middle of the screen here is that 6 of your 7 points are spent on your mana base, and it is the primary reason that this deck can function. You need to be able to do more than your opponent is doing with their mana in order to justify the deck building costs that are associated with playing shops. On the right-hand side here, we have our mana pile. So we have, a couple of mana rocks and mana vault, our 7th point. And these are the additional ways to generate lots of mana. We then have a couple of utility artifacts to get with Tezzeret and with Saga, and then our filler cards down in the bottom right here. So these, make the deck hum and get you to the later stages. On the left-hand side, we have our threat package. Now, there are several non-creature threats which do function as creatures, mostly the vehicles that make other creatures. But there are also 2 planeswalkers that are dedicated walkers to go over the top. So we have Tezzeret and Ugin. And then we have a reasonable number of creatures. So we have some cheaper creatures, Ballista, Patchwork, Glaring Fleshraker, Crawler, and Thran Spider, and then some slightly more expensive ones going from Lodestone Golem to Devourer. The thing with the threat base is that you have to be very mindful of the strengths and weaknesses of playing a deck like this. So being able to spend mana efficiently is very important. However, you do also need to be getting the most out of your mana at these different points in the game. So if your deck is too low to the ground, then you're going to be wasting mana, and if your deck is too top heavy, you're going to get run over. I think we've struck a nice balance with some of the late game threats being able to take over the game by themselves, while a lot of our early game threats having some form of utility or being able to stabilize the board or having mana sinks attached to them. Up top is the sideboard. This is where most of the green and white cards live, but realistically, most of these cards have been present within shop sideboards whenever they've splashed a color. And in our instance, we have simply picked all of the best options available in Selesnya, and then a lot of the colorless artifacts and culprits that you would expect.
Well, it looks fantastic. And Volty, you're a great content creator, great person. Check her out at Aunt Volty. Now, before I let you go, I do have a final question for you. Can you give us a big honk? Fantastic. Back to you guys. All right, and welcome back to the event to end all events. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by Scott 1, the Scottest of all Scots.
The very first Scott.
Yeah, so, not to be confused with Scott Dose, that we've also talked to today, but how you been going today?
Pretty good, yeah. I didn't get to play the event today, but I'm looking forward to playing a bit of Jund throughout the event, so yeah, it should be fun.
Fantastic. All right. Well, you as you said, you've registered Jund. So let's have a look at the deck.
Okay, so just a precursor. I was going to play Dimir Moons like 5 minutes ago. So I kind of made the switch because I felt like Dimir was too big-brained for me. I kind of played a bit of it and felt like you're kind of always looking for really tight edges all the time. And Jund doesn't play that way, in my opinion. Jund is you play to your hand and you play to the strength in your hand. And for me, with a long event, I get tired pretty easily. This deck kind of plays itself to a certain degree, at least by comparison to like Grixis or the other blue decks. So land suite's pretty standard. You've got your Beseiju in there for some, for artifact hate, or if you need to hit like a Saga or something like that. So I like the Beseiju in here. There's the Ice Till package, which I think is really good as well. I think some Jund lists aren't bothering with it. I think it's really good. It's kind of hitting all the nice utility lands as well. Yeah, like the Saga is really a pain for this deck, I've found, where you can't really deal with the material that is made by that card. So you want to try and deal with that as best you can. I feel like this package is really good for that. I've been really enjoying hymning people as well, because I don't think I've ever been able to do that in this format before.
Yeah, that's pretty hot. I do like a good hymn myself.
Yeah, it's quite nice, especially when you smash the 2 lands out of their hand and they can't continue to play Magic. That feels pretty good.
Do you think that's the musician in you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they just don't get to play. Yeah, only I get to perform. Okay, you're the mere audience in this spectacle. Grist has also been crazy good. I feel like there are a lot of decks at the moment that aren't going particularly wide. It feels like a lot of the threats are sort of single sticky threats, and to be honest, when the Grist lands, when the board is, well, let's say I've got like a Dork or something that I'm not really using, or some other kind of material, I find the Grist just gets rid of the things that the deck sometimes struggles with, especially if I'm not seeing any of the hard removal. So Grist has been absolutely insane for me. And I think just ripping people's hands apart with the 3, the Duress, the Inquisition, the Thoughtseize is always good. I think Duress is better at the moment considering, or in comparison to, say, Dreams of Steel and Oil, because I think that there are a lot of degenerate kind of combo lists that are running, like your Storm and Grixis have a lot of decent spells you kind of want to take out of their hands, and then you've also got some of the fast mana in artifacts, which are good to get rid of. And again, like the thing that I found with this list is if artifacts gets ahead early, it's really hard to play catch up against them because they just essentially go bigger than you. So having the duress over the Dreams of Steel and Oil, I think, has been a good shift that I made sort of at the last minute. What else?
Well, you have a huge creature package here, right? So as we got it laid out, you can see that this is just the biggest category by far, maybe the exception of lands, but, when we're going through this, there are obviously some functional pieces like some dorks and all the rest of it, but which of these creatures has impressed you the most in playtesting?
Ooh. Let me have a quick little squiz. I mean, I've always found Overlord to be insane just because of its utility. So you play it on turn 2 and you find the best creature out of your bin. That always feels good, especially when you've got cards like Morlock and like even Deathrite is nice to get off of it, or an Emperor Bones, And then if it gets later into the game, you just hardcast it and find a Fury or a Shieldred or any of your bigger threats. So I feel like the Overlord has been really impressive. I've always loved Pyrogoyf, considering you've got the triple Goyf package. So sometimes you get the degenerate line of playing the Pyrogoyf first and then ripping into a Tarmogoyf, and that's disgusting. So I really like that. Fury, I find a little hit or miss in the format. I feel like sometimes it's insane if you're versing like Legends or something like that, but then it feels like sometimes it can be a bit of a dead card. And of course, Deadpool is just stupid. Stealing people's text boxes is not what Magic should be about.
Yeah, we've seen that card in a few deck lists already. So, yeah, it looks like a really good package. Obviously, you've got a Fable and, you've got your removal suite as usual. The one thing that really stands out to me is the Worldly Tutor. Now, that probably goes with the Metamorphosis Fanatic. Is that correct?
Yeah, it does. I feel like this sort of little 2-card combo is just, it's so effective in the late game. And sometimes, you might find that you play an Overlord and then the next turn you tutor into your Metamorphosis Fanatic to get another creature out of the bin straight into play. Like, there are ways to kind of get things into the bin effectively that will trigger this effect. I guess an insane corner case would be to discard something yourself and then get it back with Metamorphosis if you really want to do that. But, I feel like at the moment, 7 Point is filled with all of these little, 2-card, 3-card packages that all work really nicely together. And I think Jund does a really good job of having access to a lot of those in the single deck. So, yeah, it's the combination of the Ice Stills and the Worldly Tutor and the Metamorphosis that I think is really cool.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Scott, thanks very much for the time and taking us through your voyage into Magic the Gathering. And, yeah, not bad. Anyway, we'll see you guys back in a second.